Well, good morning, everyone.
This is a big, deep-sided, heavy muscle kind of a critter.
And good morning. This is Tom Burke. I'm here for the Walton Wedcast Worldwide Angus Network. The Worldwide Angus Network, Alex Popplewell will be joining me briefly. And we've already had the Grand Champion Cow Award. And she was SEF Rita K105. She was shown by Sawyer Etheridge from Tazewell, Tennessee, the Estridges, and she was from the Mignon family, and she was sired by the RBF Captain Bull. We're now working on class number 2, and we have an entry from B.A. Humpton in
here on the Angus side. I think this is the best view of the young lady's heifer whenever she gets her stopped and collected, especially whenever you talk about length and extension up front. Very, very striking. She ties her neck high to the top side of her shoulder. So I like the presence that she brings into the ring. She breaks just a little bit behind her shoulder. She's a little green right now, and then from behind she wants to flatten and pull in her hock just a little bit. So we could change her in a couple of those. But I do think just in terms of having some quality and look and presence, a good single entry, we'll see her back here in just a little bit.
We have a winner in our first class of the day. It's 3-day Wolf Queen Ruth, 338.25, a daughter of Sadler Hemisphere. And out of a Wolf Queen Ruby cow shown by Briella Ann Humpert in Windhorse, Texas. And that was our first class. It is a single entry. We're now ready for class number 3. And once again, we have a single entry that was born in July of 2025, sired by the Carrot, shown by Lane Pullen in Zachary, Louisiana. Lane Pellerin, excuse me. And he is from Zachary, Louisiana. He has a daughter of the Carrot in the ring that was born on July 18th. So she is a single entry, and in all prospects, she will be declared a class winner.
Another good single entry that the young man brings us. I like this one, especially whenever you talk about flexibility, especially in terms of her hip and hind leg flexibility out on the move. Whenever you first come in and you see him on the travel, really she's good in terms of her lower joint work, stopped and set up, got a good look up front too. Probably the biggest thing right now, she's a little bit greener in terms of her rib and her body type. She wants to cut up just a little bit back up into her flank, and probably for me gets just a little more refined in terms of her foot. Her bone work, we could see her just a little bit stouter there, but I think with time, as she bellies down, gets a little more substance, there's a lot of upside in her. So a nice single entry there from the young man. Congratulations.
We have a winner. Entry number 4007, TXLO Queen 36C. A daughter of the Carrot, shown by Lane Christopher Pellerin in Zachary, Louisiana, has been declared the class winner. We're now ready to pick up the tempo a tad. We've got class number 4, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 entries in this class. We have entry 4008, False Seldom Rest Diva Bardot 103N, a daughter of BNWZ Paisley, shown by Can Do Craft at Arkadoka, Oklahoma. We have entry 4009, TXLO Sandy 0612, a daughter of the Kingpin, shown by Hollis D. Pellerin at Zachary, Louisiana. We have entry number 4011, PRDX Sarah's Dream K40 5833, a daughter of Seldom Rest Sandman, shown by Braxton Blankenship in Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Entry number 4012 is Seldom Rest Sandy 98N, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Ann Dameron at Towanda, Illinois. And continuing on, we have entry number 4013, FCF Phyllis 548, a daughter of Coulter, FCF All Due Respect, exhibited by Maddie Coulter in Wentzville, Missouri. Good morning, Al. And we're on class number 3. Class number 3. And I want to remind you to go ahead and, if you're listening, call a neighbor or friend and tell them to tune into Walton Webcast. They can view the show. They can view the show on Walton Webcast. You'll really enjoy it. Sit back in that easy chair. Enjoy one of the great Angus shows in the world. And we have 5 entries in this class. 5 entries in this class from Kadu, Kraft, Hollis, Pellerin, from Braxton, Blankenship, and Dameron. And then we have an entry from Maddie Coulter. So this is the junior show in process. We want to recognize our judge today, Macy Scotton. Macy Scotton is our judge for today. We're going to have a real good show. We got a lot of heifers here. Of course, we're in the very youngest classes right now. And Al, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Tom. Which class are we on?
We're on class number 4 right now. Class number 4 that we're enjoying. And again, if you're not tuned into Walton Webcasts, I guess you are if you can hear us. I'm here with Alex Popwell.
Good to be here, Tom.
Good, and my name is Tom Burke. I work at the American Angus Hall of Fame in Smithville, Missouri.
So does it myself.
And Alex and I will be your hosts today on the Junior Show. I want to tell you that anytime you have anything on your mind that you want to call in, you can always reach me at 816-853-2697. If you want to jot that down, 816-853-2697. And Al, how can they get you?
My cell phone number is 270-566-8822. You can text or call me. Tom's not as much of a texter as I am, but you can text me, call me. Anything you'd like to comment on, be sure to give us a phone call. And as we said yesterday, we love giving out shout-outs to people who have birthdays and anniversaries.
And we will definitely do that. It's 2026. Doesn't that have a good sound to it, Al?
2026 has a good sound to it, Tom, but I can't quite figure out where 2025 went to.
Well, I tell you what, we're moving on. And, of course, this year we're celebrating our 250th birthday. During the national anthem, I was thinking about how proud George Washington, Nathan Hale, and Betsy Ross would have been as they were singing the national anthem. And by the way, the girl did an excellent job of that at the opening of the show this morning. Really
Lovely.
Did a super good job.
Lovely.
And like I always say, I wish George Washington, Nate Hale would have been here, Betsy Ross. Boy, they would have been proud. 250 years later, seeing their legacy still living on.
Absolutely. Tom, I do believe our judge, Miss Macy Scotton, is going to have her hands full today. Yeah, she judges these junior show cattle.
Yeah, she's going to have her. I mean, these heifers, they already look tremendous. And we've already had a champion given out today. That was our grand champion cow, shown by young Sawyer Estridge in Tazewell, Indiana. She was the grand champion cow. Her dam is WCC Mignon, but somehow along the way they got misnamed, and they're really, the Mignons are from the Blue Blood Lady family. The Blue Blood Lady family that really grew a lot of legs when it was in the Johnson Brothers herd in Ida Grove, Iowa. They were really a great family of cattle and a great herd of cattle. That was the Johnson Brothers, Howard and Jack Johnson. They lived in Ida Grove, Iowa. They had a lot of early Earl Marshall bred cattle, and they were kind of the people that really established the Blue Blood Lady family into national prominence. But even though our champion female is misnamed, she is a true Blue Blood Lady.
Tom, I just had a text message come in from one of our good friends from back home in Kentucky, or one of my good friends anyway, one of Ken Culp's daughters, Miss Kelsey Evans. She told us that she was really enjoying listening to us on the broadcast, and she wasn't going to quite get to make it to Oklahoma City this year for the show, but she just wanted to give us a shout out and let us know that she's watching.
Well, tell Kelsey, let's tell her to call some friends and tell them to get on. A lot of people don't know that we're on, because we didn't have any pre-show publicity on this.
Kelsey, it sure is good to hear from you. Happy New Year.
Hey, I second that motion now. I'll second that motion.
Tell your sisters and dad we said hi.
Good class here some heifer calves that are kind of getting used to being out here in this setting, and so some of them are just a little bit antsy and don't want to settle down into themselves, so sometimes it's a little bit harder to really get off and get a good look. But where I do think that there's some discussion and probably some give and take between a few of these, I did feel pretty confident landing on the young man's to lead off in here, because I think for me she puts together quite a few things, and I think especially between the top two that we have out here, I probably prefer the way she gets out and uses her lower joint work just a little more comfortably. I'd say of the set, she's one of the most comfortable, and also I think, probably hits me with a little more foot and bone and substance. So I like that she works from the ground up good in terms of her lower joint work. I think from behind she hits me with just a shot more natural dimension, and still I think very, very good in terms of her look of quality and balance from the side. Now when the heifer in second wants to cooperate and settles down, there's your look at her right there, because she does give you an awesome look of just quality. I thought that whenever the cattle got stopped and set up, she probably hit me just a little more unique in terms of her look up front, stayed just a little leveler from hooks to pins most of the time than the one that came behind her, but I don't think she's as stout whenever you step in behind her relative to the one that won that class, and I don't think she's quite as attractive in the way she gets out and uses her lower joint work. She could be just a little bit better there in the way she gets out and goes, but I thought her quality, freshness, look, and presence up front really suited me to follow that class winner. I like things about this heifer. I think her body type, her body depth is good. I like her stoutness of foot and bone, and probably those things I like just a little bit better than the one that came behind her, especially whenever we talk about just stoutness of structure, probably just a little neater at the base of her chest. She really wants to get just a little bit tighter there in her loin, a little shorter out of her hip, and rolls out of it sometimes. So we could change her there and make her just a little more consistent, probably a shot longer and leveler from hooks to pins to just hit me ideal. But I think a lot of good things in her. A really nice heifer that comes next as well. And the young ladies, that's got a good look up front. I think in terms of her structure, she's sound. She just hit me a little more mid everywhere, I guess. A little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work. I think from behind just a little bit flatter made, and probably not just quite as unique and elite in terms of the extra pieces that some of the ones in front of her bring out. But I thought still fundamentally a very nice female. Round out the class, the young man's a moderate, good-bodied type of heifer that he brings in here, so I certainly appreciate that. I think within this setting, she just becomes the plainest in terms of her look, her presence up front. She's got just a little more chest and a little more leather there, so we could clean her up to make her hit you just a little bit harder initially. But I thought a really, really good set. Really like our class there, so congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over the Red Angus Junior Calf Division. Championship was exhibited by Timber Creek Ranch, Marietta, Oklahoma.
We're back on, Tom.
Okay, well, our class winner was Seldom Rest Diva Bardot, exhibited by Cato Craft at Anadarko, Oklahoma, was our class winner.
First place was exhibited by Cato Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma, with Seldom Rest Diva Bardot 103N. Second place in that class will go to Ann Dameron of Towanda, Illinois, with Seldom Rest Sandy 98M.
Angus show. First, of course, was Cato Craft. Second went to Ann Dameron, and third, Al?
Third went to Braxton Blankenship of Siloam Springs, Arkansas.
And fourth was shown by Maddie Coulter at Wentzville, Missouri, on a daughter of All Due Respect from the famous Phyllis family.
And then fifth, of course, went to Hollis D. Perlin of Zachary, Louisiana.
Al, it's really powering up here. We got class number 5. We've got the May heifers. And, man, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 heifers in this class. And let's introduce them, Al.
First entry is in Class 5 is going to be entry number 4015. That is Conley Honey Bear 5219, exhibited by Kylie Winge of Cisco, Texas.
And sired by Conley Bristow. Then we have entry number 4016, Core Beauty 504, a daughter of Rose Replay 3321, shown by Gracie L. Stoneberger in Council Hill, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4019, FCF Proven Queen. 542, exhibited by Lauren Walter of Alveston, Illinois.
And remember, she was a former Miss America.
Yes.
And entry number 4022 is BRDG Bardot 8589, a daughter of Mahogany Prime, exhibited by Maddox Montano in Sealy, Texas.
Entry number 4023, BRDG Lucy 510, exhibited by Cade Hendricks of Arlech, Oklahoma.
And then we have entry number 4024, Checker Hill Proven Queen 545, a daughter of Mahogany Prime, shown by Josie Sanders in Conway, Arkansas.
And then we have go to entry number 4030, FCF Phyllis 532, exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky.
I wonder if she's related to the congressman from Kentucky.
Well, I don't know about that, Tom, but what I do know is about 6 or 7 years ago, I sold her and her dad a quarter horse. So we're friends from way back when.
Okay. And then we have entry number 4031, WG Lucy N019, a daughter of the Blue Chip, the Texas State Fair champion, shown by Jasper Stewart in Bloomington, Indiana.
And then we have entry number 4032, A1 Princess 508, exhibited by Braxton Parker Frederick of Stephenville, Texas.
And a daughter of the Carrot. We have entry number 4033. She is MCDF Lexi 69N, a daughter of the Stag Good Times, shown by Cassie Kelly in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Boy, Al, we got a dynamite class.
You know, Tom, I'd really hate to be in Macy's shoes right now judging this class.
But she looks pretty comfortable in the job, doesn't she?
She does, for the most part. She does, yeah. She does.
She acts like she knows she's supposed to be here.
What's that old saying, Tom? Even if you're sweating, don't let them see you sweat. Isn't that what they used to always say?
I think that's the way it goes, yeah. Man, we're getting a very nice turnout. Things are coming together very, very early. Of course, we had a 9 o'clock starting time today.
Yes.
Yesterday, we had really an exciting bowl show. It was one of the good bowl shows there's been. Then we had the PGS show. And so that all came together just really nice. And, Al, I want to remind everybody that if you want to watch the show today, you can turn in Walton Webcasting.
Mm-hmm.
And you can sit right in that nice, easy chair, tune us in, and be a part of the show.
Yes.
In fact, I think it's almost like going to a sporting event. It's better watching it from home than being here.
Well, it's more convenient, wouldn't you say, Tom? Much more convenient.
And it's very comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Also, talking about Kelsey Evans, one of my comrades from back home in Kentucky, of course, she said they wasn't able to make it to OKC this year, but they're breeders of Key Angus cattle and Angus as well, and it's not going to be too many more years where her kids are going to be here showing, Tom. We talk about our juniors coming up and what a good way to bring them up, teach them responsibility, and how a good atmosphere it is to raise your kids, Tom. That's a prime example of the next generation that has to follow in our footsteps.
Once you go to the National Junior Show, you're hooked.
Yes.
It's really competitive, and I've been to every National Junior Show. It started in 1969. Mm-hmm. I've been to every one, and I always go out and talk to the exhibitors and their parents. And you know what? Invariably, it's much the same. I ask, how did you do? Well, our heifer stood 10th. Mm-hmm. But Sally won the showmanship, and she got a $5,000 scholarship, and she's got a lot of new friends.
Yes, yeah.
And that's what really makes this thing really come together, because it's such a family-orientated plan.
Tom, you mentioned the first National Junior Show was held in 1969. An interesting fun fact, you know what else took place in 1969?
Tell me.
That was also the year that one of my all-time heroes in this walk of life, which is many others, John Wayne filmed a movie called True Grit. He played the character of Marshal Rooster J. Cogburn, and that was also the only film that year in 1969. That was the only film in his career that he received an Oscar for.
And where is Wayne from?
He was born in Winterset, Iowa.
He was, Winterset,
yes.
Iowa.
And I've been to the museum, too.
Have you ever been to one in Texas?
Haven't been to the one in Fort Worth, but that's on my checklist.
Oh, I can bet it was,
yes.
Because I know you are a great fan of watching the John Wayne.
Oh, yes. He was one of my idols when I was growing up, and I've always been a John Wayne fan. Loved every movie he ever made.
You know, Al, in 1969, the National Junior Show, which was held in campus of the University of Missouri in Columbia, Missouri, there were 99 heads shown. 99 heads shown. Of course, this was an idea that was started basically by a Kentuckian, Mr. Hicks. Doc Hicks's brother, Bob Hicks. He was one of the early founders, along with Dean Hurlbut, who worked with the show for probably 40 years. He pretty much is recognized as the father of the National Junior Show. Our friend, who's now deceased, Dean Hurlbut. Of course, Dean was born in Raymond, South Dakota, and really was a champion of the junior program, was responsible for getting the National Junior Showmanship contest going, and just an all-around great guy. I went to his funeral and the burial afterward, and he was buried in St. Joe, Missouri, under a really nice shade tree. I couldn't help but note, on a nice grassy knoll under a really, really nice shade tree in St. Joseph, Missouri.
And Tom, talking about St. Joe, Missouri, you were there all those years ago whenever the association building was first, the ribbon cutting ceremony, weren't you?
Yes, I was there in 1955. I was a little 12-year-old kid kind of running around looking at everything. It was the opening of the Angus office. Of course, the first Angus office was the first meeting for organization was held in Chicago, Illinois. But the first association office Angus came to America in 1873, and 10 years later, the American Angus Association was founded in 1883, and it was founded in a town called Independence, Missouri, the home of Harry S. Truman. And just about 3 blocks away is the Truman Library from the very first Angus office. And then they had a change of secretaries, and it moved to Iowa City, Iowa. And then another change, and then it moved to Harvey, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. And then it moved to its next home was the Purebred Livestock Office Records building at the International Livestock Show in Chicago. And finally, in 1955, the American Angus Association had a permanent home in St. Joe, Missouri. It cost $300,000 to build the building, and a beautiful building, and it's been redone now, and it really, really looks nice. And I might say that the way it came to St. Joe, the Chamber of Commerce, in order to lure them to St. Joe, gave them 5 acres of land, free of charge, to build the building.
That was probably the best 5 acres they ever gave away in their lives.
Yeah, because
say?
There were people in Topeka that wanted to have it, Des Moines, Iowa, and other places that were strong candidates, but St. Joe won with their leniency of generosity that they gave this land.
You know, Tom, one person that may not be as up to date on judging as what some others are could look at this class of females and think they all look alike, couldn't they, Tom?
Well, you know, maybe they wouldn't be all wrong.
Well, uniformity is key. That's like what I said in the Bull Show yesterday. Uniform is the key term to use.
You know, in our last class, our class winner was Seldom Rest Diva Bardot by the BNWZ Paisley. And, of course, he was a bull that was shown very successfully, and the heifer was shown by Cato Craft at Anadarko, Oklahoma, but came from the Bardot family. Now, the Bardot family, the dam was bred in the Seldom Rest herd in Michigan, and I teamed up with the Foster family at Seldom Rest when they bought the Foundation Bardot female from Gary Dameron in Lexington, Illinois. So I'm well familiar with the Bardot family. They pretty well trace to the state of Nebraska in their early beginning.
Such a good bucket. And the other horse in the race here is that second in that order.
You know, yesterday we were talking about Angus fever. And, you know, I can just feel the spirit here again today in this building. And by the way, we're in a beautiful building. We're in the OG Plus E Coliseum.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's brand new. It just couldn't look any better. It's really, really nice.
You know, Tom, walking into this building for the first time that it's been opened for livestock shows, and this is kind of the kickoff of this arena. This had to be what the Las Vegas Raiders felt like when they first walked into their new stadium in Vegas.
Oh, they have
The
a new
football
stadium?
team. Oh, yeah. Well, it's not so new anymore. It's about 5 years old, I think, but that just that really stuck with me. Yeah.
Well, we're going to have a new one in Kansas City.
Yeah, the Chiefs are building a new one.
But they're going to leave Kansas City. They're going to leave Jackson County, and they're going to leave Missouri.
And they're going to go to Kansas.
They're going to go to Kansas over there in Wyandotte County.
I tell you what, between you and I, Travis Kelsey, and Taylor had better get this marriage and engagement behind them, because if they don't focus on football, they may all be looking for jobs.
Well,
they didn't quite do so good this year.
It was a bumpy year, but like I say, you don't always win the World Series every year.
Well, how many teams can say they won 3 Super Bowls in 5 years, Tom? That's pretty phenomenal.
And we're still waiting for calls this morning. It's 9:35 here in Oklahoma City. We had a nice rain shower last night, Al.
Mm-hmm, we did.
And it's 9:35 here. And we're on class number 5. And again, if you'd like to call in with a birthday, whatever it might be, just feel free to do so. You can reach me at 816-853-2697. And now, how can we get you?
270-566-8822. And on that note, Tom, I would like to send a special birthday wish to my good friend down in East Tennessee, Telford, Tennessee, be the town, Jacqueline Aiken. She and I grew up showing Herefords together and known each other for quite a while, for several years. And she's a real good friend of mine. She just got married this past September, and wishing her and her husband Sam all the best in the world. But her birthday was January the 3rd.
It sounded like you and Jacqueline were on the dark side in your early youth.
No, well, I don't know if I'd call it the dark side, but it was.
Well, what would you call it then?
Well, I would just call it a different breed. That's what I'd call it.
I'd call it a third world breed.
Well, we could have been on the third world. Yeah, we could have been the third rock from the sun in that place.
But just remember that that born again Angus breeders make the most about. Well, if you've been down another trail and you come back or you get Angus cattle, you become known as a convert.
Yes.
And remember the saying, converts make the most devout. This is ending up to be quite a class, isn't it?
It sure is. Macy's having to really take her time on this. Like I told you, I'd really hate to be in her boots right now.
She is in what I call deep meditation.
You know, Tom, I've watched you do some. Hi, Monica. Hi, Marianne. Good to see you. Good to see you. I've watched some sheep shows that you've talked about. You've got Suffolk sheep and that sort of thing, and I've seen them line a bunch of sheep up like that before in a show ring, Tom, and I'm not a sheep person, but I've always thought they look exactly the same. And like I said a minute ago, this could almost be the same set for this class of heifers right here, Tom. They almost look all the same, identical.
You know, of course, the thing that makes that, they all have the same fit job.
They do. They do. They've all been professionally fitted.
These cattle are really, really fitted well.
As we go along through this class, while Judge Macy Scotton is making her final decision, we also want to take a moment to recognize our junior board members for the American Angus Association Junior Association, who are here helping along ringside. Like I said, I don't know all of them, but I know a few of them. Miss Brianna Smith, one of my neighbors I grew up around from back home in South Kentucky. She's here working this morning. And then we have different ones. Miss Ann Dameron, she's not working this morning, but she was showing, so she is here. We have a former Miss America, Miss Lauren Walter. She's here with us, Miss American Angus. And then we also have Miss Claire Mernon. I had to think for just a second. She is our current Miss American Angus right now, and she's working and doing the show and passing out ribbons and walking around the ring and doing her job. So we once again appreciate all the hard work that our junior board members put in for this association.
Yeah, they're really good workers.
Miss Ava Wood, she's here from North Carolina, working. Yes, yeah. Then, of course, we also have our CEO of the American Angus Association who's here with us, Mr. Mark McCulley. He's along ringside. I saw him. And then we have a couple of our national board, from what I see, I've found two of them at least. Our National American Angus Association Board of Directors, Dr. Jerry Tice is here, and Mr. Ron Hendrickson is here, both from the state of Kansas.
I think Ron has moved from Kansas.
Oh, he has?
Yeah, I heard he has moved from Kansas.
I did not know that.
And I'm not sure if he didn't move to Oklahoma or Texas, but I'll have to find out.
Okay,
he had a really nice place over at Westmoreland, Kansas. And, of course, his mother and dad live right in that same immediate area. There comes Miss America being pulled in. And we've got two heifers left. Again, if you're watching the show and out in correction.
Good class. I took just a little more time here. There's a lot of different types and kinds, especially at this stage in the game. And you can talk about how they hit you, maybe how you project them out just a little bit more. So a lot of differences here, and I wanted to make sure I gave every exhibitor a good look out here. I probably think the young ladies that we lands on hits me with the most unique pieces out here and the most presence and probably the most upside just in terms of her look and presence up front. I think between those two, she hits me just a little more unique in terms of her look and her presence up front. I think whenever you get in front of her, she's probably just a little more opened up underneath and hits me with just a little more foot bone. She wants to roll up in her loin a little bit too much and roll out of her hip. I wish we could change her and make her just a shot more consistent there. But I do think just in terms of unique pieces, she's probably the one that continued to stand out to me within the class. The young ladies that's going to be second probably kept working up in my mind, and not one that initially blew me away, but I think the more you study her, she's just kind of a hard one to pick a major hole in, because from this side, I love her balance. I think she rivals our class winner in terms of lower body depth and levelness out of her hip from hooks to pins. She is better than our class winner. For me, where I have a little bit of problem with her and just going ahead and using her to win the class is when I get around in front of her, get behind her. She's a little bit too closed up for me personally. I just want to see her shot more opened up, a little more natural dimension, and probably stouten her up a little bit in terms of her structure as well. The young ladies that came next, I wanted to pair her up with our class winner because I do think that of those top three, she's the one that becomes the most like our class winner in terms of stoutness of structure. I like her body type compared to the one that goes out in front of her whenever. And behind her, she does have more dimension and stoutness out of her hip and her pin set. She just gets a little bit too piecey where she's wanting to run downhill, open in her shoulder, flatten just a little bit right behind it. And then whenever we get her out and get her going, I think she's plenty flexible. But she is just a little awkward and probably not the most attractive in the way she uses her hock and just sets her hind leg down a little bit hard there. The young man did an awesome job of getting this heifer shown. I like her look and her presence. She is overwhelming in terms of her rib and her body type. For me, she gets a little too tight in the center portion of her spine, a little smaller in her foot and her ankle, and sets down just a little harder and a little more rigid there. I want to relax her spine, make her just a shot more comfortable in the way she sets down. The young ladies that comes next, next. Another nice one that has some look and some presence up front. I certainly appreciate that about her. I thought she got just a little off behind her shoulder. She wants to open at the top side of her shoulder just a little bit, not quite as coordinated and attractive in the way she uses her hind leg. We could change a couple of things there in her. A little bit of a different speed coming here, and I think this one can float. She can float up. I think for where these are at, she hits me just a little bit quicker, a little cuter, but man, she does have some outlier pieces. I love her rib and her body type. She's got some stoutness of bone work. For me, just a little too plain up front, gets a little bit quicker there in terms of her maturity pattern, and I love one that's got some softness and some give to her. She's almost pushing it just a little bit more there and got just a little weaker, a little lazier on you out here. A really, really nicely presented one that comes next. You've done an awesome job of getting her ready back in the barns. For me, when we get the cattle in motion, she becomes the most uncomfortable of the set. Change her front end structure and probably soften her back into her rear rib and flank just a little bit more. I think a functional heifer that comes next in terms of build, just a shot more attractive there. Whenever we get the cattle in motion, I didn't think she hit me with as many unique pieces or probably that extra eliteness, just a little plainer there. Doesn't transition back with the same kind of balance. A moderate, good-bodied heifer that gets just a little tighter in her spine. Need to change her in the way she pieces together from the profile. Wish she cooperated for the young lady just a little bit better. And then we round out the class with another moderate, bold-made type of female, just a little bit too plain out here in this set. A good class there, a lot of give and take and differences among those, but a lot of quality all the way through. Congratulations.
Okay, Tom, that rounds out our class right there. We'll wait to hear the results on the microphone.
Yeah, this was a really, really good class. Our class winner, Al, was number?
Class winner was entry number 4030. That is FCF Phyllis 537, exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky.
She's the one I was wondering if she was related to Congressman Massey, the U.S. Congressman from Kentucky.
Oh, yes.
He's considered the most conservative member of the United States Congress.
That's, uh-huh. Well, you know more about that than I do. Now, Tom, we're showing for a division now.
Okay, we got it. Let's get our.
Hold up. Oh, never mind. That's the red Angus ring. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go on with second. We did first for Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky.
Michaela Massey.
I'm sorry.
Exhibited by back number 4030. That was FCF Phyllis 537. Exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Second place will go to Cassie Kelly with MCDF Lexi 69N. Third place was exhibited by Lauren Wolter of Evanston, Illinois. Fourth place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Brax Frederick of Stephenville, Texas. Fifth place was exhibited by Kylie Wingy of Cisco, Texas. Sixth place went to Maddox Montano of Sealy, Texas. Again, now in Arena 2, we will select a champion reserve in your summer heifer calf division.
Get those, Al?
I did. Okay, now hang on just a second. We're okay. We need to recognize this this division is what we need to do, Tom.
Okay.
The class winners in these, starting from the front. Let's see. That would be from class number 2, the females. That would be entry 4006, 3D Wolf Queen Ruth, 3825, exhibited by Briella Ann Humpert of Windthorst, Texas.
And from class number 3, the winner was 4007, TXLO Queen 36L, Dollar of the Carrot from Lane Pellerin in Zachary, Louisiana.
And then placing first in class 4 is entry number 4008. That is Seldom Rest Diva Bardot 103N, exhibited by Cato Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma.
And from class number 5, we have entry number 4030, FCF Phyllis 537, the daughter of SSF On Point, shown by Michaela Jo Massey and London, Kentucky. From the Phyllis family. Let's review our second place winners. Class 2 did not have one. Class 3.
Females that we have out here as we work into our first division. We had a couple of single entries, and then it didn't take very long for the waters to get just a little bit deeper out here. We've got some good cattle out here in this division, and I'll talk through them briefly just so you guys kind of know what's going through my mind and how the cattle hit me, the differences, and probably what I think the decision boils down between. In all honesty, I'm probably not going to put a lot of emphasis in terms of numbers. I'm just going to let the cattle hit me today, and just how they come out here is probably what I'm going to stick with in terms of my initial impression. And man, I think we got a good set out here. The 2 single entries out of the first couple of classes, I think good. And whenever you talk about just functional cattle that have some upside, I certainly think both of those 2 have a lot of future. I think whenever we get them compared to the couple that come behind, the 4 that come behind them, I don't know if they hit you with as much unique presence. Our young lady's out of the first class. I like her look and her extension up front. We talked about her being just a little bit green. We could change her just a little bit in terms of her hind leg. And then same thing, the young man's that won the second class. I like that heifer's build and her flexibility, but pretty green out here right now in terms of her rib and her body type. For me, I think it becomes a little bit closer between our third and our fourth class. And honestly, I like both of those class winners a tremendous amount. I think the young man's that won the third class, she really came in and made a strong first impression because I think she gets out and handles her lower joint work very, very well. She's probably got the stoutest hind leg out here that's as comfortable in the way she uses her hip and hind leg. And whenever he gets her presented, there's your look right there. Really, really good looking still from the side. She gets a little heavy-headed on him in motion and can open just a little bit at the top side of her shoulder. But I think a very, very nice heifer that won that class. And then a good one that I thought, especially at the standstill when she cooperates, she's getting just a little bit tired now, but when she cooperates, very high quality in terms of her look and her presence. I thought she followed our class winner very, very well. And then took a little more time on that last class because I thought there was a lot of different types and kinds that you could tie into and justify a few different things. I probably landed on the one that I thought had the most unique look and presence and just the most eliteness. Now, we talked about her problems. Really, I wish we could relax her in her loin and just make her a little more consistent in terms of the way she comes and transitions out of her hips. She wants to get just a little tighter there and kind of keep her tail popped up, and so that takes away from things just a little bit. But whenever you talk about refinement, look, and quality up front, some upside, I certainly think a lot to appreciate in her. So a very good division to get us started here. I'll show you the 2 that I like. If you would, please congratulate our exhibitors here. Really, really nice group of heifers.
Ready now, Al, for our second championship of the day. And we have a winner. She from class number 4, entry number 4008, Kedu Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma, on Seldom Rest Diva Bardot 103N. Moving into contention now is Ann Dameron with Seldom Rest Sandy 98N, a daughter of the Carrot.
Yes, absolutely. And 4008, Tom, that was an own daughter of Paisley.
Yeah, Paisley, and he was a many times champion bull. And he was by Insight. He was by PBF Insight. And our judge is now selecting our reserve of this division, which would be the reserve of this division, Summer Heifer Calf Champion, it's called.
You know, Tom, that was a pretty darn powerful division of those late spring, early summer heifer calves. You know it?
It was. And now we have another winner.
And reserve division goes to entry number 4030. That is exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky, and that is FCF Phyllis 437.
She was bred in the Four Corners herd at St. Francisville, Illinois, and sired by SSF On Point 4028, which would be an Indiana bred bull, Now, we're going to also do the bred and owned. That's also going to be a part of this, the bred and owned heifers. And in the bred and owned division, we have 4006 out here. And that would be from Briella Ann
Bred and owned division. The young man brings a really nice heifer out of the tough class, and I've talked about her whenever she wants to cooperate and gets put together. There's a lot of good things in her because she does have a good look up front. She is awesome in the depth through her heart, the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. We picked on her a little bit just in terms of getting a little tighter in her spine. We could change her in the way she sets down on her rear ankle just a little bit there. But I think a very, very nice female to come out here. She'll be our champion here in our bred and owned. We'll take a look for reserve.
Reserve goes to Braxton
40-32.
Frederick of Stephenville, Texas, on a daughter of the Carrot from the famous Princess family that was bred and developed by the mastermind Larry Green up in Montana.
Mm-hmm.
Now we'll have another. We're going to select.
Well, congratulations, your champion bred and owned in our summer heifer division exhibited by Braxton Frederick of Stephenville, Texas, with A1 Princess 508.
And I believe we have a reserve.
40-07.
40-07. And the good news is she is TXLO Queen 36C, a daughter of the Carrot from Blaine Pellerin in Zachary, Louisiana. That's entry number 4006.
No, 4007, Tom.
Was it 7?
Yeah, 4007, yeah.
Let me just check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lane Pellerin from Zachary, Louisiana.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I think I'll stand corrected. Now, if I make a mistake, I want you to correct me, and I'm going to do the same for you.
Well, Tom, you never make mistakes.
Well, it can happen. Now we're moving on to class number 6. And by the way, this is the 6th Congress. The 6th, it's time flies, doesn't it?
Hard to believe it's been 6 years since the very first one was created. You know it, Tom.
The creation. Now we're on class number 6, and these are the late April-born heifers, and we have RBF Mignon, N105, a daughter of Destiny's Black, Back in Black, shown by Sawyer Estridge in Tazewell, Indiana. Al?
And entry number 4037 is BSSC Annie Oakley 5091, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana.
We have entry number 4039 BRDG Bardo 511, a daughter of Mahogany Prime, shown by Cade L. Hendricks in Okatchee, Oklahoma.
And then we have entry number 4040, that is HFF Princess 513, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by Burton Hulls of Hannibal, Missouri.
And we have entry number 4041, WOL Glenna's and 544, and a daughter of the Stag, Good Times, shown by Joe Dean Davis in Council Hill, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4042, All-Star Barbara 523, exhibited by Luke Zimmerman of Carmergo, Illinois.
We have entry number 4043, PNNY Empress Nova 56, a daughter of Executive Decision, shown by Annabelle Hendrickson in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
And then we have entry number 4046, Conley FFF Queen Meg 5419, sired by Conley Clear Cut, exhibited by Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma.
We have entry number 4047, FCF Phyllis 533, a daughter of Dignity, shown by Marcy Bartlow in Macomb, Illinois.
And then rounding out the class, we have entry number 4051, a Conley KM Sandy 5220, exhibited by Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma.
I believe we have 9 head, Al. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 head in this class, and it's known as the youngest April 2025 heifer calves.
Yes, we have 9 head, and I think that's no scratches. I think that's all of them, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was just looking at the sires. We got Back and Black daughters, Blacklist, Mahogany Prime.
No, I'm sorry, Tom. We have 1 scratch. That was my mistake. There's 1 scratch. We'll figure that out in a moment.
Okay, and we have Carrot Daughters, Good Times, Timeless, Executive Decision. And we have daughters of Clear Cut, Dignity, and A1. Really a powerhouse class. You know, at the first National Junior Showmanship or Junior Show in 1969, both the champions were shown by the Schliff family of Tree Lane Farms in El Paso, Illinois. They were known as the Schliff family. Their father was Lawrence Schliff, who was a pioneer Angus breeder, had a lot of good Eileen muir-bred cattle, and was a close associate of the late J. Garrett Tolan down at Pleasant Plains, Illinois. He'd used some good bulls from him, and his cattle were really competitive. In later years, he showed a number of cattle from Clarence and Tom Birch in Oklahoma. So Lauren was a real contributor to the Angus breed. He had a lot of ideas. He was a unique individual. And I might say, just to clear the record, a lot of people were darn jealous of him.
Well, we live in a world full of people like that, Tom. You know it.
Yeah, well, I'm just...
Now, what did we have? We had something got away here, didn't we, in the makeup ring or something of that nature? I think, yeah. It was a heifer in the makeup ring got loose on us, but we've got her caught, and we're all good now. 3, 6, 9. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Tom, we're scratch one calf. I'm trying to figure out which one that is, but whenever I figure it out, we'll know here just momentarily.
Okay. But now we've really got a dynamite class. Of course, a lot of these heifers, this would be one of their very first outings, if not the first, one of the very first for a lot of these heifers. And aren't they well behaved?
I'd say most of these Aprils, Tom, this probably is their first time out. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think that would be pretty safe and sane. They may have hit maybe a late fall show, but I think this, for the most part, would be their first outing. And we have entries from Indiana, Oklahoma, Missouri, Nebraska, and Indiana, and Oklahoma again. Al, Oklahoma and Texas are really states where there's a lot of great people that like to show livestock of any kind. I mean, it's a mother church for a lot of activity in the show world.
– 20 years of embryos on snow, Tom.
Oh, on the snow.
Yep. I was looking through the catalog there for Friday night. Tom, whenever Cattleman's Congress was created 6 years ago when the first one took place, there was a lot of people thought that it would overtake the Denver show with the National Western, and after Denver worked through some hiccups and got their new facility built, I don't know that Oklahoma City's exactly surpassed it, but it's right there next to it, isn't it?
Yeah, numbers. I mean it's definitely there's a place for them.
Yes.
People like to exhibit livestock; they like to attend them, and I tell you what, there's a place for showing livestock because it brings a lot of people together of like-minded. We're celebrating this year, Al, Angus cattle being in the United States of America 153 years. Think about that. And this year we registered 310,000 head of Angus cattle in the United States of America. So the breed is really prospering. It's moving forward. If you went to the annual meeting of the American Angus Association that was in Kansas City, you discovered that the American Angus Association is in very solid footing financially, as they have $100 million. Think about that. An association, nonprofit, with $100 million in assets.
It's very overwhelming whenever you think about it, isn't it?
We were talking about the first National Junior Show, and it was we were in Oklahoma. It was judged by an Oklahoman. It was judged by Dr. Robert Tadashek from Stillwater, Oklahoma. He just was inducted into the Angus Heritage Foundation. I'm honored to be in the Saddle and Sirloin Portrait Gallery with Dr. Tadashek. And, of course, it was Dr. Tadashek that made a tremendous change in the Angus breed in 1969 when he judged Chicago and made Great Northern the international grand champion bull. Of course, he was a Canadian-bred bull, bred in the Charmin herd in Alberta, Canada, and sired by Bar McHenry. The bull's real name was Blacklock McHenry 13Y. Remember, I told you last night that this heifer show was going to be off the charts, and boy, it sure looks that way.
Yes.
And going over this, we have females in this class from the Blue Blood Lady family, the Oakleys, the Bardos, the Princesses, the Barbaras, the Empresses. We have some Queen Megs, Phyllis's, and Sandys. So they're well represented as we study this class. You heard our judge today, I think our judge today said something that I think came to mind as she was judging these cattle. She said she was not going to pay any attention to the EPDs in performance. She was going to go strictly on phenotype. So she won't be talking, even though the EPDs are available in the program on the cattle that have them. She indicated that she would not be using them in her placings today.
Well, you know, I think it's only befitting to do that, Tom, because this show here today is not based on EPDs. You know, it's based on phenotype. It's, you know, how it's always been until this GPS or PGS thing came into place the way it has.
Ava, would you do me a favor and write down who's here from the junior board and write down who's here from the junior board for me? I was talking with Ava Wood. Ava is a member of the National Junior Board, and I've done sales for her family in North Carolina. Of course, Ava's mother, Deetta, died at a very young age, and she was a wonderful person, and I know that Ava misses her dearly, but she did pass away at a very, very young age. And of course, Ava's grandmother would be Elaine.
Yes.
She's a bundle of energy.
Yes.
And
then her grandfather, Russell, is the cheerleader in the background.
Yeah, he's always cheering. And her dad, Jeff, he's a wonderful guy as well. So really a good Angus family. And you know what? Every one of the children have been on the National Junior Board. They had 3 children. Every one of them made the National Junior Board, which is quite a compliment to that family.
Yes, and not to mention also that her sister Mary was a former Miss America also.
And her brother was on the National Junior Board. So and by the way, Mary was also chairman of the National Junior Angus Board. So they have really been involved in the Angus industry, and I know Jeff is really proud, and the grandparents, Russell and Elaine, are really proud of the 3 grandchildren. And now they have cousins that are kind of getting involved now. So the goodness never stops.
You know, Mary just got engaged a few weeks ago, too.
Oh, she did? How'd you know that?
Social media, Facebook.
And who did she get engaged to?
A young man from Nebraska.
Oh, okay. All right. Here we have from the National Junior Board, we have Ava Wood from North Carolina. We have Kay Schultz from Georgia, Bryce Huffing from Indiana, Blake Pillars from Michigan, and Brianna Smith from Kentucky. We have 5 members of the National Junior Board. Kaylee Schultz from Georgia, Ava Wood, Bryce Hopping, Blake Piers, and Brianna Smith. I was just looking at the list of junior that are here from the board. Ava Wood, of course. All her other 2 siblings are on. Bryce Huffing His grandmother was president of the American Angus Auxiliary, Mrs. Bloom. And Lake Pillars is from Michigan. Brianne Smith, her father is on the national junior.
Henry Bryan Smith
is on the National Angus Board from the state of Kentucky.
My next door neighbors.
We're having a really good class here again.
It's tough to sort through them, isn't it, Tom?
You know, I wouldn't be fair if we didn't mention the success of the auctions that have been here at the Congress. They've been very successful, the ones that have been held so far. It's really been a great time to sell Angus cattle. You know, the very first, think about this. Angus cattle came here in 1873. The association was founded in 1883. It took from 1883 to 1947, 65 years to register 1 million head of Angus cattle. Now we register 1 million head every 3 years. So that shows the strength of the Angus breed. And you know, as far as the marketing, you know, as far as there's just a host of $1 million sales in the breed. But the very first $1 million sale was held in 1954 at the Shadow Isle Farms in Red Bank, New Jersey, which was owned by Dr. Armand Hammer, and it was managed by Dr. Mac Cropsey, and later by Mr. Lungsdahl from Kansas. But anyway, that was the first $1 million sale in the breed. That was in 1954.
And that was in New Jersey, right?
That was in Red Bank, New Jersey, just outside of New York City. And then the second $1 million sale would have been the Penny and James Home Place Dispersal in Hamilton, Missouri. That would have been in 1955. It was owned by J.C. Penny, he was really interested in the Angus industry. He was a true Angus guy, and his partner, Ornell James, and they worked very well together in having the home place herd. A lot of people in that area would have used a home place bull sired by Idemir 487. He was known as the Wonder Bull. He was a bull that Mr. Penny and Mr. J.C. Penny and Orrin James had purchased for $40,000 from J. Garrett Tolan down in Pleasant Plains, Illinois, in Sangamon County. So a lot of history there.
And you said that was in 1964 when the first?
55. First one's 54, Shadow Isle 55. And then in 1966 was number 3. That was the Ankeny Dispersal in Rhinebeck, New York. That's for the famous Anconian president. The International Grand Champion Bull of 1964 sold. The Ankeny Dispersal sale was held in 1966 at Rhinebeck, New York. And 2 highlight bulls were Anconian President and Anconian Jingo. But now it's at times an everyday occurrence.
Especially in the cattle market that we're in today, Tom. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, we're in a very aggressive cattle market, and it's something that's long overdue.
Yes.
For the hard work that farmers and ranchers put forth on their.
We're all enjoying the fruits of our labor right now, aren't we, Tom?
As long as we can keep our good friend President Trump from saying that beef is too high.
Well, he's already said it once, but it held together. I don't think there's enough beef in Argentina that it would overpower it. Do you, Tom?
Well, I think maybe we all learn our lessons from saying things, as sometimes I do. So I think that was a lesson well learned.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I think we're getting closer to Miss Macy finally having some results here. Maybe not as close as I thought. It looks like she's got about half of them picked out, but maybe not the other half. We'll see.
She's been laboring away pretty hard, hasn't she?
She has. She sure has.
We're still waiting for calls this morning. If you have any thoughts in your mind, you can call 816-853-2697. Again, 816-853-2697. And Al, how can they find you?
270-566-8822 is my cell phone number. Give us a call. Again, we love to give out shout-outs to everyone who has birthdays, anniversaries, special occasions, milestones in life, birth of a new baby in the family. We love to recognize those for all of our fellow Angus breeders.
You know what, Al? I've just discovered my phone. You know what? My phone has run out. So they'll need to call your number.
Okay.
My phone has run out, so they'll need to call your number.
Well, I can't believe you didn't charge your phone last night,
Well,
Tom.
I tell you what, I should have, but I didn't. So I'm taking total responsibility. You know, we're getting some cattle pulled out right now. We got Sadie Plag from Guthrie, Oklahoma, with her heifer that was bred in the Free Fitzgerald herd in Sullivan, Indiana. We have entry number 4047 also out here from Marcy Bartlow in Macomb, Illinois. It looks like we have a heifer in first place, number 4037 from Braylon Schaefer in Hagerstown, Indiana.
If it holds that way, I think it should, but yeah, I don't.
And she is sired by the Blacklist, the bull that was bred by Al Miller out in Oklahoma, or in Illinois, excuse me. So I won't be able to receive any calls here, but you can call Al. Where can you get you again, Al?
270-566-8822.
And what's that other contact you have?
Oh, that's all I've got, honey.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I've got. You think I had 2 cell phones?
Well, I didn't know. No, I didn't. I knew that. Right now, anchored in the first position. Let's see. Sometimes the numbers are a little difficult to see. But we do want to thank our junior board, Ava Wood from North Carolina, Katie Schultz from Georgia, Bryce Huffing from Indiana, Blake Pillars from Michigan, and Breanne Smith in Kentucky. You know, Bryce Huffing used to live in Japan. He was
Japan, huh?
Yeah, his father and mother lived over there, and then they came back, and they live in Indiana now. And of course, he would be a grandson of Don Bloom, the late Don Bloom, from Westville, Indiana. In second place right now, we got 4046, and that's an entry from Sadie Plague in Guthrie, Oklahoma. Her heifer's being a little uneasy with her right now, but I think it's all going to come together. You know, these heifers are pretty well behaved for being, for the most part, their first time out. Right now, anchored in that first position, we don't know for how long, is 4037, the daughter of Blacklist from the Annie Lou family from Braylon Schaefer in Hagerstown, Indiana. Al, there used to be a great restaurant in Hagerstown.
Really?
Yeah, it was in fact, kind of world famous. It was in Hagerstown, Indiana.
And you've been there before to eat, I'm sure.
I have been there, and it was wonderful. It was over kind of near the Ohio state line.
A good class over here. I know it took some time, and honestly, the ones that I like the best are probably cooperating the worst. And so that becomes just a little bit challenging whenever they don't want to show themselves off. And you guys are doing the best that you can. I know it's very, very frustrating. When these two on the top end came in, they hit me pretty hard, and I think we can pick on both of them for some things. I think especially in motion, and I know they're both fighting the halter quite a bit, and so I hope that's affecting things really more than anything else. But I think both of these are very, very nice. For me, where we go ahead and land on the young man's, I do think that she is set back better in the angle to her knee. She's got just a little more give. She's a little more relaxed there. And then I think between the two, whenever you get in behind them, her natural dimension is very, very impressive. I love her body shape, the dimension she has out through her hip, through her pin set. She's very powerful, and still when she cooperates and settles down, she gives you a good look. Now she's getting just a bit hot out here, and then whenever we get her in motion, she almost wants to waddle just a little off of her hind leg, so we could change her just a little bit there to make her just as attractive in motion, I think, as she is at the standstill. But I do like a lot of things about her. Again, another really, really good one that's second in the class, and I think, again, just in terms of your initial impression, in terms of some look and presence up front, I think she's good. I like her body depth. I like her sweep back to her rear rib and flank. She's starting to fight the young lady quite a bit and wanting to get a little bit piecier out here. And I do think that we could change her a little bit in terms of her angle up front. She gets just a little straighter. She wants to set down a shot more rigid in terms of her rear ankle. We could change those couple of things. But initial impression on her, I thought was very good, very high quality. I like her presence. I love her body type and the sweep back to her rear rib and flank, and so a nice heifer really for me. Just change her a little bit in the angle to her front end, relax her in the way she sets down on her rear ankle. The heifer that comes next, I like the stoutness of bone work on her. Her body depth from the side is good and stopped and put together. I think she ties her neck high onto the top side of her shoulder. In motion, she opens up just a little bit, drops it out of her front end, and then whenever I get in behind her, she's not quite as stout as I thought she was going to be. She probably flattens just a little bit out of her hip for me personally, so we could stouten her up just a little bit there. But I did like her extra stoutness of foot, bone, and structure at the ground just a little bit better than the young ladies that comes right behind her. I like this heifer a lot because she's good looking up front. I think she's fresh in terms of her condition. Probably for me, where I pick on her a little bit more is in motion. I think she gets just a little bit tighter in her spine. She's a little frailer, and probably of those top four becomes the frailest in terms of her rear foot, her rear bone work, and then gets just a little more restricted and a little more rigid in her rear ankle. So we could change those couple of things, but you did an awesome job of getting her presented. I still think very, very high quality. I thought those four were all very nice. The heifer that comes next, whenever you study her from the side and you talk about stoutness of structure and foot size, she's as good as anything in here, and her body depth is really good. She's pretty deceiving though whenever you get in behind her. She's a little heavier in her condition probably for where we're at in this stage, and not as genuine in terms of her dimension as I'd probably like to see her. We could open her up and stouten her up just a little bit out of her hip and her pin set and freshen her up. The heifer that comes behind her probably is just a little fresher, especially whenever you get them behind them up around their tail head. For me, she just reads a little plainer from her shoulder forward, a little more jammed up there, and she's quite a bit frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work compared to the one that goes out in front of her. The young man's that comes next, I thought extension, freshness is good in her. She gets a little frailer, and then I she becomes a little harder in terms of her forerib, and her heart wants to cut up just a nickel more back into her flank. One that comes next, it's got a little more stoutness of bone work, just a shot staler out here, not as fresh in terms of her look and her presence, and kind of same thing. We round out the class with a very functional type of female, just a shot plainer in terms of her look up and presence up front, and just wants to get a little extra set to a frailer hind leg. Good class there, especially on the top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over in the red. Your champion, coming out of the junior division, exhibited by Contact Service of Russell, Kansas.
Well, in this class just completed in the Angus show, the winner was 4037 BSSC TSSC Annie Oakley. 5091, the daughter of Blacklist from Braylon Schaefer in Hagerstown, Indiana. Of course, she comes from the Annie Lou family that goes back to a family that was founded in Alberta, Canada. These Annie-Loos originated in Alberta,
Braylen
Canada.
Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. That was BSSC, TSSC, Annie Oakley, 5091. Second place in that class, and congratulations goes to Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma, with Connolly FF Queen Meg, 5419. Fourth place in that class will go to back to number 4047, exhibited by Macy Bartlow, Macomb, Illinois. Fourth place went to back number 4051, exhibited by Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Fifth place in Class 6 goes to Luke Zimmerman of Camargo, Illinois. Sixth place exhibited by Cade Henricks of Okarche, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Burton Hulse. Eighth place in that class exhibited by Joseph Davis. And ninth to Annabelle Henderson. Now in the Junior Angus ring is Class 7.
I don't have them exactly.
We're moving on now to our next class, which will be known as class number 7. Class number 7, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 heifers again. Remember, we've got a big show underway. You know, prior to basically 1970, when you went to an Angus show like at Chicago or the All-American Futurity, they wouldn't break up the classes. So the January, February, and March would all show together. They'd break them about every 3 months.
I got them right, Tom. I was making sure I had everything correct. Yeah,
Okay, thank you. And of course, our winner was from Braylen Schaefer. And then, of course, our congratulations. This was really a tough class.
This one's going to be even tougher. You know it, Tom.
And second was Macy Bartlow from Macomb on a Dignity daughter from the Phyllis family, bred in the Four Corners herd. And then second place went to Lennon Leister at Lindsay, Oklahoma on a Conley A1 female bred by Case Conley. Then third was Macy Bartlow. I said that wrong. Of course, second was Sadie Plug in Guthrie, Oklahoma. And then continuing on, number 4, Al was, check that.
Fourth was entry number 4051, Conley K.M. Sandy, 5220, exhibited by Lennon Lister of Lindsay, Oklahoma.
And, of course, fifth was Luke Zimmerman. You know, Luke's dad is the team physician for the University of Illinois sports team.
Physician, you said?
Yeah,
okay.
He's a team physician. He was a native of Wisconsin.
Okay.
And then he moved down to in Illinois. And now he is the team doctor for the University of Illinois sports team.
Yes.
So he has a very responsible position. Fifth place went to Luke Zimmerman. And then, of course, sixth was Cade Hendricks on his Mahogany Prime. And the seventh was a Carrot from Burton Hulse. And eighth was a Good Times from Joe Dean Davis. And ninth belonged to Annabelle Henderson at Stillwater, Oklahoma, on a daughter of BNWZ Executive Decision. We're now moving over to class number 7, Al. And this looks to be a pretty big class. This is the early April heifers. The early April heifers. And how many do we have? We have
10. There's 13 on the schedule in the program, but there's only 10 in the ring. 3 of them scratched.
Okay, let's see if we can find our scratches if we can. We have an entry TXLO, a Good Times daughter, from Blaine Christopher in Pellerin, Louisiana. 54 is from a Carrot daughter from Sawyer Noy in Lafayette, Indiana. Next we have
entry number 4055. That is AML FCC Annie Lou 504, exhibited by Briley Ann Freeman of Cautionog, Missouri.
And then we have entry 4056, Jensen Georgina 585 of FAF, a daughter first class from Kara Nisom in DeRidder, Louisiana.
Then we go to entry number 4058, Horseman Impress 552N. That is exhibited by Chesney Steenlock of Prairie City, Iowa.
Then we have entry number 4059, Pollard Rita, a daughter of Double G PF Permanent from Leanne Redding in Bahamas, Oklahoma. I believe she would be a granddaughter of Dr. Pollard, who is immediate past president of the American Angus Association.
She is, yeah. Then we have entry number 4060. That is Wilkes Phyllis in 436, exhibited by Olivia Wortham of Forney, Texas.
And 4061 is TSSC Annie Lou 5076, a daughter of Encore, shown by Cambria Cook in Clovis, California.
Then we have entry number 4063, FCF 5J Proven Queen, 526, exhibited by Danielle Taylor of Nicholasville, Kentucky.
And we have entry number 4064, Conley D.S. Sandy, 5956, a daughter of Keneally A1, shown by Baxter Frederick in Stephenville, Texas.
Then we go to entry number 4067. That is MLA Proven Queen 2536, exhibited by Matthew Zucksworth of Bloomfield, Indiana.
And then entry number 4068 is Pollard Blackcap 5096, a daughter of Double GPF Permanent 0102, shown by Josie Lee Redding at Bocomas, Oklahoma.
Then rounding out the class is going to be entry number 4070, Conley D.S. Sandy 5244, exhibited by Keaton Solver of Coleman, Oklahoma.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 heifers in the ring. Again, we got another dynamite class. Daughters of Good Times, the Carrot, Dameron First Class, another Carrot, a Primo, Encore, Due Respect, A1, Dignity, Primo. Kind of the who's who, isn't it?
Kind of a who's who, yes, it is. Free for all for everybody.
Really a nice class of Angus heifers. You know, you're talking about, Al, how they look similar, and boy, they do.
They do. Like I said, one who's not familiar with the process would think they all looked alike.
Your first class in the ring will be class 13. These are bay heifer calves.
You know, Tom, we don't give these kids enough credit, and not just the kids as juniors, but the exhibitors, whether you're in an open show or a junior show, either one. Whenever they, especially a class that's this competitive that it takes the judge a while to examine and make their final decision, Tom, these cattle really get to fight in the halter, and they get a little unruly and take it from one, just like myself, who's been there and done it. By the time that class is over, you're like, thank God that's over with. I am wore completely out.
Yeah, they can get a little tired, I call it.
Breaking a sweat and wishing you were somewhere else.
We can never underestimate the value of parents when it comes to a show like this, because in order to be competitive and be a part of this, you've got to have a parent that's on board.
Oh yes, if it wasn't for the parents, the kids wouldn't even be here. That's definitely it.
And
yes.
you know, I was thinking about, I wonder how many grandparents and great grandparents are watching this today.
I'd say there's quite a few.
I wish one or two would call in. If you're a parent, or if you're a grandparent or a great grandparent, if you'd call in to Al, what's that number?
270-566-8822.
We'd like to hear from you, kind of talk with you, and get an update.
Tom, I have an update here from Dan Fawcett from South Dakota. Said he enjoyed visiting with you while you were sorting through the Angus show at the Wyoming State Fair. He said hello to you.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, every year I try to go out to Douglas, Wyoming, to the Wyoming State Fair, and I share my thoughts with him. It's always a very nice event. They show out on grass and the cattle. It's always a really fun cattle event in Douglas, Wyoming. You fly to Denver and then drive about 3.5 to 4 hours north. Well, it's good to hear from our friends, though, isn't it?
It is. That's what it's all about. Friendships and relationships that last a lifetime. And you know, Tom, that's where a junior's career begins, Tom. All the friends and friendships you make along the way.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the National Junior Show and events like here at Oklahoma City, they really become family events where the whole family participates. And think about all the work that went into these heifers long before the show.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Even back to the planning of the mating.
It all begins with a plan, doesn't it, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have also today we're selecting the champion bred and owned in each division. And in order to be a bred and owned, you must own the dam of the heifer at the time of service. You must own the dam of the cow, the mother, at the time of the conception to have a bred and owned heifer. It looks like we have number 61. We have another Annie Lou that's been pulled out from Cambria Cook in Clovis, California. And then right behind her, we have entry number 4070, Conley Diaz Sandy 5244, a daughter of Primo from Keaton Solver in Coleman, Oklahoma. I was just saying hi to Blake Pillars. Blake is out here working the ring. He gets a lot of exercise.
You know one thing about it, Tom. If you if you want to get your exercise in at a livestock show, be a ring man or a junior board member at one of these things, because they do a lot of walking, don't they, Tom?
They do.
A lot of walking.
Percentage female side over here on the red side. A nice trio of heifers, and it's tough to show these calves at this event.
You know, there's about 5,000 Angus members of the National Junior Angus Association. There's about 5,000 active members in the National Junior Angus Association. As a kid, I was the junior member. I was the first president of the Minnesota Junior Angus Association and held that position for 3 years.
3 years, huh?
I was president. I was the first president, the charter member of the Minnesota Junior Angus Association, and my twin brother Tony was the secretary.
Mm-hmm.
So we both ended up in officer positions.
Isn't it a good thing how so many family operations stay together due to the fact of cattle operations being part of the family tradition, you know?
Like I say, just stop now and think, what would you be doing today if Angus cattle were not in your life?
Well, I'd have Herefords.
Yeah, you told us. You told us. And you know what I did? I prayed for you.
You did.
I went into immediate prayer.
Yeah.
That was the only, what I considered the way to solve that.
Well, congratulations. To start out the percentage, Red Angus female show first place in class 13.
This first place heifer already has a sale tag in her ear. She was bred by Braylon Schaefer in Hagerstown, Indiana.
And she must have been really spectacular because she's lot 1 according to the tag,
And
Tom.
shown today by Cambria Cook in Clovis, California. And of course, Conley Cattle at Sulphur, Oklahoma would have bred the second heifer that's sired by Colburn Primo. Of course, Colburn Primo was bred in the Colburn herd in California and has certainly been a very dominant sire of show heifers here in the major shows in the United States of America. You know, Al, it's been my pleasure to have visited every continent to see Angus cattle. And one thing that I have totally ingrained in my mind is that the best Angus cattle and the best breeders firmly are in the United States of America.
Without question.
When you go to any other country, usually you'll find from 40 to 90% of the cattle carry U.S. pedigrees. Our genetics are really sought after in foreign lands.
Now, not all foreign lands and continents have Angus cattle, but the ones that do, that you've been to all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, Africa and Japan don't have Angus cattle.
South Africa has Angus.
They really do.
They sure do.
And you've been there.
Yeah, and they have American bred Angus.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
They sure do.
I learned something new this morning.
Of course, this past May, I went to the World Forum
In Australia.
in
yes.
Australia, and you know, in 3 years from now, it's going to be in the United States of America.
In Kansas City, too.
I heard
isn't
it could be in Kansas City. A good friend of mine, Will McLaren, from Scotland.
Here on the top end here. I like both of these heifers quite a bit. And honestly, I wish we could take some things from each of them and put them together. I do think the longer you study them in terms of balance, which one pieces together, I do think our class winner does. She ties her neck set higher to the top side of her shoulder. She's just a little more natural in the way it ties onto her. And then I think between the pair, she stays more collected from hooks to pins. The longer they're out here, I think she just better maintains her balance, not only at the standstill, I also think in motion. She does just a little bit better job of getting out and getting going, maintaining that look of balance that she's got standing still. Now, she doesn't have quite as much foot and bone and substance as the young ladies that's going to be second does. And so that's where those two really complement each other, because I love the substance of foot and bone work and the stoutness down low that the young ladies in second brings to us. And she's tremendous in terms of her forerib, her body type, her natural dimension. She's just wanting to fight and get just a little heavier headed out here in motion. She doesn't maintain quite the same look up front. She wants to get just a little tighter sometimes and roll out of her hip just a little bit, and doesn't get out and just maintain her balance quite as well as I thought our class winner did. I wish we could just get her out and get her going, pop her head up there, make her just a little bit neater. I thought those two were very, very nice. The young ladies that comes out in three probably looks more like our class winner than the young ladies in second, because I do like her look and her presence up front. I think that her body type and her sweep back to her rear rib and flank is good. I don't know if she hit me quite as overwhelming whenever you step in behind her in terms of her stoutness, dimension out of her hip, and didn't hit me maybe quite as unique just in terms of her look. She's got just a little more chest there, so a couple of little things on her, but I think still very high quality. I love the rib and the body type and the young man's that comes in for deep in her heart, good in the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. She wants to kind of flag her tail head up there, and I think in motion, not quite as attractive in the way she gets out. Is her not quite as fresh as some of those that go out in front of her. A good heifer that comes next that I think in terms of covering the fundamentals and having some upside especially, I think there's some good in her because she stops with some look. You've done a good job of getting her presented. I thought in here ran out of just a little bit more horsepower, got just a shot more refined in terms of her foot and her bone work. A good bodied heifer that comes next that was giving the young lady quite a bit of fits. Not as neat in terms of her look, in terms of her head, the base of her chest. She gets just a little wastier there, not quite as fresh in terms of her condition out here. We could freshen her up to move up. A big boned heifer that comes next. I love the stoutness, the structure in her. She's got some look. For me, she gets just a little more tubular in terms of her rib and her body type. She wants to cut up just a shot too much back into her flank, but I do like the stoutness, the structure that she has. And then we come around with a young man's got one that's good in terms of her top line strength. We could relax her just a little bit in terms of her hind leg, make her just a shot more attractive. And then a pair of heifers, just a little greener out here today, didn't hit me with quite as much unique pieces or balance and quality out here. I thought a really good class, especially there on the top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in the Angus ring before the division drive. First place in Class 8, exhibited by Keaton Slover of Coleman, Oklahoma. That was Conley D.S. Sandy, 52-44. Second place will go to Cambria Cook, Clovis, California, with TSSC Annie Lou Hu, 50-76N. Third place in that class, exhibited by Olivia Wortham of Forney, Texas. Fourth place was exhibited by Brax Frederick. Fifth place, exhibited by Danielle Taylor. Sixth place, go to Maggie Zucksworth. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations goes to Briley Freeman.
Number 7. Congratulations to Keaton Sulphur of Coleman, Oklahoma. He purchased his heifer from Conley Cattle at Sulphur. She is sired by Colburn Primo out of that famous Sandy family. And second place to Cambria Cook at Clovis, California. The heifer was bred by Braylon Schaefer at Hagerstown, Indiana, sired by Encore and out of with that famous Annie Lou. Remember I said that was a Queen Mother family that came out of Alberta, Canada.
Oh, yes, yeah. And now we're showing for, this is going to be the Division champion and reserve in the junior heifer calf division.
Okay, and our class winner in this class is
Class winner from Class 6 is going to be entry number 4037. That is Annie Oakley, 5091, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. And second, right behind her, that could be showing for contention as division, was entry number 4046, Conley FF Queen Meg, 5419, exhibited by Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma.
Al. We have a civil war on our hands.
We do.
Both heifers are Annie Lou and bred by the same person.
What about that?
Correction. No, she was second, excuse me. Class number 7, the contender is Conley DS Sandy 5244, shown by Keaton Solver, Coleman, Oklahoma. And second was the Annie Lou from Cambria Cook at Clevis.
Yes.
So we have 2 Annie Lou's out here in this division.
And then showing for, she's going to give reasons. I'll hold on just a second.
Well, a good division that we have out here. Our 2 class winners and our 2 seconds behind them, all 4, I think, very, very high quality. And I think you can go through these 4 and probably point out some differences. Probably each of them have some division-leading ESTs and probably all have some things that you can pick and change on them just a little bit. I thought the top 2 in the first class, those were the 2 that hit me whenever they came in the ring. And I talked about how those were the 2 that also don't really want to cooperate the best. And I wish the young man's heifer was just a little cooler out here and holding herself together just a little bit better, because I do think that there's a lot of good in her just in terms of really how she transitions from her shoulder to her forerib and then out of her hip. Her natural dimension is really good, and still yet I think she's very good looking up front. We talked about how we could change her a little bit whenever we get the cattle out into motion. She's really wanting to kind of waddle a little bit and get just a shot uncoordinated in the way she gets out of her hip and her hind leg, and obviously getting a little hot and getting just a little heavy-headed on him. But I do think a good heifer has a lot of good, and then we followed up with a good second place. I like a lot, especially at the standstill, probably in motion. We can pick on her structure just a shot more, and that probably is what limits her a little bit more in this setting out here, but still some good in her. I thought there was 2 there in the second class that became extremely competitive. The young ladies that we landed on, I thought the longer that we stood out here and studied them, just a little more natural in terms of the way she maintained her balance. And I think of the 4 that we have out here in terms of their natural balance, their silhouette, the way they piece things together, I do think she is the best. She's awesome in terms of her look and her presence up front. She's the best in the way she transitions from hooks to pins. And then in motion, I think she's as good as anything and probably the best of the 4 that we have out here in terms of maintaining her balance and maintaining that look of quality that she has at the standstill. We talked about the second place heifer and how really those 2 complement each other, because I do love the stoutness of bone work and the stoutness of structure in her. She probably rivals our class winner just a little bit more. And then whenever you step in behind her in terms of having some natural dimension out through her hip and her pin set, I certainly like that about her too. We talked about how she gets just a little heavier headed in motion and kind of wants to drop out of her front end. She wants to roll sometimes from hooks to pins and doesn't stay quite as level as our class winner did, but still there's a lot of good. I'm getting pretty critical of a really, really nice heifer that was in second. So I like all 4 of these, a really good deal. I probably thought the decision between the second class and that pair became extremely close. We're going to keep those 2 young ladies out of the second class together. Congratulations.
And we have a winner, entry number 4070, Conley DS Sandy 5244. The April 1st daughter of Colburn Primo, shown by Keaton Sulphur in Coleman, Oklahoma, bred by Conley Cattle in Sulphur, Oklahoma. She is from the world-renowned Sandy family. That was the division champion, and reserve division goes to Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. She is TSSC Annie Lou WHO 507N, shown by Cambria Cook in Clovis, California. Al, I might say in this class, the first place heifer in the first class and the second place heifer in the second class were both out of the same cow, Core Annie Lou 12K.
Yes.
They were basically maternal sisters.
Now we're showing for bred and owned division now, Tom.
Bred and owned, and Now we're going to find out what's going to happen here. We had entry number 4055 that joined us from Brianne Freeman in Koskonon, Missouri, has joined us. And we have entry number 4042, another bred known, from Luke Zimmerman in Camigo, Illinois.
We'll keep things moving along here in our bred and owned division. I think all three of these are really, really nice. So you guys all should be commended for bringing these out here and raising these. I think good things in each of them. For me, I do think there's one that you need to land on. The young man's up front. We're going to go ahead and land on her. She was right there in contention to win the division for me, and I think a lot of good in her. Just wish she was feeling a little bit better out here. And I think the decision for reserve gets just a shot closer. There's some differences between the two of them. I probably do like the depth of body and the sweep back to rear rib and flank, and the young man's that stands behind the young man's that we're going to use in the bred and owned division. We'll keep these two up front together. Congratulations, you guys.
Champion bred known goes to Braylon Schaefer with BSSC TSSC. Annie Oakley 5091. Reserve bred known will go to Luke Zimmerman with All-Star Barbara 523.
Champion was entry number 437, our bred known. It was sired by Blacklist out of the Annie Lou cow and bred by Braylon Schaefer, who's also the exhibitor in Hagerstown, Maryland. Our reserve was entry number 4042, All-Star Barbara, 523, a daughter of R.W. Timeless, a bull that was bred in the Worthington herd in California.
Yes.
Shown by Luke Zimmerman in Camigo, Illinois. And now we're getting ready for class number 8. Class number 8, and Al, we got another really powerhouse class of late March heifers.
And then we start off class number 8, entry number 4072. That is Haig Georgina, 3305, exhibited by Lillian Shimmersy, if I can say that right, from Michigan City, Indiana.
And she would have been bred by the Clark family in Wolcott, Indiana. And we have entry number 473, Conley DT Sandy, 5168. Shown by Weston Haig in Plymouth, Indiana, and a daughter of Keneally A1.
And then we have entry number 4075. That is Horseman Lady, 533N, exhibited by Blake Miller of West Lafayette, Indiana.
We have entry number 4076, Dameron Primrose, 553, a daughter of Dignity, shown by Clara Coopers in Leroy, Illinois.
Then we have entry number 4077. That is Sol Ellie, 569-7N, exhibited by Jacob Stouffer of Warsaw, Indiana.
Entry number 4078 is LCHF Madam Pride 001N, a daughter of Keneally Craftsman from Emma Lejeune in Elton, Louisiana.
Then we have entry 4079. That is BLC Proven Queen 2502, exhibited by Cheyenne Brunkner of Ottawa, Kansas.
We have entry number 4080, Hendrickson Erica 5013, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Braley Fuss at Merrimack, Oklahoma.
And entry number 4084, WB Princess 520, exhibited by Kipton Taylor Thummel of Ravenwood, Missouri.
And look what her mother is, the famous EXAR Princess 6680. And we have entry number 4085, REEM Ellis Nutty Nancy, 2522, a daughter of Colburn Primo, shown by Brooke Collier at Waldo, Arkansas.
And that rounds out your class number 8, Tom.
What do you think of her name, 4085? They call her Nutty Nancy.
Well, there might be some truth in that. There could be a reason. I'd say there's a story behind that somewhere if I had to guess.
There's got to be. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 females in the show class. And we got Daughters of the Carrot, A1 by the Cool Cat, Dignity, New Heights, Craftsman, Replay, Carrot, Executive Decision, and Primo. Another.
We only have one entry scratched in this class, Tom, from the program.
Okay, we discovered which one yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. You've been doing very good at discovering that.
Well, I've been trying. It's all we can do is try.
You know, everybody will be wanting to go to the National Junior Show this year. It's going to be held in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yes.
At the Kentucky Fair and Exposition Ground. I was just down there the other day, and man, there's construction galore.
Everywhere, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, you can get yourself run over if you're not careful.
And that'll be during the week of the 4th of July, Tom. We'll be celebrating 251 years, right?
No, 250.
250
We're going to be 250 years
yes.
old. 1776.
You know, Tom, as we go through this show, as the day goes on, the quality just keeps getting deeper and better as we go on, don't they?
Well, the heifers keep getting a little older, and they start showing more maturity and more of a kind of a maternal look. Again, you know, if you don't think these classes are dangerous, just get yourself one and bring it out here.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I mean, this class here now, it is loaded with danger. It's loaded with danger. And you know, it's amazing in this Angus breed how we've come to recognize and define show sires.
Yes.
And usually that has a lot to do with their conformation, their hair coats, because that's a big thing in a show heifer. For the most part, she's got to have a pretty fancy hair coat.
You know, Tom, wonder how it would be and how people would react if they made it a rule, an indefinite rule that you had to slick shear your cattle before you brought them to a show.
I think it would take a lot of the challenges and beauty out of it.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. You know,
Sullivan Show Supply wouldn't have reason to even be here, would they?
Yeah, it would be a not a good situation for them. But you know, when they get them fitted and clipped, they get looking pretty fancy.
They do, Tom. I'll have to say they do. They sure do.
You know, just from my own experience, you know, it used to be one of the big way to evaluate Angus cattle was through the International Livestock Show that ran from 1900 to 1975. It was held every year during Thanksgiving weekend. There were 2 times in 2014 and 15, excuse me, 1914 and 15 because of World War I, it wasn't held. And then in 1942, 43, 44, and 45 because of World War II. The facility was used for military purposes, the International Amphitheater in Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I tell you what, that's where every year the International Grand Champion Bull was selected, and that was kind of the measuring point of the Angus breed. There was a saying, if you don't own an International Grand Champion Bull, at least own a son of an International Grand Champion Bull.
And that was nearly the same thing, wasn't it, back in those days?
Yeah, I mean,
nearly, not completely, but nearly.
But shows basically governed the breed, and the International was the show that kept it going. And then the stockyards in Chicago closed in 1971, and finally the International came to a close in 1975. And of course, at that time, Kentucky Governor Wendell Ford, who later became a United States Senator, was governor of the state, and he and Senator Albert Gore kind of rescued the North American. They kind of got it fired up along with Harold Workman, and the first North American was held in 1974. So in 1974 and 1975, there were basically 2 internationals, one in Chicago and one in Louisville.
Sure, sure.
So that's the way it came down. And just as this little side note, not to bore you to death, but if you came to the show and you traveled on an interstate, I always call it the Interstate Angus Highway because it was two Angus breeders that led the legislation for the interstate highway system. And one of them was President Eisenhower. He was in the executive decision, and he was really for the interstate highway system, and he drove the program hard. Of course, he was an Angus breeder in a town called Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And then over on the legislative side, Senator Albert Gore, the senior senator from Tennessee, he drove home the fact in the Senate that the interstate highway system needed to happen. So it was a bipartisan. One was a Democrat, that was Senator Gore. The Republican was Dwight Eisenhower. And they worked together in driving the interstate system. That's why I call it the Interstate Angus system. And that's how it became, the funding and everything became part of our nation.
Oh, sure.
Judging coaches of the world would enjoy talking one like this because there's some differences. There's quality all the way through to that fourth place heifer that's awfully good as well. And but there's some differences. A bigger outline heifer is going to win the class, and we think.
I think in that era, I think maybe there was more partisan working together, more than there is today. You know, I don't think that Hakeem Jeffries and the senator from New York worked very good with the Republicans, John Thune from South Dakota. They seem like they don't really much care for each other.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you know more about that than I do. So.
Well, I don't know a lot about it, but I know a little bit.
Led out ahead of her. This is a really cool one with some neat parts and pieces as we look at her down the road. Nice female heifer, long body, kind of a heifer, super smooth, just give it a little bit of body when you compare to those females above her. The baldy heifer, again, we talk high quality kind of cattle.
We've got a pretty high quality class here, class number 8, which is the late March heifers. Late March heifer. Have you found that a Nutty Nancy?
Well, I'd say no. Is that the wait a minute? Is that the one we think is scratched, or is that the one you're just looking for, Tom?
I'm looking for 85. See if you find 4085. That's Nutty Nancy. I think this is her right in front of us.
It is, yeah, right there. That's her.
She's shown by Nutty Nancy is shown by Brooks Collier in Waldo, Arkansas. And he purchased her up in DeWitt, Iowa. DeWitt, Iowa was the home of a long-time regional manager, Lyle Herring, who was really a champion for juniors. He'd have to be recognized as one of the early champions of the junior show, along with Lyle Herring and Dean Hurlbut.
And our good friend Dean Hurlbut unfortunately passed away during the week of the National Junior Show this past summer in Tulsa, Oklahoma, didn't he, Tom?
Yes, and I had the pleasure of attending his funeral, which was very well done. His wife was there. She used to work for the Angus Association. She was in, and then they had 2 daughters, and they were both there. And then Dean was buried just about a quarter of a mile off I-29 in a cemetery in St. Joe, Missouri.
And Dean was, did I hear you say he was 92 years old at the time of his passing?
He was 92. He worked for the Angus Association over 40 years. He was hired by, he was a county agent when he came to the Angus Association in South Dakota, and he was hired by Frank Richards, who was the CEO of the American Angus Association.
Very respected man in the business, wasn't he, Tom?
Yes, and when I was president of the Minnesota Junior Angus Association, we worked very closely with him because we would put on 5 field days every summer.
5 field days, okay. That, you know, Tom, that would be a year-long project itself, trying to put on 5 field days.
5 field days.
That's a lot of work.
And they were sponsored by the Minnesota Junior Angus Association. And 4 of us would go along. I would go along. Richard Leary from Caledonia, Minnesota was one of us. Dean Denzer from LeSueur, Minnesota was the other one. And then my twin brother, Tony Burke. And so we'd put on these field days, and Dean would go with us. And at that time, our regional manager was, he was from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, was our regional manager.
Tom, it looks like Weston could be in contention for first place if she doesn't change her mind in this class.
Let's see, Weston, yeah.
Chad's son, Weston Haig.
Yeah, he got his heifer from Case Conley, and she is a Sandy. She's a Sandy, and she'd go back through the Sandy cow family.
Well, a good class here. Good cattle all the way down the line, all the way. There was, as I was pulling them, I was feeling kind of this sickness because I hate having to pull such good cattle that far down the line. I did think these two were the higher quality ones that hit me whenever they first came in. Those became the ones that kind of surfaced in my mind. And so I think you can find some differences between the two of them. I thought for me, the young man's, I think that she transitions just a little bit smoother from her shoulder into her forerib. I think between the two, both of them in terms of their body depth are really good, but I think she's probably a little bit better back in through her rear rib and flank as she continues to work back just a little bolder, a little deeper and softer there as you work back in further into her flank. And so I like the way she transitions out just a little bit bolder right behind her shoulder, a little smoother, a little deeper back to her rear rib and flank. Now, I think in terms of just look and presence up front, I love the young ladies that's in second. And if we just take a picture of these from the side in terms of which one maybe hits you the hardest in terms of her look and presence, front, I love the presence and just the femininity in that heifer there. And I still think really good in terms of her lower joint work, her flexibility. I thought for me, she didn't hit me quite behind her shoulder, a little flatter, and then probably just a little flatter from behind, wants to pull in down through her hock and just get a little more closed up for me. But a good heifer, a lot of quality. There's pieces in this one that I really, really like in terms of extension, stoutness of bone work. There's your look at her. I mean, she has unique pieces, and that's probably where I just kept edging with her as we get into the next several. But I do think that she needs to be better right behind her shoulder. She gets more upright in the angle to her front end, a little weaker behind her shoulder in terms of her spine, and then wants to push out just a little bit in her hock from behind. So we could change some things on her, but I did her unique extras, I did like quite a bit. A really solid heifer that comes next. She's more moderate. She is stronger in her top line and her spine. I like her depth of heart and body type. She's got just a little more chest, and then she becomes a little more refined in terms of her foot, her bone work for me personally to get much higher. I like the heifer that comes next at the standstill whenever the young lady gets her parked and put together. You've done a good job of getting her presented. In motion is where she falls out just a little more for me. She gets just a shot more restricted in terms of her hind leg movement, wants to open at the top side of her blade. I like this heifer. I think there's a lot of quality here. I thought of those, she gave up quite a bit of rib and body type and just depth and overwhelming center compared to those ones that go out in front of her. I do think a lot of upside in that heifer, though. I still think a ton of quality there. A young lady that comes next, a little more stoutness of foot and bone. I like that in terms of her stoutness of structure. I thought she wanted to pinch and come in just a little bit in her pinch hind set, she wants to pull her hock in and almost get a little extra set to her hind leg, we could change her just a little bit there and probably make her just a shot more attractive up front. A big boned heifer that comes next. I thought she got just a little bit coarser out here, didn't piece everything together quite as well. And then we round out the class, I think, with a heifer that's functional, just a little bit plainer in terms of her balance, a little frailer in terms of her bone work. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Winner in this class was shown by Weston Haig in Plymouth, Indiana, on Conley DT Sandy 5168, a daughter of Conley A1 from the world-renowned Sandy family, a heifer that was bred by Case Conley in Sulphur, Oklahoma.
And now, Tom, we are showing class number 9. Class number 9, we have entry numbers 4088, exhibit Sol Ellie, 5659N, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky.
And we have 4089 HFF Princess 503, the daughter of Turning Point, shown by Shelby Holtz at Hannibal, Missouri, Burton Holtz at Hannibal, Missouri, and Ann Holtz at Hannibal, Missouri.
And then we have entry number 4091, AVF Sarah, 7835, exhibited by Kelsey Ray Tice of Leavenworth, Kansas.
We have entry number 4092, TXLO Sandy, a daughter of Forbes, Severa Form, shown by Helen Beach in Lindsay, Oklahoma.
And then we have entry number 4093, Dal Porto Sandy, 5532, exhibited by Braxton Tyler Rearneson of Milburn, Nebraska.
We have entry number 494, CF Proven Queen 521, a daughter of Conley No Limits, shown by Briley Roberts at Orion, Illinois.
Entry number 4095, SWSN Lucy 5004, exhibited by Bo Ann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri.
Entry 4097, EXAR Winnie 5731, a daughter of R.W. Timeless from McCamey Jean Emerson in Arkansas.
Entry number 4098, Conley Erica 5195. Exhibited by Cambria Cook of Clovis, California.
Entry 4099 is CBWB Princess 518, a daughter of PBF Capone, shown by Hattie Rose Walker.
Exhibited by Weston Hagg of Plymouth, Indiana, with Connolly DT Sandy 5168. Second place, exhibited by Cheyenne Brunker of Ottawa, Kansas, BLC Proven Queen 2502. Third place, exhibited by Jacob Stouffer of Warsaw, Indiana. Fourth place was exhibited by Brooks Collier of Waldo, Arkansas. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Lillian Schmizzy of Michigan City, Indiana. Sixth place went to Briley Fuss. Seventh place, and congratulations, will go to Claire Kuipers. Now in the ring is Class 9.
Let me get those down, if you will, please. It would be
5-1-10.
5-1-10. 7-3. 9-2-6. Well, in our last class, our winner, of course, came from Weston Haig. And in second place was Cheyenne Runker of Ottawa, Kansas, and a daughter of Replay from the Proven Queen family that we've talked about a lot. And then in third place was Jake Stoffer from Warsaw, Indiana. He had a heifer from Sarah Sullivan, started by New Heights. That's that new UDE bull. And fourth place, of course, was Brooks Collier with his daughter of Primo. And then fifth went to Lillian Schmieden at Michigan City, Indiana, on a daughter of the Carrot. And, of course, sixth was Briley Fuss on a daughter of the Carrot. Briley lives in Merrimack, Oklahoma. Seventh was Dameron Primrose, a daughter of Dignity, shown by Clara Marie Coopers in Leroy, Illinois. Of course, eighth was WB Princess 520, a daughter of Executive Decision from the Tummel family in Ravenwood, Missouri. Ninth belonged to Emma Lejeune at Alton, Louisiana, on a daughter of Keneally Craftsman. And rounding out was 10th was Blake Miller of West Lafayette, Indiana, on a daughter of Cool Cat from the Gamble Lady family. Al, we've got another really kind of a really interesting class and a big one. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 heifers in this class, and these heifers are all late March born. And who have we got, Al?
We've already listed these off, Tom. Entering class number 9. We already named these.
Okay,
yeah.
we did, didn't we?
And you know, there's no scratches in this class, Tom. Everything is exactly what they're supposed to be as in the program.
You know, we've had a couple of sires now. It looks like they're going to emerge a bull called PBF Capone.
Capone, I think in due time, Tom, I really believe Capone could be the next show ring sire in the next couple of years.
And I don't think we can overlook a bull called New Heights.
You think he's well on his way?
He's a UD
a Udell bred bull.
Yeah, Udell bred bull, and I think he's certainly going to be. Why don't we pull him up and see just how he is bred? Let's analyze him for just a minute. And you know we have a really good class. You know, we were talking about history of the breeds. You know, Al, I remember in 1953 that my father and my twin brother and myself went to the International Livestock Show in Chicago, Illinois. It was 1953, and at that time it was considered the major Angus event in the world. And we went down to that show and saw the international champion bull win named Old Bart Learmere. He was he was bred at Ohio State University. He was sired by Bart Learmere's second, which was a Tolan bull, and he was exhibited by Lester Leachman from New York. And Lester had him there, and then after he was champion, he joined up with his brother and Alan Ryan at Ankeny. So Old Bart Learmere, of course, he was champion in '53. I would have been 10 years old at the International. And then in 1955, Old Bart Learmere sired the International Grand Champion bull and Coney Nobi 13. But what I was getting at, when we were at the International, Tony and I snuck off to the to see the portraits at the Purebred Livestock Building at the Saddle and Sirloin. And we went off and looked at the portraits, and we really enjoyed that. And of course, never did I dream that one day I would be a member of that. So I treasure that with great passion in my heart.
No, you know, Tom, you may be the only person that could really say that, to be honest.
To say what?
I mean the only person to say that you were there that day that's, you know.
Yeah, I was right there and looking at the portraits. And of course, Tony, my brother, was more of an Angus nerd than I was. He really was tuned up on things. And so we really enjoyed being at the International and seeing Old Bart Learmere. Now, Old Bart Learmere was really had a lot of condition on him. He was a bull that was really tuned up for the show.
Tom, right here's New Heights.
This is the bull I said we're going to have to keep an eye on. He is a Dignity son, back to Insight, back to SAV Brilliance, back to SAV Brilliance is sired by Bismarck. And then the sire Dignity is out of a first-class dam from Sarah's Dream. And then the dam of New Heights came from Four Corner Farm. She was the first to go back to first class. And then the second dam is by OSU Currency, a bull that was bred at Oklahoma State University. And then as you go back and look at the pedigree, it goes back to the Champion Hill of Paul Hill on the Champion Hill Blackbird 33, a female that is the foundation basically of the family, the Phyllis family.
We're going to leave them the way they came in and start with this dark red heifer to win. This is the one
They would go.
that just combines the most good things and from really the trio. This is a heifer that moves good. She's super solid.
See, the Champion Hill Blackbird 33 was started by Minor Fortune 2000 that came from Bull Minor in Nebraska back to the Sure Top Fortune 3261 that came from the John Shear family in Nebraska. The second dam of Champion Hill Blackbird 33 was by Pine Drive Big Sky. So really a pretty interesting pedigree. And then back to General J.J. Patton, the Great Big Northern, to Fleetwood Can-Am from Richard White up in New York to Can-Am, and then back to Bill Landauer, bull called Anconian Big Bandolier 66, a bull of GB13S that he purchased from Ankeny. So really those Phyllises have really got some power in the blood when you look at great cattle in their pedigrees. And of course, ultimately, they go back to the great Penny and James bull, Eilemere 487, who was known as the Wonder Bull of the breed. You know, Eilemere 487, if you ever go to Kansas City, about 40 miles north of Kansas City is a town called Hamilton, Missouri. And that's where J.C. Penney and Orange James had their famous home place herd. And the sale barn is still there. A lot of the pens are still there. But most important, the grave site and burial site of Eilemere 487
Great top pair.
is there.
I love these two, and I think they're both tremendously good. And you can go back and forth between the two of them. But for me, whenever they came around and got set up, and whenever the young lady cooperates, man, she is lights out good looking. I love her presence from the side is so good. She is really attractive. I think she is awesome in terms of her neck set, and I think in motion she probably stays just a little bit better in terms of the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder. She stays together just a little bit better at the top side of it. I love her stoutness of structure, and still she is very comfortable, really loose in the way she uses her lower joint work and gets out and just stays as comfortable as you'd like to see her go. Now, she could be just a little bit better. Sometimes she breaks a little bit behind her spine and comes up just a tad bit in her loin, but I think an extremely high quality heifer to win the class. This was the first one to come in the class, and I thought, man, I'd be happy to land on this one. I like her a lot, and I do, and I think those two are awfully good and make a very good pair, because really I think she rivals our class winner in terms of top line consistency. The way she comes out of the back of her shoulder, hooks to pins, awesome there, especially stopped and put together at the standstill. I think her hip and hind leg is really. She gets a little open at the top of her shoulder. She drops her neck just a little bit, and she does have just a shot more leather between those two. I thought those two are very good and very high quality. I like that pair a really good deal. The young ladies that comes next, I think just in terms of look and refinement and freshness is where she lands above the two that come behind her. I just read her a little more youthful, a little fresher. I like her refinement about her head and her neck just a shot better. I don't think that she's quite as overwhelming in terms of her forerib, the depth back to her rear rib and flank, and then probably not quite as attractive in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg whenever we set those cattle into motion. The next two are probably more similar than they are different. The young ladies here, I thought in terms of stoutness of structure, type and substance is tremendous in her. Didn't read her quite as fresh as those ones that go out in front of her. We could freshen her up just a little bit, and then she's not quite as perfect in the way she sets down in her hind leg either, but I do like her stoutness and her substance. Same thing here, another one, and really at the standstill I can really buy into this one. If we're just judging her standing still, I think she shuffles up some spots. It's in motion she falls out and just has a few more problems there in terms of her front end. The way she gets out of it opens up and drops just a little bit too much. A highly presented one that comes next. I love her top line consistency. She ties her neck good. She's not as long and as extended up front, and then we could change her lower body balance because she's got just a shot more chest. Wants to cut up into her flank, gets just a little short out of her hip and a little frailer in terms of her hind leg. A good looking one that comes next. I like her extension up front. Top line balance is good. Gets a little bit too frail in terms of her rear foot and bone. We need need to stouten her up and probably make her hit us with just a shot more substance. The young ladies that comes next, another one, very collected in terms of her top lines. She's got some body shape, just in terms of her lower body balance. She's a little inverted, deepest in her chest, and wants to cut up into her flank. A smaller, cuter heifer that comes next, a little greener, and gives up some size and performance, and just didn't hit me quite as hard. And then we could change her front end structure, and she wants to toe out a little bit up front, get a little extra set to her hind leg. And then we round out the class with another female, good in terms of top line strength and consistency, just a little plainer, a little coarser out here in a tough set of heifers. Congratulations, those exhibitors, really, really good on the top end.
Okay, Tom, and our placings, and well, I'll tell you what, we'll just let her announce them from the main block.
Well, congratulations to the Angus ring result of Class 9. First place was exhibited by Cambria Cook, Clovis, California, with Connolly Erica, 51.95. Second place in that class will go to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with Sol Ellie, 56.59. Third place in that class, and congratulations goes to Boann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri, with WB SWSN Lucy, 50.09. Fourth place was exhibited by McCamey Jean of Emerson, Arkansas.
Okay, in this class,
another ring full of females, Tom, that we have here. Introducing class number 10. This is going to be.
Let's finish up class 9. They cut it off short.
Well, okay, placing first in class number 9. First place was Conley, entry number 4098, Conley Erica, 5195, exhibited by Cambria Cook of Clovis, California.
And second was Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, on a daughter of Udell New Heights.
Third was entry number 4095, WB Lucy, 5004, exhibited by Boann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri.
And fourth was EXAR Winnie, 5731, a daughter of Timeless, shown by McCamey Emerson in Arkansas.
Placing fifth, entry number 4094, FCF Proven Queen, 521, exhibited by Briley Roberts of Orion, Illinois.
And sixth was entry number 4095, Del Porto Sandy, a daughter of Collison Alpha, shown by Braxton Rainerson in Millburn, Nebraska.
Entry 4091, placing seventh, goes to AVF Sarah, 7835, sired by Stag Good Times, exhibited by Kelsey Ray Tice of Leavenworth, Kansas.
And eighth was entry number
4092.
And that was TXLO Sandy 3017, a daughter of the Showboat of the Year, Selvera Forbes, shown by Helen Beach in Lindsay, Oklahoma.
And placing ninth is entry number 4099, CBWB Princess 518, exhibited by Heidi Rose Walker of Ryan, Oklahoma.
And 10th was entry 4089, HFF Princess 5003, sired by Stevenson Turning Point, shown by Shelby Burton and Ann Holtz in Hannibal, Missouri.
And now we're going to be introducing class number 10. Class 10, we start off with entry number 4105. This is Conley Erica, 5849, exhibited by Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma.
And entry 4106 is WBSWSN Princess, 5003, a daughter of Executive Decision, from Zoe Lynn Cottrell in Lawton, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4108, PVF Proven Queen, 5043, exhibited by Caden Crane of Mounds, Illinois.
Entry 4109 is 360 Missy 5901. She is a daughter of Good Times, shown by Stevie Hogg in Seminole, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4110, that is FCF RRL Sarah's Dream, 516, exhibited by Charlie Armstrong of Fredericksburg, Indiana.
Entry number 4111 is Oakley Pinup Gal, a daughter of Conley Bristol, shown by Gracie Brooklyn Borson at Mountain View, Alberta, Canada.
And entry number 4112, RRU Frontier Gal 5002, exhibited by Raylan Rose Yunwin, if I can say that right, Unwin of Yukon, Oklahoma.
Entry 4113 is 360 Diane 5801, a daughter of
Follow Me.
Follow Me, shown by Riley Eccles in Holdenville, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4118. This is BWNZ Sarah's Dream 5394, exhibited by Lillian Shizami, if I can say that correctly, from Michigan City, Indiana.
I think you did. Entry 4119 is Lemonator Proven Queen M18. A daughter PBF Marvel, shown by Abigail Koenig in De Leon, Texas.
And entry number 4120, rounding out this class number 10, is Schaefer's Winnie 513, exhibited by Mackenzie Fishburne of Lawrence, Kansas. And then at the conclusion of this class, Tom, we'll be choosing our Junior Heifer Calf Division II champion and reserve and bred and owned champion and reserve.
We really have another very dangerous class. You talk about deep competition.
Oh, it was so dangerous.
It's about as tough as it can possibly be. We got Daughters of Bristow and Executive Decision. Of course, he was the ROV Showboat of the Year. Marvel, Good Times, Dignity, Bristow, No Limit, Follow Me, Reckoning, Marvel, and Noble.
Tom, we have a Canadian heifer out here in this ring right now, don't we?
From Alberta, Canada. But she's a U.S. bred heifer. She is a U.S. bred heifer. She is entry number 4111. Came from the Oakley herd in Tennessee, shown by Grace Morrison in Mountain View, Alberta, Canada. Did you find her?
Yeah, 4111.
Yeah. Okay, well, now these heifers. These heifers are all now up weighing in that. I was just looking at their weights. They're pushing that 1,000-pound category. As they walk by here, from 900 to 1,000 pounds is the weight of these heifers as they come strolling by. Here's one that weighs 1,042. But a pretty exciting class of heifers. This class really turns the dogs out when you look at the strength. Did you pull up that cow I was looking for, Al?
No, I did not. I've got somebody reaching out on text messages. Let me see who this is.
Okay. And we're ready for you to tell us about it, Al.
Well, this wasn't so much a reaching out. This was someone kind of more so telling me what to do. But anyway, yeah, we can call out the exhibitors as they're in the ring. Okay, we're good. What was that number you wanted, Tom?
The number I was looking for was 213-20470.
Give me a second to pull that up.
She was a dam of the last class winner that was shown by Cambria Cook in Clovis, California. And we get time, you're going to get me that book, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll go get it here in a second.
This is the gold one.
Tom, as we've already said yesterday during the Bull Show, we have a full list of sales that we have scheduled with the American Angus Hall of Fame Sale Management Company for this spring. We've got several on the list, but there's always room for more, isn't there, Tom? There's always room for more.
And the only cure for Angus fever is?
To have an auction.
Is an Angus sale.
So if anybody is thinking about having a sale, or if you currently already do and you would like to have a third-person party there to represent your cattle and so on and so forth, and serve as your cheerleaders and your sale managers all in one, we would certainly be more than happy to work with you with the American Angus Hall of Fame.
Well, I'll second that motion.
On the behalf of Tom, myself, and Kurt Schaff, who's not here with us today, he'll be here tomorrow, but we certainly would love to work for you and work for your Angus program and your reputational herd building as we go along.
Al, I'm really proud of this. I've been managing Angus sales 60 years, longer than anyone in the history of the breed. So I got 60 years of excitement that I've had a chance. I was analyzing the breed one day, and my first Angus female carried number 700,000. Now we're recording entry number 22 million.
It's amazing, isn't
So
it?
I've had an opportunity to view 95% of the Angus breed. 95% of the Angus breed, and I really treasure those thoughts and memories. Our last class winner from Conley Cattle in Sulphur was out of a cow called GJ Erica 914. Was out of a cow called GJ, and she has a daughter in this class as well.
This has been fun. Boy, when you get into these percentages, it's fun. There's some changes.
Here's the number you wanted, Tom.
Okay, this the mother of this last class winner was sired by the cow was Keneally Erica 5849. She was a Keneally Bristow daughter by Lead the Way Back to Follow Me. Her his dam was by Blue Chip, and then the bottom side, the GJ Erica 914 was by Bush's Unbelievable, who was by Bismarck, and then the second dam was by Dameron Ransom. And I lost it. Would you bring it up again?
Well, congratulations to grand champion percentage Reading. It's female accepted by Carly Jr. Frankton, Indiana, and GR Ranchi Bible.
You know, Tom, it's amazing how much the breed has improved in terms of quality in these show prospects as the years have went on, hasn't it?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree.
And congratulations, your reserve grand champion percentage Reading is exhibited by Reed Groves, Banks, Oklahoma, with BKGR Miss Lydia 30110. Congratulations to those percentage Reading exhibitors. Take a brief photo break here at Arena 1 before we get started with your National Reading is Female Show.
Okay, we're working on class number 10. Class number 10, and these are the early born March heifers.
And then after we complete class number 10, Tom, we will be going into a division. They'll be choosing the second division champion in reserve of the junior heifer calf division, and then we'll do a bred and owned reserve division champion in reserve, and then we will jump into class number 11.
Okay.
And class number 11, that will be we're showing marches right now. Class number 11 after the division will start the Februarys.
Boy, these heifers that have really a look-alike, don't they?
They sure do.
You lead them around. I tell you what now, they really show favor to each other. And we got in this class, we've got heifers from Oklahoma, from Illinois, Indiana, Alberta, Canada, Indiana, Texas, and Kansas. So here at the 6th Annual Cattlemen's Congress. in Oklahoma City. We had rain here in Oklahoma City last night, but it's turning out to be a very pleasant day. Again, it's very comfortable outside.
You know, Tom, it doesn't even feel like it should be the first week of January. It feels like it should be like a mid-April day almost. It's so warm outside.
You know, in our last class, I thought it was kind of interesting. Our first prize heifer, Conley Erica 5195, was out of a GJ Erica 914. And that cow family went back to a family that Max Hofmeister, an Angus breeder in Imperial, Nebraska. He was a pioneer breeder in the 40s and 50s, did a lot for Angus cattle in the state of Nebraska as far as popularizing them. His name was Max Hofmeister. He lived in Imperial, Nebraska.
Never did know him.
Well, I went to visit him in his senior years.
Tom, it's a good thing this isn't, if I was judging, it's a good thing this isn't life or death decision, because I might make the wrong choice in picking the right heifer out here to win this class, you know.
I'm not sure you could be wrong.
I don't know you could either. It's
I'm
very
not sure
difficult.
as nice as these heifers are, I'm not sure there's a wrong or right. There's some awfully nice heifers standing 6, 7, and 8. You know, next year, of course, they'll have these heifers bred, and then they can bring their progeny back as a bred and owned.
If they want to, yeah.
If they so desire, or they can show her. They can also show her in the cow class. So there's plenty of room to continue to show them.
Lots of opportunities.
Unlimited.
You know, Tom, we've talked about a lot of things, but I think as we the main topic in the cattle business right now is how we're in such it's almost a fantasy, a dream come true almost, how high a value that beef prices are right now, Tom. It really is.
An all-time record high.
Yes, that they've never been higher. And there's never been a better time in history since God created mankind to be in the cattle business than right now, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that makes it so good that the Angus, certified Angus beef is so good and so safe.
Oh, yes.
You know, you get some of this beef from some of these other countries, you don't know what happened to it.
That's right. That's right.
I've always been a fan of country of origin labeling.
Yes.
I think that's very important.
Cool is what they call it. Cool.
Country of origin labeling. I think it's very important, but it doesn't seem to gather much traction. And because a lot of these people will bring in beef from foreign countries and then process it in the United States and call it American beef. American processed beef. Would you give me that pedigree, but your phone again, please?
Tell me what you need.
The same one you had.
I've already took it out.
Oh.
Tom, we talk about a lot of these classic country music artists that you grew up listening to. We're listening to quite a few of them right here in the Coliseum, aren't we? Conway Twitty, different ones. Hank Williams.
We haven't heard anything from Johnny Cash today. You know, he was an Angus breeder. He had a herd up at Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Well, Tom, that didn't last long enough to even count for anything,
it
did it?
still counts.
That's okay. Okay. Tom, I do have a birthday wish here. I would like to wish a happy birthday to my good friend down in Chatsworth, Georgia, Seth Ridley. One thing you won't like about it, he's a breeder of Hereford cattle, but he's a good cowboy at the same time.
That doesn't say we can't pray for him.
That's right. That's right. He and his wife Alicia and their daughter McKinley are showing Herefords and raising a few horses and beef cattle. So happy birthday to my good friend Seth Ridley from down in Chatsworth, Georgia.
And where's Chatsworth at?
In Georgia. That's all I know. Never have been there before.
Okay.
Not sure. But anyway, yes, they are definitely a beef cattle show family.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yep.
And we're still looking for birthdays and anniversaries.
Yes.
And anybody who wants to talk to us, how do we do it, Al?
You can call me on my cell phone, 270-566-8822, or you can send a text message. Once again,
Really
text
good all
message
the way
preferred.
through and a little more challenging to put together because there is so much quality so far on down the line. And so just kind of started picking and wasn't exactly sure what we were going to end up with here on the top end. But I do like several of these heifers on the top end, really down through 6 and 7, I think are all very, very good. And you can find some different advantages between some of these. I probably think that these top two become a little harder to pick a hole for me. I think those two are really, really good and become kind of the problem-free options. And I think for me, what it came down to at the end, whenever they get stopped and set up, and really I think you step in behind them, I probably tend to think our class winner comes with a shot more natural dimension, especially as you work down kind of through her lower quarter down to the ground. The heifer in second wants to close up just a little bit more there. So I think that our class winner really, especially whenever you talk about from her shoulder back, I really like a lot of things in her. Now in motion and standing still, she's got just a little bit of chest, and then in motion she gets to where she wants to kind of shorten up a little bit and doesn't maintain her look quite as well. And so I think that's where you can make a case for the heifer in second, because she gets out and maintains her balance really. As far as the fundamentals of build and flexibility, she is as good as anything whenever we get her out and going, and I still think stopped and presented at the profile, very high quality. The question for me is, there just enough extras? Probably for me, is there enough power? I think she wants to close a little bit more from behind. I wish she came just a little stouter, a little bolder there, but I thought those two were awfully, awfully good. And I love the young ladies in third as well, especially some of those things that we picked on the heifer in second. This one's moderation and body type and substance is really, really good. And I like her stoutness of bone work. I think of those three, she becomes just a little quicker and a little cuter in her maturity pattern. In motion, she kind of wants to roll up just a little bit in her top line, and she can get where it's a little straighter in terms of her hind leg, so we could change those couple of things there. I like this heifer. I think a lot of quality in her in terms of her look and her presence up front. I like her lower body depth and sweep back to her rear rib and flank. I thought she didn't transition from her shoulder into her fore rib quite as well. Sometimes she doesn't stay quite as level and square out of her pin set, and we could change her hind leg just a little bit where she's a shot more attractive in motion. This heifer is really, really nice as well, and I think one could float a few different ways, because I like her stoutness of bone work. I like her moderation. Her look up front is really good. With those others out here, she began to look a little cute, a little quicker in her maturity pattern. She was wanting to run downhill just a little bit more and open up just a shot at the top of her blade, but man, a really, really nice heifer. The young ladies, this is next here. Another one I really like in terms flexibility. Her hip and hind leg is as comfortable as anything. Where she runs into trouble is her lower body balance. She gets too deep at the base of her chest. She wants to cut up into her flank just a little bit more. That throws off her balance a shot from the side. Tremendous centered heifer that comes next. I love this one. She's as good and deep in her heart and her sweep back to her rear rib and flank as anything. She just becomes a little too plain up front. She wants to get a little extra set to her hind leg there as well. So we can change those couple of things. A green heifer that comes next that I think has a lot of upside. Didn't want to show off or cooperate quite the best out here, but I think in terms of feet and leg structure and just upside and quality, Really, really good. I think time will be in that heifer's favor. This one that comes after her probably does have just a shot more center substance, little too plain from her shoulder forward. I like the young ladies that comes next at the standstill. I get just a little more critical of her in motion in terms of her hip and hind leg structure. Got just a little more navel. Need to change her where she's just a shot more comfortable. And then we round out the class. Another good heifer and probably a little greener within this of her rib and her body. She hit me probably the hardest of the cattle that we had out here. So hopefully with time she bellies down just a little bit more because still a lot of quality all the way through there. Good class, a lot of good cattle. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Angus ring. Results out of Class 10. First place exhibited by Caden Crane of Mounds, Illinois with PVF Proven Queen 50-43, my apologies. Second place in that class was exhibited by Lillian Schmizzy of Michigan City, Indiana with BNWZ Sarah's Dream 53-94. Third place was exhibited by Abigail Koenig of De Leon, Texas with Lemonager Proven Queen N18. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Zoe Lynn Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Gracie Borson of Mountain View County, Alberta. Sixth place and congratulations went to Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Select the champion reserve junior heifer calf here in Division 2.
Alan, in our last class, our class winner was shown by Caden Crane in Mounds, Illinois, on a daughter of Marvel from the famous Proven Queen family. Second went to BNWZ Sarah's Dream. And third went to a Marvel daughter.
I'm certainly probably not setting any records in terms of speed, but these are really good. And where it gets close and it's tougher to make some of those decisions, I want to make sure I give you guys the time that you deserve. So we'll move right into our division. I feel really good about the 6 that came back out here. I think there's quality in all 6 of them. We started off in that first class, and I thought those 2 rose to the top of the class. And really, I think you can go back and forth a little bit between those 2. We talked about the young man's just a little bit better, I thought, right behind her shoulder in terms of her forerib, the depth and boldness back to her rear rib and flank, but an ultra high quality one that was second in that class as well. I like both of those a good deal. The 2 that came out of the second class, the young ladies that was second actually was the first one that came in the ring, and I was thinking, man, I'll be really happy if this is the one I'm going to land on. And then this one was, I think, maybe the last or close to the last heifer that came in, and I thought, man, we got 2 really special heifers on the top end of this class. And we talked about how there's things that we could take between both of those, because I love the stoutness of structure, the flexibility, the look up front of the heifer that won the class. And we talked about how she could be just a little bit better in terms of right behind her spine and levelness from hooks to pins, and that's where that heifer complements her, because she's dead level coming out of her hip, still really good in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg. I didn't think maybe she was quite as unique in terms of her presence up front. She's not plain, but where we get to kind of splitting hairs there, I thought our class winner had the advantage, but man, I thought those 2 were really, really good. And then we spent quite a bit of time on that last class, a lot of decisions, a lot of good cattle all the way through, and I thought these 2 kind of became the ones a little harder to pick a hole in. Good cattle out here. I don't know if maybe those hit me quite as hard initially as another pair that's out here. For me, I think there's a pair I thought were really close, I thought were really good. The 2 young ladies out of the second class are going to be together.
Well, congratulations in the Angus ring. Your champion Division 2 junior calves will go to Cambria Cook, Clovis, California, bred by Conley Cattle, Sulphur, Oklahoma. That's Conley Erica, 51.95. Reserve in that division will come from the same class and bred by Sarah Sullivan and owned by Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. That's Soul Ellie, 5659N. Our judge is now going to select your champion reserve bred and owned in Division 2.
Al, in our last class, the championship, 4098, Conley Erica 5195 was shown by Cambria Cook in Clovis, California. She was bred by Conley Cattle in Sulphur, Oklahoma, started by Conley Bristow, and the dam was the JG Erica 914, the cow that comes through a strong combination of breeding from Max Hoffmeister, a pioneer Angus breeder in Imperial, Nebraska. In second place, or the reserve division, was 4088 Sauls Ellie 5659. A daughter of New Heights, shown by Josie Phillips. At
The red known
Mazik,
division
Missouri.
here, I think really, really good. And like I mentioned earlier, whenever we were working through the last division, you guys should all be really proud. I think 4 good females that come out here that all have quality that you guys should all be very, very proud to bring out here and exhibit. I do think for me there becomes one just in terms of quality and presence, especially as we project these on down the road. I'd be really, really proud to have her. The young lady up front is going to be our champion. I'll take a look here for reserve. But congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Champion bred and owned in this division is bred and owned by Cheyenne Brunker of Ottawa, Kansas, with BLC Proven Queen 2502.
Bred and owned champion was entry number 4078. 4078 was, let me check this. Excuse me, entry number
4079.
BLC Proven Queen 2502, a daughter of Rose Replay from.
And who was our reserve, Tom? Reserve bred and owned.
The champion was shown by Cheyenne Bunker at Ottawa, Kansas, from the Proven Queen family. And the reserve was entry 4112. And she was RRU Frontier Gal 50012. That was 4112. Started by Conley No Limit, shown by Raylan Unwin in Yukon, Oklahoma. She was a daughter of the famous No Limit from the Frontier Gal family. Now we're ready for class number 11, and this is going to be the late February class. Again, we have entries. Entry 4122, Oakley Pinup Gal 5009, daughter of Conley Bristow, shown by Cambria Cook at Clovis, California.
Entry number 4123, Seldom Rest Sandra D, 36N, sired by Nowatzki Paisley, exhibited by Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4124 is RCC Sandy, 5040, sired by Dignity, shown by Madeline Esknew at Tarzan, Texas.
Entry number 4125, Dalporto Sandy, 5221, sired by the world-famous Express Klassen, exhibited by Braxton Tyler Rynearson of Milburn, Nebraska.
Entry number 4126 is Hunter's Frontier Gal, 5436, by Conley A1, shown by Preston Brockton in Okeen, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4128, Express Frontier Gal, 5689, sired by Paisley, exhibited by Brody Hafner of Orlando, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4130 is 316 Missy, 5902, a daughter of the Good Times.
Entry number, oh, go ahead.
A daughter of the, let's see now, it was entry number
4130.
4130, a daughter of Good Times, shown by Carter Hogue in Seminole, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4131, Conley Honey Bear 5746, sired by Conley A1, exhibited by Memphis Peterson of Pewana, South Dakota.
Entry number 4133 is Core Annie Lou, 575, and a daughter of Blacklist, shown by Lauren Wather in Naviston, Illinois.
Entry number 4134, Coeur Beauty 502, sired by Mahogany Prime, exhibited by Joseph Dean Davis of Council Hill, Oklahoma.
Entry number 4136, CCC Blackbird 5372, a daughter of the Carrot from Kyle Prince in Concord, Virginia.
Now, wait a minute, Tom. We're getting into class number 12 on that. That rounds out our class.
Okay, excuse me. I'm sorry. That does round out the class.
Yes, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 entries, and I believe
all 10 are present.
All 10 are here. Yes, we have all 10 cattle here.
And you know, it's really interesting the power that this class has. We've got from the pinup gals to the Sandys, to the Frontier gals, to the Missies, the Sandy and Annie Lou, and They go right down party lines.
They do, don't they?
Oh, my.
Tom, I have a birthday wish that came through here.
Yes?
Today is Kaiser Albright's birthday. He is the 8-year-old son of Dr. Dana Mae Albright and Doug Albright of Coldwater, Michigan. I think you know them.
Yeah, happy birthday. I tell you what, he's 8 years old.
Kaiser Albright. Happy birthday, Kaiser, 8 years old.
Kaiser, I second the motion as a happy birthday and have a great day. You can keep sending messages all day if you like. And tell them again how we do that.
You can reach my cell phone number at 270-566-8822. Text message preferably, or if you want to call, that's totally fine. We'll be accepting birthday wishes, anniversary wishes, and or significant other recognitions, anything you want to do like that, or if there's something going on in someone's life that is well to be reconciled and talked about and mentioned, we'll definitely do that as far as graduations, anything of that nature, promotions.
You know, Al, we have a good friend listening today, Gordon Schubert, out in Shelbyville, Kentucky. He's been a little bit under the weather, but I tell you what, every day he gets better and stronger. So he's a pioneer, an Angus guy from out in Kentucky. And Gordon, we want to wish you a speedy return with your health, and our thoughts and prayers are with you today.
Absolutely, 110%.
You know, his wife, Ann, is a past president of the American Angus Auxiliary and one of the distinguished women of the American Angus Auxiliary, which is the highest honor that can come to anyone in the American Angus Auxiliary.
You know, Tom, I would call Miss Ann Patton Schubert the All-American Blue Hen of Angus cattle.
She's Angus through and through.
Tom, why don't you explain to our viewers and listeners what the definition of a blue hen is?
You know, a blue hen is a very special person. You know, it's a wife in an Angus operation. That's a cheerleader for Angus cattle 365 days a year and 366 days on leap year. They're a blue hen. Now, we can find a lot of cheerleaders on sale day, but to be a blue hen, you've got to be an undying cheerleader for the Angus breed. Was that the definition you were looking for?
Yes, that's what you've told me before, yes.
Yeah, that's a blue hen. And there's a lot of blue hens in the Angus breed, real cheerleaders.
I guess I would probably refer to Miss Ann Patton Schubert being a blue hen of the Angus breed, kind of like Betsy Ross. You know, she was always recognized for the American flag and just being a true blue American.
And George Washington was always cheerleading for him. Nate Hale, I tell you what, they must have been a heck of a trio.
Must have, yes.
They were Americans true and true. You know, sometimes I think we take for granted that we were born in America.
Oh, we don't know how good we have it made in America, Tom. We really don't.
Think if we would have been born in the Ukraine, or if we'd have been born in Bosnia.
Oh.
Think about our life, how it would change. Like I always say, what would you be doing today if Angus cattle weren't in your life? That's my question.
Well, like I said, I would probably have Herefords if I didn't have Angus cattle.
But I'm not going to ask you again.
That question is off limits for Alex Popwell.
That is off limits. You know, we want to recognize our junior board again today. We got Ava Wood from North Carolina. Ava's, of course, she is, think about this, all three of the siblings in the Wood family have been on the National Junior Angus board. I think that's quite an accomplishment. We've got Kedley Schultz from Georgia. Good to have him. We've got Bryce Hopping from Indiana. His mother and the grandmother were both presidents of the American Angus Auxiliary, and his grandfather was Don Bloom from Westville, Indiana. We have Blake Pillars from Michigan. He's kind of the what I call the sheriff out here in the ring. Kind of keeps everything in order.
You call Blake the sheriff?
The sheriff, yeah. I think he's the sheriff.
Okay.
He's kind of like a Farron Young. Remember, Farron Young was known as the sheriff. And then Brianna Smith from the state of
Brianna Smith.
Brianna Smith from the state of Kentucky.
You know, her grandfather, Charles B. Smith, was president of the American Angus Association the year of 2000. And her dad, Brian, is a current board member of the National Board, yes.
And I knew her great-grandfather, Bascom Smith.
Bascom, yes. You know, Tom, I do have fond memories of Bascom growing up 3 miles up the road from them. I have fond memories of Bascom telling me a lot of stories over the years when I was just little. Of course, he's been passed away now for several years, but I do remember Bascom. I sure do. Now, he would have been another pioneer Angus breeder, too, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
Tom?
oh, yeah. He would have been definitely a pioneer Angus guy. We're now working on class number 11. Class number 11, which is the late-born February heifer calves. I never seem to cease to be amazed how these families pop up time and time again as some of the very, very good females in this show. In this class, we have entries from California, Oklahoma, Texas, Nebraska, South Dakota, Illinois. All have entries in this class. I thought kind of an interesting statement from our judge earlier in the show, Macy Scutton, that she was going to focus on the phenotype in the show today. And that probably was a good statement because she was going to pick the best heifers in the show and let the performance fall where it may fall, because yesterday performance was a factor in the PGS show.
Yes, it was, Tom.
It was a big factor, and I think everybody enjoyed it.
It really, it'll get you to thinking, won't it, Tom? It really will rattle your brain.
It really got you to thinking about what was going on. And I think we'll see more of it.
Mm-hmm. Tom, I've got another someone else reaching out here, sending a text message. These are the grandparents of Miss Abby Bratcher from back home in Indiana, they say. Abby showing in the Junior Angus Heifer Show today in Class 23. So thank you all. They say they appreciate listening to us and enjoy listening to us on the Waltons webcasting. So for Abby's grandparents, we're glad to hear that you're reaching out to us. Thank you for sending me a text message, and we're definitely going to cheerlead for Abby in Class 23
Al,
later on
what's
in the
their
day.
name? What's the grandparents' name?
If you would, Abby's grandparents, if you would text me back your names, Tom would like to know. I'm sure
I
you're
think
listening.
we need, and where they're from, and in Hoosier State.
Indiana. That's
They're from Indiana. And, I just wonder how many grandparents are watching.
I'd say several.
I bet we'd be amazed if we knew how many grandparents had us tuned in today. And
We have another one, Tom. We have another one. Here's another one. Someone wanted to commend us both on our presentation today and pass along a greeting of hello to you. This is from Jason Andrews of Ohio.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Jason, happy days to you.
Yes.
Hey, I'm glad you tuned in. We couldn't be here if it wasn't for you. We just appreciate you tuning in. And if you want to check in, just give Alex a call at
270-566-8822.
8822, and you can text him at that number.
Just a heifer that blends so much good together in a really smooth, eye-appealing package. Just a heifer that has bone, she has muscle. Love the way that shoulder lays in there. She handles her front end.
When you think about the future of the Angus breed, and you see these juniors in action, think about what safe hands the Angus breed is in.
I think it's in very good hands, don't you think, Tom?
Yes, I do. Of all the positive things I know about Angus cattle, I've only got one negative. I do believe that there's a core of what I call researchers in the livestock industry that have a dream. And the dream is that one day they would like to see a black polled society without any pedigrees but just numbers.
Well, now, Tom, I think we're getting way too in-depth on
Well,
that
I'm looking
right now.
ahead 50 years. I'm looking ahead 50 years, and somehow I sense that. Now, maybe my senses aren't good. I don't know. I'm hoping they're bad. But I sense that there's a group that would like to see just hardcore numbers on polled black cattle and have a society that would keep numbers only. But that's just my feeling and the fears that I have in my heart.
Well, we hope those fears don't become living nightmares.
I'm going to pray that they don't.
Tom, we also want to wish a happy birthday yesterday to my good friend back home in Kentucky, Jason Crow. He is a Gen X cooperative representative. Jason Crow, a fellow Angus breeder.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, and you remember, I know him.
Jason Crow,
because
yes.
I had a nice talk with him, and he turned me flat down on putting anything in the sweepstakes.
Well, we probably don't need to broadcast that.
Well, that's
but
okay. It's a fact. Al, you can never go wrong talking about facts.
And the truth, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, Jason is a good Kentucky Angus member, and he goes to lots
Here,
of events.
I like both of these heifers quite a bit, and honestly, I think you can do a little bit of give and take between the two of them. For me, where our class winner becomes tremendous and really, really impressive is whenever you into a rear three-quarter. I think compared to the heifer that comes behind her, she hooks up a little bit stronger. She is bolder in the turn to her forerib. I think she's the most impressive in terms of her natural dimension and stoutness from behind. And so in terms of body shape and boldness, and I still think she pieces it together with a plenty good enough look. She's maybe just a little shorter up front, and she's starting to get a little hot out here, and so she's wanting to labor just a little bit and kind of stick her tongue out there. But from her shoulder back, the way she transitions and hooks up a little bit stronger, comes bolder in her forerib, and then I do think honestly that there's a little bit of advantage from hooks to pins and length there out of her hip. If we could just change her just a shot from her shoulder forward, she's not the longest or the most geek-necked one that we've seen out here, but for the type and kind that I like with some substance and boldness and natural dimension, I really, really like what she represents. The heifer in second, you can land on her all day because she's the one that comes in and makes a really, really first impression. I love her look and her presence up front. She is longer in terms of her extension. I like the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder. Her body depth through her heart and back through her rear rib and flank is really, really good. I didn't read her as impressive in her turn up high as our class winner, and then she can get just a little shorter from hooks to pins there and get just a little rounder. So we could change those couple of things there, but I thought tremendously nice heifer. I like the top end, that top pair there. This heifer is really good. And she was one of the first ones that came in. I thought, man, this one's going to be fighting towards the top end of this class to win. And she is very high quality. Young lady's doing a good job of getting her presented out here. I think from time to time she can get just a little tighter in terms of her spine. Whenever we get her out and going, she'll dump her head just a little bit. And I little bit of a shorter showman out here. You're doing the best that you can. I think a lot of future and upside in her. I probably didn't think she hit me with as much unique look up front, gets a little tighter in her spine. Just those couple of little things we could change on her. A little bit of a different speed one here that comes in fourth, and if you know me, I tend to gravitate towards like this that has the substance, the foot and bone. I really, really like what she brings to the table just in terms of her body type, her stoutness, her structure. That's all awesome. I think of the top four, though, she just becomes the plainest in terms of her head and her look and her presence up front. I think if we can clean her up and freshen her just a little bit, man, I love the unique pieces that she brings to the table. A really, really good heifer there. I like this one. It stopped and presented at the standstill. She's got a good look. She ties her neck good to the top side of her shoulder. Top line balance is good. A little frailer in terms of her foot and bone. A little more closed up whenever we get in behind her. A greener heifer that I think has some upside. Right now, she's the shallowest probably in terms of her rib and her body type compared to the cattle on either side of her. But I think with time, if she bellies down, her look up front and just her quality, I think has some upside. A fundamentally made heifer that's good in terms of her structure, her flexibility, body type, whenever we read her, just in terms of covering the basics. But she gets just a little bit plainer out here in terms of her look and her presence up front, just a little more general terms of her overall makeup. The young ladies that comes next, I think flexible in terms of her build, just a little off in terms of her balance, deeper at the base of her chest, wants to cut up into her flank, gets a little more open in her shoulder. Heifer that comes next, it's got some stoutness of structure, some body. She's too far over in her front knee. We need to set her back and relax her there. A little too coarse for me. And then we round out the class with one I think in terms of flexibility is good, just gets a little plainer in terms of her quality and her presence. Freshness out here could be just a little bit better. So good class there, especially on the top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 11 in the Junior Angus ring. First place to go to back number 4133. That was Core Annie Lou, 575N, exhibited by Lauren Walter of Aviston, Illinois. Second place in that class, and congratulations, goes Cambria Cook, Clovis, California, with Oakley Pinup Gal 509. Third place, exhibited by Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Memphis Peterson. Fifth place was exhibited by Braxton Reinerson. Sixth place went to Carter Hogue. Seventh place, and congratulations to Joseph Dean Davis. Eighth place was exhibited by Madeline Eskew. In 10th place in that class, go to Preston Buckman. Now in the ring will be Class 12.
In the last class, the winner was shown by Miss America, Lauren Wather.
That's very good.
Aviston, Illinois, on a blacklist out of that Annie Lou family that seems to be gaining quite a bit of steam.
She does.
That's the family that originated up in Alberta, Canada. And then in second place was the Oakleys from Rob Oakley out in Livingston, Tennessee, shown by Cambria Cook in Clovis, California, on a Keneally Barstow daughter from the Pinup Gal. And of course, the Pinup Gals are really Lucy's. They are really Lucy's. They changed the name on them, but they are really Lucy's. And of course, third was the Paisley daughter from Teddy Kraft at Anadarko, Oklahoma. And fourth was the Keneally A1 daughter from Memphis Peterson in Puckawanna, South Dakota. Fifth was a Klassen daughter from Braxton Reinerson in Millburn, Nebraska. Sixth was the Good Times from Carter Hogue in Seminole, Oklahoma. Seventh was a Mahogany Prime from Joe Davis in Council Hill, Oklahoma. Eighth was a Dignity from Madeline Eskew in Tarzan, Texas. Ninth went to Brody Hafner on a daughter of Paisley. And rounding out the class was number 10, Keneally Conley A1 from Preston Brockman in Oklahoma.
Tom, another birthday wish that we've got right here. 2 days ago on January the 6th, we want to wish a happy birthday to our good friend down in Leoma, Tennessee, Vince Santini of Shady Brook
Vince
Angus.
Santini.
Happy birthday, Vince.
Vince, happy birthday to you. And we certainly want to remember your late father, Tony.
Yes.
He was a great Angus breeder. Of course, he owned the famous Sits Forever L, the 1137 cow that we have her head mount at the American Angus Hall of Fame in Smithville, Missouri. But Tony Santini was really a legend in the Angus breed. He contributed greatly to the industry, and then the tradition has been carried on by his son Vince, who has a very good herd of Angus cattle at the Shady Brook program in Leoma, Tennessee.
And you managed sales for Vince, or for Tony, ever since the beginning, whenever he started, didn't you, Tom?
Yes,
you
I
did it for a long time.
Even before you had the name of Shady Brook.
Yes, yes. Another birthday wish, Tom. Another one of mine and your both really good friends from back over in East Tennessee, Ricky Williams.
Oh, happy days.
Yes.
Happy days.
Yes.
Ricky's got a birthday. Did our friends from Indiana ever identify themselves? We were wondering who they were.
Yeah, they did. They did. Give me just a
We want
second.
to be sure and recognize them. Anybody that's kind enough to contact us, you can darn well bet you'll hear back from us.
Okay, Abby's grandparents. This is Mike and Cindy Bratcher.
And where did they say where they lived?
Elizabeth, Indiana.
Elizabeth, Indiana. Well, Mike and Cindy, God bless you. We're going to be cheering in class number 23.
And Abby is going to be a freshman at Oklahoma State University this year, they say.
You know, there must be a magnet in Stillwater, Oklahoma for animal science students, because they sure have a big foursome that go to Oklahoma State University.
Mm-hmm.
It's either Oklahoma State or Blackhawk or Penn State or a Blackhawk. Now we're moving on to
Class number 12.
Al, I just took an inventory, and guess what? We have 2,000 people listening to our broadcast.
2,000 people.
We have 2,000 people out in Never Never Land listening to our broadcast here today, and we want to say thanks to every one of you for being out there.
Let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. Okay, this is Cambria Cook's uncle.
She's from
From
California.
California. He wanted to give a shout out to her, said he was very proud of his niece, Cambria Cook, and happy belated birthday to her brother and his nephew, Karsten Cook. So,
Very good.
So Cambria's brother just had a birthday here
And
a few minutes
Cambria
ago.
has been doing extremely good in the show.
Yes, absolutely.
She's from Clovis, California, and she's been hanging right in there.
Absolutely. Okay, now, Tom, you think it's time that we go ahead and announce our entries for Class 12?
I think let's do it.
Okay, starting out, Class number 12 entries we have here. I believe there's 10 altogether. Entry number 4136, that is CCC Blackbird 5372, exhibited by Kyle Patrick Prince of Concord, Virginia.
And remember, she's by the carrot. And we have entry 4137, Conley C4, Georgina 5478, a daughter lead the way from Hallenor in Davenport, Oklahoma.
Then we have entry number 4138, Express Princess 5680, sired by Paisley, exhibited by Ruth Watt of Amber, Oklahoma.
We have 4139, EXAR Princess 5679, a daughter of Stags Good Times from the Princess family, shown by Denton Cook at Foss, Oklahoma. And of course, the Princess family was founded by the legendary Larry Green in Montana.
Entry number 4141, this is Oakley RJ, not Oakley, OAKP RJ Queen 5108N, sired by Silvera's Style, the world famous, and exhibited by Tanner Bratcher of LaRue, Ohio.
4142 is TSSC Proven Queen 5021N, a daughter of Colburn Primo from the Proven Queen family from Roney, Kate to Harper in Prattville, Arkansas.
And then we have entry number 4143, Express Winnie 5677, exhibited by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma.
And she's by the Good Times. Entry 4144 is EXAR Winnie 5672, a daughter of R.W. Timeless, shown by Eleanor Sinclair in Williamsburg, Iowa.
And then rounding out the class, we have entry number 4146. This is Phyllis 512, exhibited by Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, sired by the one and only PVF Blacklist 7077.
Happy days. What a lineup of heifers in this, what I would call the mid-February class.
Nine head. I said 10. There's actually 9 in this
This would
class.
be the mid-February class. And look at the power in these heifers.
And all 9 of these are in the ring, Tom.
Now, Al, you're going to get me that book I talked about.
Okay. Let's...
Now we got
all right.
and I'm excited about these 2,000 people that are listening to us.
Absolutely.
Out in the country. And if you'd like to make contact with us, we would love to hear from you. You know, this spring I'm going to predict there's going to be some of the record-breaking Angus sales that have ever been held in the history of the breed.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, there's just what I call a panic of Angus excitement going on right now. And I might say that the interstate system on the internet has been very heavy. Heavy traffic on the internet today with over 2,000 people tuning in to Walton Webcasting in Walton, Indiana. And I have this nice lady that's been helping me, and her name is? Yeah? Jordan Jones. Jordan, where are you from? Ida Bell, Oklahoma. And what do you do when you're not working for Walton Webcasting? Oh, you go to Texas Tech. And what are you majoring in?
Agriculture economics.
Then you're going to be an economist, kind of like an Alan Greenspan.
You know who he is? Okay. Well, he's an economist, but he's kind of a world economist. You're going to be an agriculture economist. Good for you. And thanks for all your good help, too. She's been wonderful. We're on class number 12, and we decided this was the mid-February class. Traffic on the internet has been really bumper to bumper. You know that?
Yes, it has.
Bumper to bumper on the internet today.
Tom, I would like to also, talking about we recognize people and some milestone events that are going on in their life. A couple of my good friends from back home, now they're not cattle breeders by no means, but good neighbors I've grown up with my whole life. Sarah Redmond and her husband Aaron Pointer, they are celebrating the birth of their third baby girl that they had just 2 days ago. They have 3 daughters. They have one that's 2 days old and 2 others that are older. And Aaron is an ordained minister back home in a Baptist church. And Sarah and her husband Aaron, again, they're celebrating their 3rd time being parents now.
Well, congratulations to them.
Absolutely.
And do they live near Russell Springs, Kentucky?
That's exactly where they live,
okay,
right there.
I figured they might be.
Right there in Russell County, yes,
You know, we just had a real nice sale in Russell Springs, Kentucky. It was called the Matrons.
Matrons of the Bluegrass Sale, yes.
It was really a wonderful event. We had that in December, had a great crowd, a record sale. It was really, really good.
You know, and Tom, we invite anyone next year nationwide who would like to be a part of that sale as a guest consigner to by all means be thinking about it, because we had a total of 65 lots this year for the inaugural event. We had 65 lots for that, and we took in over $250,000 gross, and we averaged over $4,000 per head, bulls and females combined. It was truly a successful event, and we had it December the 20th, the week before Christmas, and it was such a good response that we got from it, wasn't it, Tom?
And I want to invite anybody, if you're ever in Smithville, Missouri. Smithville is 15 miles north of downtown Kansas City, and that's where the American Angus Hall of Fame is. That's where Al and I work on a daily basis. We have 105,000 Angus things. We have 4 complete sets of Angus journals. You know, I'll have people call me and say, I've got the Angus journals way back to 1940. And I say, well, that's excellent, but to have them all, you're going to have to go back to August of 1919. And, you know, the first 12 years, the Angus Journal came out twice a month when the communications weren't quite as prompt as they are today. So if you line up all the Angus journals side by side, it takes 50 feet to line them up side by side.
That would be Tom. That would be the length of a semi-trailer. You know it.
Yeah,
almost 52 feet.
It takes 50 feet to line them up, and then we have 50 head of cattle at the hall. The head mounts. We have just for instance, Bismarck. We have EXT's Mother. We have TC Dividend. We have Premier Independence. We have Millis Bob of Cape Pride.
Don't forget Power Play.
PS Power Play, Premier Independence. The list goes on and on. Mr. Angus.
Final Answer.
Final Answer, SAV Net Worth, and Bismarck. We have Final Answer. So you can come down and
talking about show ring sires, don't forget about the bull that you and Paul Hill had together, the one that's in my office. Sagahatchee, yeah, that's 3000C.
And he was sired by EXT.
Yes.
And then we also have a lot of other things that we want you to see, and we had no admission, free parking, and lunch if we know you're coming.
Yes.
So you're always welcome at the American Angus Hall of Fame in Clay County, which is 15 miles directly north of downtown Kansas City.
Yes, it is. Yes. I don't know of anywhere other place in the world, Tom, on planet Earth, you could go to find any more Angus history and memorabilia than you could at the Hall of Fame.
We'd have 70,000 Angus catalogs. 70,000 Angus catalogs. And then we have a grotto where you can walk outside and clear your mind and read the various statements and sayings from people around the world. We just added the tombstone of a bull called Master Prince of Sunbeam that was at the the Central Kentucky Angus sale barn that they recently tore down.
Yes.
His
sadly.
grave marker was there, and he was buried there. So they were going to just throw it away. So we brought the marker to the American Angus Hall of Fame.
Uh-huh.
And I had Al help me, and another guy. What was the other gentleman that helped us?
Dan Craig.
Danny Craig helped us. And I thought it was just a small thing, but it ended up weighing about 3,000 pounds. But we got it up. We got it at the hall. And then we also have the gravestones there for a host of other cattle, including 2536, the great Gardner female. We have 5H11 of Wehrman fame, thanks to Richard McClung from down in Virginia that made it possible for me to bring them to the American Angus Hall of Fame from the Wehrman Angus herd in Virginia. They were going to tear up that pasture and just throw them away. So thanks to the help of Scott Weller, he kind of tipped me off on it, and I got a hold of Richard McClung, and we were able to bring him. Chris Wojciechowski brought him to the American Angus Hall of Fame.
Yep. Had it not been for you wanting them, Tom, at the hall, they would have been destroyed and never seen again.
They would have never been seen again. We also have, in that group was also Leachman Blackcap, 2536, 5H11, and 6I6. All their two markers all came to the American Angus Hall of Fame.
Now we're welcoming class 26. These are March heifer calves before the division.
Tom, I believe we're about to get a selection here on this class 12.
Yes, and it looks, it's extremely competitive.
Tom, we were talking about Brianna Smith on the National Junior Board. Her brother and I, Blaine Smith, we share the same birthday on March 24th.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, not the same year. I'm a little older than him, but March 24th, yeah. Just a little fun fact.
So all three of us are about the same age.
About, yeah.
Class over here, very, very competitive on the top end, and you've got a couple of different types and kinds that you can go with, and I think you can't blanket label anything outright with the class advantage in here. There's some differences. When it boils down to it, and this is your view, I do think the young ladies that wins hits me with the most look of quality and balance whenever we study them at the profile. I think compared to the one that comes behind her, I probably like this set of her just a little bit better. She's a little neater from her shoulder forward, hooks up just a little stronger right behind her shoulder. And then between the two, I probably think when you step in behind them, just a little more natural dimension. So I really, really like her stopped and set up at the standstill in terms of freshness, balance. I like her natural dimension. My question mark on her, she gets a little funny in motion because standing still, I'd never say, hey, she doesn't have enough body. But in motion, she'll get just a little tighter in her top line and cut up into her flank a little bit. And she's a shot rib longer than probably the couple that come behind her, so maybe some of those things throw off her balance just a little bit in motion. But if that's your view of them right there, there's a lot of things that you can tie into and land on with her. Now, the young man's in second. I love this kind, a moderate, good-bodied, stout-structured type of a female. That's typically, and really 2 and 3 are more similar than they are different. Both of those are moderate, good-bodied, stout-structured heifers that I think both of them are plenty flexible in terms of their build. I thought this heifer was probably just a little more closed up underneath and a little more closed up from behind than probably what I hoped she was going to be. We could freshen her up just a little bit at the base of her chest as well, and breathes maybe just a nickel quicker in terms of her maturity pattern. The heifer in third, kind of to echo a lot of the same things about the heifer that went out in front of her. I love her body type. I like her stoutness of bone work. I thought of those three, she probably became the plainest in terms of her head and her presence and neck up front, but from her shoulder back, I think very, very good type of female. A nice solid female that comes next, and ran into some that probably had just some more extras, because I think that one's sound, functional, a little deeper in her chest, cuts up just a shot more back into her flank. This one probably has a little more stoutness of bone a little deeper in the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. She could be neatened up a little bit up front, and then at times she wanted to come up in her top line and get just a little straighter, a little more uncomfortable in the way she set her hind leg. I think a lot of future in the heifer that comes next. Today she hits me just a little more peaked in her fore rib, a little shallower back into her flank, a shot more refined in terms of her foot and her bone work, but there's a good look at her. I think with time, she's going to continue to get better. Just gave up quite a bit of the extras, the stoutness and substance and center out here today. The heifer that comes next has some outlying pieces. I like her depth of body. I love her stoutness of bone work. Didn't read her quite as fresh. She wants to come in underneath. Too wide out up front. We could freshen her up quite a bit to move up within the class. The heifer that comes next, good neck set, good top line balance, a little more refined in her foot and her bone work than I like. We could stouten her up, make her a little bit bolder back down through her rear rib and flank, maybe a shot more comfortable out in motion. And then we round out the class. Another quality heifer, quality all the way on down through the line. This one probably gave up the most just in terms of fore rib and body type. I thought she became the shallowest and probably just the hardest looking one out here. A good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 12 over here in the Junior Angus ring. First place will go to back number 4146. That's REIB Phyllis 512, exhibited by Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place in that class goes to back number 4143. That's EXAR Winnie 5677, exhibited by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Eleanor Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Fourth place, exhibited by Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Ruth Watt, Amber, Oklahoma. Sixth place, exhibited by Tanner Butcher of LaRue, Ohio. Seventh place went to Denton Cook of Foss, Oklahoma. Eighth place in that class, exhibited by Renee Harper of Prattsville, Arkansas. Ninth place went to Kyle Prince of Concord, Virginia. Now in Arena 2, we're welcoming in Class 13 before the division.
Now, we're in this class, Al, class number 12, of course, our winner came from Carly Clark in Oklahoma, sired by Blacklist out of a Champion Hill and Sturtsbaugh Phyllis bred female. Second went to Jake Allison in Yukon, Oklahoma, by the Good Times from that great Winnie family. And third went to Eleanor Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa, on a Timeless daughter from the Winnie family. You know, that Winnie family came from Hugh Ingalls up in South Dakota.
That's who bred those, huh?
Yeah, Al Krebs bought a female from Hugh Ingalls and ended up getting this Winnie cow family in his program at Whitestone Krebs. And then it went on from there to Express Ranches. So that's how the Winnies, but again, they were founded in the Hugh Ingalls herd, one of the real pioneer great guys ever to breed Angus cattle.
Mm-hmm. Tom, we'll go ahead and introduce class number 13 as we're going down through here. This is class 13 we have in the ring. After this class, we'll do another Division III champion and reserve. But anyway, starting out with class number 13, introducing, we have entry number 4147, Rose Lola 5366, sired by S&R Stability, exhibited by Cassidy Seal of Frederick, Maryland.
We have entry 451, Oakley Pinup Gal 505, a daughter of Conley Bristow, shown by Sonera Borison at Mountain View, Alberta, Canada.
And then we have entry number 4152, that is PCC Miss Low Forever Lady 5020, exhibited by, sired by Kingpin, exhibited by Jelani King of Wamanokas, Oklahoma.
We have 4154, WB Princess 509, a daughter of the Kingpin, from Addison Ward in Oak Grove, Missouri, and Conley Ward in Oak Grove, Missouri.
Kennelly Ward.
Kennelly.
Entry number 4155, J&J Frontier Gal 504, sired by Dameron First Class, exhibited by Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma.
We have J.K. Royal 501N, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Mackenzie Dobbs in Wellwita, Oklahoma.
And then we have entry number 4157, NNF. AN Elba NO36, that's a mouthful, sired by Dignity, exhibited by Colin Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma.
We have entry 4158, PBF Blackbird 4012, a daughter of PBF Marble, shown by Ashton Dillow in Villa Ridge, Illinois.
And that rounds out class number 13. We will do a Division 3 in the Junior Heifer Calf Division and Reserve also here momentarily. And then after that, I'm going to jump up from the seat and go grab lunch, and I'll get the Junior Show book and be back into it momentarily after the conclusion of the division.
Have a good journey and have a good lunch.
Well, I'll bring you something back in a few minutes, too, if you want me to.
I might like a Coke and something, you know.
Always.
That I always have. And, you know, it's really exciting to be here when you think about the quality and you think about the junior program of the American Angus Association. You know, I was down in Brisbane, Australia this year for the World Angus Forum. And there they have what they call the junior competition in all facets of the Angus industry. And every country sends a team. And this has been going on for a long time. And this was the first time that the United States had sent a team. And guess what happened? They won.
They won.
They won the contest. And boy, was it ever exciting. I was right there for the presentation. And this year we're featuring it on our American Angus Hall of Fame calendar. And if you haven't got an American Angus Hall of Fame calendar, write this down. Just dial 816-532-0811. Ask for Tina, and they'll send you one free of charge. Again, 816-532-0811. Ask for Tina, and they'll send you a calendar featuring the grand champion United States team at the World Angus Forum.
Another heifer that's high quality coming next. Need more body in this one. She wants to dip her loin ever so slightly.
And I might say that our friends from Australia did a great job with the World Angus Forum. It's held every 4 years, and the next one's going to be held in Kansas City, Missouri. And a good friend of mine is going to be the chairman of the World Angus Forum.
Well, congratulations in Arena 1. Results of Class 26 March Heifer Calves before the division.
And what year will that be that we host it next, Tom?
Let's see, 24. Let's see, 26. I think it's 29.
29, all right. We have almost 4 years to prepare for it, don't we?
Yeah, we
three
have
and a half. Three and a half. 3.5, yeah.
And Will McLaren from Scotland is the chairman of the World Angus Forum. He's a great guy. If you don't know him, you'll probably get to know him. Will McLaren from Scotland. And usually at a highly social Angus event, he'll wear a kilt. He has a kilt. And we're working on class number 13.
Tom, I was just admiring that first class daughter out there, entry number 4155. What seeming that there is left in the world on first class. Of course, he's passed away, but he was truly has been one of the kings of the show ring sires, hasn't he, Tom?
That he has, and to add fuel to the fire, she's from that great Frontier family.
Yes.
Goes back to an Ernie Wallace female that was grand champion at Denver, Frontier gal, that was sired by BR New Frontier 095. We still have 2,000 listeners out there, Al.
Oh, Tom, I just have another, someone reached out here on text message. Give me just a second to see what this is.
Yes.
This is Miss Julie Davenport. She says that she enjoys the broadcast today and she would like for us to give a shout out to her 86-year-old daddy of New Florence, Missouri, who is a very proud Angus breeder of 60-plus years. And right now he's currently residing in Columbia, Missouri, and he can't wait to get back home to see his Angus cows and calves in the pasture field.
Does it tell what his name is?
Let me ask.
New Florence, Missouri is where there was once another famous Angus herd called Good Earth Angus, Confucius Joe Keschner. He had an Angus herd at New Florence, Missouri called Good Earth Stock Farm. And we'll find out his name and glad that he's going to be going home to see his Angus herd.
Well, we get in this division, these red Angus calves, and all the way through, these are good cattle all the way from this first class winner, one that had some eye appeal and balance and good looking, and certainly deserves some discussion here to be in contention.
John Hall, she said.
John. Hey, well, John, we're glad that you're tuning in with us. And did he have a birthday?
No, just wanted to recognize. She just wanted to recognize him. He's 86 years old, an Angus breeder of 60 years, and he just can't wait to get back home to see his cattle.
Well, congratulations, John.
He's currently he's in the hospital right now. Had some health difficulties.
Well, if he gets thinking about his Angus herd, he's going to recover real quick. And so, John, good luck to you. We're glad you're listening to us today, and our thoughts and prayers are with you.
That's really a good female. Out here, is she quite as sparkly as some of the others, just in terms of bells and
Right now, we're getting them lined up here.
Tom, we also need to give a. Oh, never mind. We'll do that in just a moment.
class, and we come to describe her as a first or third kind of a heifer. That was just
That we're given reasons in the Red Angus ring. Tom, I want to give a shout out to our good friends up in Center North Dakota, Justin and Kayla Brown and their 3 kids.
Oh,
they're getting ready. They don't have a birthday or anything, but I know that they're working very hard getting ready for their bull and female sale, which is February the 8th this year on Sunday.
Brooklyn and her brothers will really be getting on top of things. They're really good kids.
What are you talking about? Yes, absolutely. Brooklyn will be a blue hen one day. I think Kayla, her mother, already is on her way to being a blue hen.
And
don't
then
you think?
their grandfather.
Yes, Paul.
Paul is a real Angus guy, too.
And don't forget the bombshell Patty. She's cheerleading in the background all the way.
And then what about Brooklyn's mother?
Yes. Well, that's what I'm saying. Kayla, yes.
Yeah, she'll be right there, too.
She is definitely is a blue hen in the industry, yes.
And
they're a good family, aren't they?
To look up their cattle, and they really got a nice offering for their sale. On that same trip, I was by Shop Angus Valley.
Yes.
And Kelly, he hurt his leg. He got hurt his leg, and he was on crutches, but he's getting better.
That we have over here. Again, quality very, very deep in this class, and I think you have some close decisions in a few spots. For me, these 2 heifers on the top end were probably the ones that hit me the hardest whenever they came in, and there's some things that you can tie into both of these. I do think the young ladies that wins, especially at the standstill, becomes pretty comfortable as a winner for me personally, because I think she's tremendous in her look, in her balance, her silhouette from the side is really, really good. And then where I think she has an advantage comparative to the 2 that come behind her, from this view right here, her body shape and natural dimension and squareness, I mean, she's really good looking up front and then continues back and gets statter with more dimension. And still, I probably think between the 2, she still hits me fresher as the freshest option as well. So a lot of good, especially if you just study her standing still. I think you should feel pretty comfortable landing on her. Now, where you can pick on her is in motion. She wants to get a little lazier out of her front end and open in her shoulder just a bit and get just a little plainer there. I wish she maintained that look of balance that she does standing still in motion, because, man, she's beautiful right there. If I were going to pick on her, that's probably where we do it. And that's probably in my mind why I wanted to make it close, because I think whenever you study the cattle circle in the ring, the young ladies in second is just so natural in terms of the way she maintains that look of balance and the look of quality quality from her shoulder forward. She ties her neck really high to the top side of her shoulder. Her lower body balance is really good, and I probably thought that's where she has a little bit of an advantage relative to the heifer behind her. From her chest through her heart back into her rear rib and flank, she's a little more attractive in the way everything pieces together there. And then I think she comes just a shot more stoutness of foot and bone. I like her look and her presence. I think she could come bolder right behind her shoulder with just a shot more natural dimension and power. She gets just a little flatter and a little more peaked there. But I think really, really high quality. I just couldn't shake my initial impression when she first came in. A lot of good there. I think whenever you talk about the fundamentals, the young ladies in 3 is awesome. And I have no doubt she's going to make a very, very awesome cow for the young. She is beautiful in terms of her lower joint work. Her hip and hind leg is as comfortable as anything. Her body type is really, really nice. I don't know that she comes with maybe the extras that the ones in front of her do, because she's got just a little more chest, and I'm not picking on them for having just a little more leather, but it throws off her balance just a little bit, because then she's not quite as bold and not quite as uniform in the way she comes back into her rear rib and flank, a little bit frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work. So just those couple of things kind of limit her a little bit, but man, as far as covering the fundamentals, I think an awfully good one there. I think a good heifer that comes next, and compared to the one that goes out in front of her, some of those things we picked on for, this one is just a little bit neater at the base of her chest. I like the way her neck ties to the top side of her shoulder. I thought from there back, though, she gave up just a little bit in terms of overwhelming substance, overwhelming depth, and boldness back into her rear rib and flank. She could get where she looked just a little shallower there from time to time, but I think a really, really nice heifer, fresh, very nicely presented. Young lady's done a really good job out here with that one. The heifer that comes next, I think relative to the one that goes out in front of her, probably does have just a shot more depth and sweep back into her rear rib and flank. I thought she fell out of bounds just a little bit more, fell out of balance a little more in motion. She opens up just a shot more at the top side of her shoulder. She'll want to throw her tail head up, and she's just a little more uncoordinated and not quite as attractive in the way she uses her hind leg. A moderate, good-bodied heifer that comes next, a little plainer up front, wants to open up at the top side of her shoulder. And then we round out the class with a heifer that's still got quality presence. I mean, we've got quality all the way on down through. She becomes just a little rounder. She's more upright in her front end. She wants to roll out of her hip from hooks to pins. We could change her a little bit structurally so everything balanced together just a little bit better. Good class there. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Red Angus ring, your spring calf.
Our winner in this class was entry 4158, PVF Blackbird 4012, sired by Marble, shown by Ashton Dillo, Villa Ridge, Illinois.
And then, oh, wait a minute, she's going.
Class 13 before the division. First place exhibited by Ashton Dillo of Villa Ridge, Illinois, with PVF Blackbird 5012. Second place in that class went to back number 4147. That was Rose Lola 5366. Exhibited by Cassidy Sill of Frederick, Maryland. Third place in that class go to Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Jelani King of Wacomas, Oklahoma. Sixth place go to Colin Walter, Elk City, Oklahoma. And seventh place went to Mackenzie Dobbs. Now in the ring, we'll bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select her champion and reserve Division 3.
Now in our last class, it's completed. A Marble daughter was first for Ashton Dillo. Second was a daughter of Stability from SNR Angus in Wisconsin, shown by Cassidy Still in Frederick, Maryland. And in third place was a daughter of Dameron First Class.
Yes.
Okay, let's introduce our candidates for the division, the champion junior heifer.
Okay, we're going to go back over here to class number, coming out of class 11. This is entry 4133, Core Annie Lou 575N, exhibited by Lauren Walter of Aviston, Illinois.
And a blacklist daughter in second in that class was Oakley Pinup Gal, a daughter of Conley Bristow from Cambria Cook in Clovis, California.
Then placing first in class 12 is entry number 4146, Phyllis 512, exhibited by Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma.
And second was 4143 EXR Winnie 5677, sired by the Good Times, shown by Jake Allison in Yukon, Oklahoma.
Then going over here to class number 13, placing first was entry number 4158, a PVF Blackbird 5012, exhibited by Ashton Dillo of Villa Ridge, Illinois.
And second place was 4147 Rose Leota, 5366, the daughter of SNR Stability, shown by Cassidy Still in Frederick, Maryland. Frederick, Maryland. We got a really nice lineup, haven't we?
Yes.
These are we still got all the Januaries to show, but we're showing right now in the class just a little younger than them. Picking our champion junior heifer. You know, I think they forgot to put the bred and owned into this.
I don't think there is a bred known in this, Tom.
Maybe there isn't. I think you are right.
I don't believe, I didn't read one that was bred and owned.
Okay. We still got those 2,000 treasured listeners that are tuned in today on the Walton webcasting and enjoying the Angus show here at the 6th Annual Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
The larger frame heifer in the class rounds out next and get good in this one as well. We'd like to have her handle her hunter just a little smoother as she transitions.
Have we had anybody else check in, Al?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we're still open for people to call in. And how do we do it, Al?
You can reach out to me, text message preferably, 270-566-8822. Again, we're more than happy to give out birthday wishes and anniversaries and just significant milestones in anyone's life.
Even new herd bulls or a new donor,
Yep.
or even new calves.
Yep.
Well, a good lineup over here as we work into our next division. 3 class winners in 3 seconds. I think all really, really nice. And honestly, each of those classes had a lot of quality all the way on down through. And so there was some give and take and some differences, but I feel really good about our front line that we have out here. And for me, that's probably where it becomes the most competitive, is between our 3 class winners that we have out here. And I'll talk through them just so you guys know kind of where my mind's at, what I'm thinking out here. The first class, we had a top pair that were not similar. Those two are pretty different. Where I like our class winner is whenever you step to a 3/4, what she represents in terms of her body shape, her natural dimension, I think is really, really good. And I think very impressive. And she still has some look up front of the 3 class winners whenever we get to comparing, well, which one probably becomes the shortest fronted. That's probably where we can pick on her just a little bit more. She's getting a little tired and a little bit hot, and so it makes her just a little more exaggerated. But I still think she puts together a good look. For me, what's impressive is when you study her to 3/4, body shape, natural dimension, her boldness and sweep back through her rear rib and flank is good. And I still think flexibility in her is still really, really nice. My favorite view of the heifer that wins the second class is right here at the standstill, because whenever she gets parked and put together, and you do a tremendous job of getting 110% out of your heifer, that's your best look of her, because she is awesome and very striking in terms of her look and presence up front. She ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder as good as anything, and then when she back at the standstill, her depth of heart and sweep through her rear rib and flank is good. At the standstill, she draws up as good of a silhouette as anything. My problem with her, and she's a little bit hard for me to get a good read on, is in motion she gets just a little awkward and wants to get just a little bit tighter in her spine, just a nickel more uncoordinated maybe in the way she uses her hind leg. But I think whenever you study her from the side, just in terms of her sheer quality and presence that she puts together, it's hard to look down the lineup out here and ignore her, because she does have a lot of look, a lot of presence. Just my question mark on her is in motion. Does she keep everything balanced and put together the best? The young ladies that just won that last class, we talked about her at the standstill, I think tremendous. And I think whenever you study her from the side, she's one of the ones that I love in terms of her balance and her silhouette. She pieces together really nicely, but what I really appreciate about her is good looking as she is from the side. I like when you transition and step over here, man, she progresses right kind of natural dimension out of her upper hip and her pin set. She matches that natural dimension and shape up high with the right kind of stoutness of bone work down low. And so for me, she puts together a lot of things that I really, really like. We could pick on her just a little bit in motion. She gets a little open in her shoulder, a little heavier headed up front. But man, a lot of good there in that female. So I think it becomes very competitive. I really like the group of seconds, but for me, probably our front line out here, it becomes just a little more competitive in between. For me, I'd like one that I feel pretty comfortable with landing on, and then I think it gets a little closer in terms of what you want to do for reserve. For me, the young lady out of the last class is going to be our champion.
And our champion was introduced.
Congratulations, champion Division 3 in your June heifer calves, exhibited by Ashton Dillo of Villa Ridge, Illinois, with PVF Blackbird 5012.
Now selecting for reserve.
Reserve.
And that'll be entry number 4146, and that is Phyllis 512, exhibited by Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma.
Exhibited by Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Getting ready to get started with the next division here in your Junior Angus show. We're going to welcome in Class 14.
And here in the Angus show, the champion was 4158 in this division. The champion junior heifer, daughter of Marvel from Ashton Dillo, and from that Tree Lane Blackbird family, an old pioneer family from the Tree Lane Angus herd back in El Paso, Illinois.
Yes.
And then the reserve was 4146, a blacklist back to the Champion Hill Phyllises.
Absolutely.
And the Sturchbaugh family made them famous, along with Paul Hill at Champion Hill, going on back to the great Champion Hill Blackbird 33, who was a miner's Fortune 2000 daughter bred in the Lowell Minard herd in Nebraska.
Oh, yeah.
So we got those champions put away, and we're going to now move into class number 14. Class number 14.
And we will start with entry number 4160. This is HW Forever Lady 590, exhibited by Jace Denton Pimpkin of Republic, Missouri.
We have 4162 EXAR Frontier Gal 5642, a daughter of Paisley, shown by Cecily Ann Hulse in Hannibal, Missouri.
Entry number 4164, Horseman Impress 504N, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by Weston Michael Haig of Plymouth, Indiana.
We have entry number 4166, EXAR Frontier Gal 5639, sired by Paisley and shown by Ann Dameron in Towanda, Illinois.
And then we have entry number 4168, Sankey Sayers Dream 5000, sired by Stag Good Times, exhibited by Caroline Jean Sankey of Economy, Illinois. Indiana. Economy, Indiana.
We have 4174 D6 Georgina Chip 1005, a daughter of the Blue Chip from Raylan Fleener in El Reno, Oklahoma.
Exactly.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 head in this class. We have one out, I do believe.
There is one scratch. I don't know which one it is just yet.
So we have a real good class here of what I call late January. These heifers are just getting ready to celebrate their first birthday. Just getting ready to celebrate their very, very first birthday. Pretty powerful class. You know that, Al?
Yes, it is. Very powerful. Well, it's only gotten deeper and more powerful as time goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away from the microphone for just a few brief moments to go grab a snack and use the restroom. Tom's going to stay here with you, and I'll be back in just a matter of about 15, 20 minutes or so.
Don't forget to come back.
Oh, yeah. Well, I told you I'd be back in about 15 minutes.
I'm just reminding you.
And we're on class number 14. Al, it's good to be working with you today. And we have entries from Missouri, Indiana, Oklahoma in this class. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 head. They're all here and accounted for. We have Jace Pipkin. He's got a daughter of good times out of a Forever Lady cow. We have Cecily Ann Holtz of Hannibal, Missouri, with the Paisley Frontier Gal female. We have Weston Haig of Indiana with a carrot from the Great Empress family. We have Leighton Nowatzki with a carrot daughter from the Sarah's Dream family. We have Ann Dameron of Illinois with a Paisley from the Frontier Gal family. We have Caroline Sankey of Economy, Indiana, with a Good Times daughter from the Sarah Dream family. And we have Ryan Fleener of El Reno, Oklahoma, with a Blue Chip daughter from the Champion Hill Georgina family. So we do have you talk about power in the breeding now. You know, and of course, you know, I'm a great believer. If you're going to have Angus cattle, you better use the family name, because I tell you what it does, it makes it a lot easier to build a great herd of cattle, because you could follow them and trace them much easier. You get to know them by their family name. And I always feel bad when I see somebody naming their cattle after a bull. I mean, it's just one of those things. I think we need to stay with tradition. Angus cattle were built on great families. We have two daughters of Carrot in this class. Of course, Carrot has been a big factor in the shows. He kind of was basically bred by the Sturt Spas in Ohio and by the FCF herd in Illinois. They kind of shared ownership of the donor dam. And so the Carrot has been a real big factor. And then, of course, we got some daughters of Good Times and Paisley in the ring as well, and Blue Chip. You know, when the first Angus cattle came to America in 1873, they were loaded on the steamship or battleship Alabama in Aberdeen, Scotland. That was on April 1st of 1873. And then they sailed across the Great Atlantic. They landed in New Orleans, Louisiana. Then they went by riverboat up the mighty Mississippi to St. Louis. And then they got on a train and went across the Great Plains to Victoria, Kansas, where the first bulls arrived for George Grant. Of course, George Grant was a gentleman that was from Scotland. He'd seen the Angus cattle in Scotland, and he thought he was forming a colony in Kansas, several thousand acres, and they had longhorn females. We were talking about the first Angus. Of course, they came across the Great Atlantic, landed in New Orleans, Louisiana, riverboat up the Mississippi to St. Louis. Then they got on a train and went across the Great Plains to a town called Victoria, Kansas, where Mr. Grant lived. Now, Mr. Grant had seen these Angus cattle in Scotland, and he thought they would work really well on these longhorn females. Of course, the longhorns were all colors of the rainbow with these great big racks of horns. Well, these 4 bulls arrived. They were a little exhausted, but they went about their work. They left on April 1st of 1873. They arrived in Victoria on May 17th, a month and a half later. They arrived in Victoria, Kansas. They were a little bit exhausted, but they went about their work, and 9 months later, the miracle happened. The calves out of these rainbow-colored cows with great big horns were born. They were polled, and they were solid black. That was the beginning of the Angus breed in the United States of America. Of course, the following year, they were put on grass. They fattened extremely well, went to the Kansas City market, and they topped the market. And that was the launching pad for the Angus breed as we know it today. And I want to say this, if you're ever traveling in Kansas and you're on I-70 going back,
I think give and take for me, but I think personally you probably need to land on the one to win the class, and then you can talk about the differences after that. But I do think the heifer that wins probably needs to do so pretty quickly in my mind. I just think she becomes not only the best balanced at the standstill in terms of the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder, her top line balance, but then whenever we put the cattle in motion, I think she's pretty easily the most comfortable and the most correct in terms of her lower joint work, gets out and maintains her balance the best. For me, she just becomes the place to land. And then you can talk about the differences after that. Young ladies, heifer that's going to be second. I think in terms of rib and body type and substance, stoutness of structure, I like all those things about her. The heifer is not wanting to show herself off the best out here. And we could change her a little bit structurally. She's just a little more restricted in terms of the way she gets out and goes. We could make her a shot more attractive in her hip and her hind leg, but I thought she had some extras in terms of stoutness of structure, rib and body and substance to go ahead and move up and follow our class winner. The heifer that's going to be third, a little bit green right now and gives up some center body dimension and substance and sweep back through her rear rib and flank. So I think with time she's going to continue to get better. Just got a shot shallower compared to those ones that go out in front of her. She gets a little more upright in her front end structure, doesn't tie her neck quite as neat to the top side of it. So those couple of things throw off her balance just a little bit out here. The young lady's got a really tremendous heifer. Whenever you talk about center body, depth through her heart, sweep back to her rear rib and flank, there's at times where she gets stopped and set up, and I think she could shuffle up a few spots. She didn't hit me quite as fresh. She's got just a little more chest. She's a little crestier about the top side of her neck. She wants to sneak over in her front end, and every once in a while come over, just not quite good enough in her shoulder. It lays into her a little plainer from her shoulder forward, little extra set to her leg. A greener heifer that comes next that's got some extension. I like her top line consistency, just too shallow out here in terms of her forerib, her heart back into her flank to move up, and then pretty tentative whenever we get the cattle in motion. We had these two switched on the bottom. The young lady in the black shirt's going to come next, actually. I thought just a little neater up front. The young ladies that rounds out the class, though. I like her stoutness of structure, just a shot too plain up front. A good class there all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in the Junior Angus Ring. Results out of Class 14. First place go to back number 4160. That's HW Forever Lady 590. Exhibited by Jace Pipkin of Republic, Missouri. Second place in that class was exhibited by Leighton Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana, with BNWZ Sarah's Dream 5128. Third place in that class will go to Ann Dameron, Towanda, Illinois, with EXAR Frontier Gal 5639. Fourth place exhibited by Caroline Jean Sankey of Economy, Indiana. Fifth place was exhibited by Weston Hag of Plymouth, Indiana. Sixth place go to Rylan Fleener of El Reno, Oklahoma. And seventh place exhibited by Cecilia Hulse of Hannibal, Missouri. Now in the ring is Class 15.
And class number 14, the winner was sired by Good Times from the Stagmar program, the great Good Times, heifer shown by Jace Pipkin at Republic, Missouri.
Of course, second was exhibited by the Leighton Nowatzki on a daughter of the Carrot from the Sarah's Dream. Third was Ann Dameron on a Paisley daughter from the Frontier Gal family. Fourth went to Sankey Sarah's Dream 5000, another daughter of the Good Times from Caroline Sankey in Economy, Indiana. Of course, fifth went to Weston Michael Haig, a daughter of the Carrot from the Empress family. And sixth was shown by Cecily Ann Holtz of Hannibal, Missouri, and a Paisley daughter from the Frontier Gal family. And seventh was 4174, a blue chip from the Georgina family from Raylan Fleener in El Reno, Oklahoma. We're now ready for class number 15. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heifers in this class. I believe we do have one scratch. In this class, we have entry 4175, SSF DS Lady 1105, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Bryson Jones in Harold, Ohio. We have entry 4178, Lemonager Proven Queen N5, a daughter of the Executive Decision from Emery Littenbauer in Palmyra, Missouri. Entry 4179, Conley KM Sandy 5602, a daughter of Conley Bristow, shown by Raylan Unman in Yukon, Oklahoma. Entry 4183 is BNWZ Sarah's Dream 5143, a daughter of Hill Valley Reckoning 931, shown by Clara Henderson at East Troy, Wisconsin. Entry number 4186, EXAR Winnie 5611, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Tori Heron at Connellville, Pennsylvania. Entry 4187 is UDE LGFD Queen Ruth 5002, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Braylon Schaefer in Hagerstown, Indiana. And entry number 4189 is WB Adelaide 501, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Kipton Thummel, Ravenwood, Missouri, and Daly Thummel at Ravenwood, Missouri. This is our oldest 2025 class. Again, these heifers are all weighing basically in the 1,000-pound range. 1,000 pounds. It will catch most of these heifers in class number 15. You know, the very first emphasis on junior programs was held back in the 1950s when a gentleman by the name of Bill Brainerd. He was originally from New Jersey. He later moved down to Virginia. He was president of the American Angus Association, and he started some junior Angus activities in the state of New Jersey. His name was Bill Brainerd. And he was a real supporter of Angus youth, and really would have to get kind of the credit for organizing some of the very first junior Angus activities in the early 50s. They call them the Angus Heifer Clubs, is kind of what, but they never seemed to gain a lot of traction. It wasn't until the National Junior Show came along and Dean Hurlbut that things really turned into high gear. But Mr. Brainerd sure did a good job in introducing the importance of juniors in the Angus industry. Of course, the very first director of junior activities was Dr. Val Brunyard. I believe he was a Kansas native. He was at the University of Wisconsin, and he was the first director of junior activities. He was there a very, very short time, and then he was replaced by Dean Hurlbut, and then Dean had an assistants come and join him.
we got a real good class of January heifers in. We have a showman out here, Clara Henderson from East Troy, Wisconsin. I have a little personal interest about Clara. She is a freshman at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Last year, I like our class winner, and I felt pretty comfortable landing on her to win in here because there's some different types and kinds after her that you can kind of shuffle around depending on how they hit you, but I do feel really comfortable leading off with her. I think she just becomes the answer, especially whenever you talk about build from the ground up, and I think relative to the one that comes behind her, especially whenever we talk about hip and hind leg, the way she gets out and uses it, I think she's very, very comfortable and really good there. The look of balance and quality that she has standing still, she does an awesome job of maintaining the right kind of rib, the right kind of body, and to maintain it in motion. She just becomes the easy place for me. I think after her, you can kind of study the next three just a little bit. There's some differences between each of them. I thought when this one got stopped and collected at the side, I like her look of quality and refinement. I thought she was a little neater about her head. I thought a little leveler from hooks to pins relative to the one that comes behind her. You can get critical of her because she's a little more upright in her front end, just a little more hesitant in the way she gets out and uses her lower joint work. But I do like her balance, her silhouette, the way she pieces things together. The young ladies in 3 has really unique pieces because I think relative to the one that goes out in front of her, she's bigger footed, she's heavier boned, and probably has just a little more slope and a little more flexibility down through her lower joint work. I like her extension up front. Her body depth is good. For me, she gets a little bit too peaked right behind her shoulder. She's a little bigger, a little flatter from behind. I'd probably like to moderate her just a little bit, see her come with just a little more turn and natural dimension whenever we get in behind her, but some cool pieces in her. If we could change the heifer that comes next just a little bit in terms of her structure, she wants to get a little open and forward in her front end, a little more restricted in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg, and because of those things, kind of drops out of her front end. But I do like her substance. I like the turn from her shoulder back. She's got the right kind of dimension, just got a little too open in her front end, wanted to drop out, didn't maintain her balance quite as well in motion. The young ladies that comes next, another one, I think very fundamentally good. I think she's flexible. She's awesome in her top line balance. I thought she became a little plainer up front. She's got just a little more chest. I think just a little more streamlined in her body type. And then we round out the class with a functional heifer, I think flexible, got some extension, doesn't come right behind her shoulder and her forerib, wants to pull her loin down, get her tail head up, all those things, throw off her balance just a shot more. Good class there, especially on the top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over in the Red Angus ring. Results
In this class was entry 4187. She was shown by Braylon Schaefer at Hagerstown, Indiana. UDLGFD Queen Ruth 5002, a daughter of Carrot. And the interesting thing is she goes back to a female called Queen Ruth 119. She was a dam of Pipeline, a bull that was very popular in the breed in the 70s. It was bred in the Erdman Angus Ranch at Watonka, South Dakota. Second went to 4175. SSF DS Lady 1105.
GFD Queen Ruth 5002. Second place in that class will go to Bryson Jones with SSF DS Lady 1105. Third place was exhibited by Clara Henderson. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Tori Hearn. Fifth place went to Raylan Rose Unwin. And sixth place went to Kipton Thummel and Daly Thummel of Ravenwood, Missouri.
The class number 15, of course, our winner was from Braylon Schaefer, and of course second went to Bryson Jones on a daughter of the Carrot. And so 1 and 2 are the Carrot. Third was started by Hill Valley Reckoning. shown by Clara Henderson. Her family was the breeder of Reckoning from East Troy, Wisconsin. Fourth was another Carrot from Tori Heron in Connellsville, Pennsylvania, from that famous Winnie family that originated in Hugh Ingalls herd up in South Dakota. Fifth went to Raylan Unwin in Yukon, Oklahoma, on a Conley Bristow daughter from the Sandy family. And, of course, sixth went to W.B. Adelaide, a daughter of the Carrot from the Thumble family in Missouri. And there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 head in this class. We're now picking our champion junior heifer. And the candidates in this class are as follows. We have the following. We have 4160 HW Forever Lady 590, a daughter of Good Times, from Jace Denton Pipkin in Republic, Missouri. And we have Udell LGFD Queen Ruth 5002, a daughter of the Carrot, from Braylon Schaefer in Hagerstown, Indiana. Our respected second prize winners is 4163 BNWZ Sarah's Dream, 5128 by the Carrot from Layton Nowatsky in Michigan City, Indiana. And second in class number 15 was SSFDS Lady 1105, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Bryson Jones at Harold, Ohio. So both first prize winners. Both first prize winners. The first prize winner in class 14 was by Good Times, and the other class number 15, was sired by the Carrot. The second place.
10 seconds out here as we continue on. I'm not going to talk extensively about them, but I think all four of these are really, really nice, and I like the seconds over there, but I do think for me it boils down between our two class winners, and honestly, it's kind of splitting hairs. I think they're both extremely, extremely high quality. We talked about the first class and how I thought that was just the one that you needed to land on it, and I think within that class, she easily pieced together with the most balance. I loved her look up front. Her flexibility and structure from the ground up really gave her an edge in there. When we bring her back out here and we get her stopped, I still think she hits you with a ton of quality. She's getting a little bit tired, wanting to roll up just a little bit in her loin and roll out of her hip just a nickel there. And for me, we could probably intensify her foot and her ankle just a little bit more with just a little more stoutness. And I think some of those things that I pick on her for as we come back out here, I think that our winner out of the second class probably compliments her in those areas because I think she's as good looking up front. I love her body type, the sweep back to her rear rib and flank, and then at the standstill, I think she probably stays just a shot more consistent from hooks to pins. I think she probably does hit me with just a little more foot and ankle and bone and still is as good looking. I don't know if either of them are the widest or the stoutest when you get in front of them and behind them of any of the cattle that we've seen today, but I think they plenty got enough. They're really similar in those areas, so I'm not going to.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior heifer calf, Division 4, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, and bred by Kaylee Langford of Breckenridge, Texas. That's UDE LGFD Queen Ruth 5002. Reserve champion in that division coming from class 14. That's back number 4160. That's HW Forever Lady 590, exhibited by Jace Pimpkin, Republic, Missouri, and bred by Hadley Brown of Afton, Iowa. We're now going to welcome in those bred and owned.
In this class, our winner was 4187, shown by Braylon Schaefer. She is a Carrot daughter from the Queen Ruth. Remember I mentioned she goes back to the Queen Ruth 119 of Erdman fame in South Dakota, who was the dam of Pipeline, one of the bulls very popular in the early 70s in the Angus breed. And then our reserve was shown by Jace Pipkin. From a pioneer Angus family in Missouri at Clearwater Farms. It was HW Forever Lady 590, a daughter of Good Times. Jace Pipkin, Republic, Missouri, on the Forever Lady heifer by the Good Times. So a real good division. We're now moving into the bred and owned. We're now working on the bred and owned in the oldest classes of 2025.
This 4174 was the champion bred and owned. He was the only one. So
Okay. Okay. And the champion bred and owned is 4171. 4171 was your champion. 4174, I'm sorry. 4174. She is D6 Georgina Chip 1005, started by Blue Chip. She's a Champion Hill Georgina, shown by Raylan Fleener at El Reno, Oklahoma. We're now working on class number 16. We've moved into the young 2024 heifers. We have 3 candidates. We have entry 4190 T7X Lady May 57M1, a daughter of Blacklist, the Frontier Gal from Mackenzie Hilton in Bona, Texas. We have entry 4192 Conley Sandy 4105, a daughter of Conley A1, shown by Brax, Parker, Frederick, and Stephenville, Texas, from the Sandy family. We have entry number 4194 FCF Proven Queen 484, a daughter of Severa's Primal 8525. That Severa's Harris Primal 8525, shown by Braley Roberts of Orion, Illinois, and from the Proven Queen family. So these are all December-born 24 heifers, started by Blacklist, Keneally A1, and FCF Proven Queen. The first heifer was bred in the Macy McClellan herd in Texas. The middle heifer by Jack Conley in Sulphur, Oklahoma, and the heifer on the end from Four Corner Farms in St. Francisville, Illinois. Our judge is now working on class number 16, the fall-born December heifers. They have just recently celebrated their first birthday.
Well, a good set, and these come together just a little quicker for me in terms of how these need to go. And I think we've got a nice class winner to win out here and just becomes the place to land. As you study the 3, she's just the highest quality and paints the best image from the side. But not only do I think she's good looking, I still think she's got the right kind of body type. I still think in terms of her structure, she's good and gets out and maintains her balance really nicely. So for me, the one that you need to land on wins in here. Just do so pretty quickly. The heifer that's going to be second, modern, bodied. She's deep in her heart and good back in through her rear rib and flank. She's got some extension up front, just a little more leather there. She's not quite as fresh in terms of her condition, a little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work. So we could freshen her up there and intensify her at the ground to make her just a shot more competitive. And then we round out the set with another heifer that's got the right kind of substance. I really appreciate that about her. Again, we could freshen her up, stouten her up, and probably make her balance just a little more uniquely from the side. Good there. Congratulations to each of them.
Congratulations in the Red Angus race. 30, first place was exhibited by Andy Meyer with 3 aces, Georgina 10-15. Second place in that class with Taylor Goff of Chardon, Ohio with Pope Barcelona 501N. Third place was exhibited by Ava Esmus with ZK7K ZG Neon Rose Y01N. Fourth place and congratulations go to Audrey Smith. Fifth place was exhibited by Bennett Weiss. Sixth place in that class go to Journey Shankles. Seventh place exhibited by Hayden Weems. And eighth place.
Okay, here in this class 16, our class winner came from Four Corners Farms, exhibited by Braley Roberts at Orion, Illinois, on a Severa Harris Primal 8525 from the Proven Queen family. That's at Four Corners Farm in St. Francisville, Illinois. Second was Conley Sandy 4105 from Brax, Parker, Frederick, and Stephenville, Texas, bred by Jack Conley in Sulphur, Oklahoma. And third is entry 4190 7X Lady May 57M1, a daughter of PVF Blacklist from the Frontier Gal family, shown by Mackenzie Hilton in Boone, Texas. We're now ready for class number 17. We have 2, 4, 5 entries. and they're all here. Entry 4196 is BNF Sarah's Dream 2411, a daughter of PVF Marble, shown by Clara Marie Coopers in Leroy, Illinois. She is a Sarah's Dream. Her dam was bred in the Betzel herd in Illinois. Entry number 420 is BC2 BF HR's SC K3J Sandy 1124, a daughter of Mahogany Prime, exhibited by Angelina Lugo at Bakersfield, California. Entry number 4102 is T-Bar S Forever Lady 1353M, a daughter of KR Casino, shown by Braxton Blankenship in Salem Springs, Arkansas. Entry number 4202 is Destiny Alba 524, a daughter of WCC Touchdown, exhibited by Ray Lee Redding in Wakamas, Oklahoma. Entry number 4203 is MLA Proven Queen 2456, a daughter of BLC MLC Omega 2258, shown by Dakota Allen at Ottawa, Kansas. Al, welcome back. Did you bring me a little treat?
I'm going to have to go back to get it. I've run out of hands.
Okay, and in this class now, this is class number 17, and this is the November 24 born heifers. November 24 born heifers. And we have a Sarah's Dream, a Sandy, we have an Alba, and we have a Proven Queen. You know, another important part of the National Junior Show is the showmanship contest. And the showmanship contest first started in 1969.
Tom, we had a reach out here from your good friend Dean Haggard. Said he really enjoyed listening to you.
The Hag is listening.
Yes.
He lives in Indiana, and you know, one year he had the grand champion bull at the Illinois State Fair. Always has had a great herd of Angus cattle. His father was an Angus breeder. They lived in, as I would call it, eastern Indiana.
I'm going to get the results from the past here that we've been looking at.
Okay. We got a real good class going. And Dean Haggard, it was good to hear from you. Hope everything is going well for you in Indiana. And we need to be thinking about having another auction. You know, like I always say, the only cure for Angus fever is an Angus auction. That's the only cure known to mankind. And in this class, we have 6 beautiful heifers, all born in the month of November. They've just celebrated their birthday. Next year, they'll be eligible to return. Let's see.
Tom, where are we now on the show order?
Right now, we're on class number 17.
All right.
I bet those grandparents out there are getting excited about class 23.
Okay.
Remember class 23?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet
Abby Bratcher.
Yeah, I bet they're getting pretty stirred up. The clock is ticking. And if you want to contact us here at the show, the junior show's on today. You can
The way that they stand here, I like both of these heifers, but I do feel somewhat comfortable leaving them this way. And I think this view of our class winner, you should like her quite a bit, because I think she pieces things together really, really nicely in terms of her neck set. She ties her neck high to the top side of her shoulder. I'm not saying she's the tightest throated, but for me, everything balances in her because she ties her neck high into her shoulder compared to the heifer behind her. She's quite a bit deeper back in through her her heart and back in through her rear rib and flank. And then I love her hip and her hind leg structure, the way she gets out and travels around the ring. She's very, very comfortable there. Now, she's a little bit closed up underneath at the base of her chest and down at the ground. We could open her up, make her come with just a shot more turn and boldness right behind her shoulder, but a lot of good in her that I really, really like. And I think the second place heifer compliments her because she probably does come with just a shot more shape right at the backside of her shoulder in terms of her forerib. Her body shape is good. She's got some look up front. A little awkward in terms of her body and the way it lays into her right now. Just a little bit shallower and wants to cut up back into her flank. I know she's kind of fighting you just a little bit, so wish she would cooperate just a little bit better. Big thing, we could just soften her up a little bit back in through her flank. The heifer that comes next, I thought relative to the couple that come behind her, I liked her body type just a little bit better. I thought just in terms of her sweep and her lower body balance, suited me a little better. She's a little too frail in her foot and her bone, a shot plainer just in her overall makeup out here to move in front of those two that go ahead of her. This one's got a shot more bone and substance, and I like her look up front. So if you want to switch the pair because of that, I'm good with that. She just reads a little staler. She cuts up back into her flank too much. We could freshen her up, make her just a shot deeper and better back into her rear rib and flank. And then we round out the class with that heifer that is good in terms of her rib and her body type. Just a little plainer, not quite as fresh, and a little frailer in terms of her makeup out here. A good class all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Our winner.
Three good ones to stand in front of us in a really nice class.
Our winner in this Angus class, Al, was entry 4200 BC2BF HRSC KJ Sandy 1124, a daughter of Mahogany Prime, shown by Annalena Lugo in Bakersfield, California.
Placing second was entry number 4203, MLA Proven Queen 2456, sired by Omega, exhibited by Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas.
Third was 4201 T-Bar S Forever Lady 135M, a daughter of KR Casino from Braxton Blankenship in Siloam Springs, Arkansas.
Placing fourth, entry number 4196, BNF Sarah's Dream 2411, sired by Marvel, exhibited by Claire Marie Coopers of Leroy, Illinois.
And fifth is entry 4202, Destiny Alpha 524, a daughter of WCC Touchdown from Lindley Redding in Wakamas, Oklahoma.
All right, and now we're going to be introducing class number 18. Class number 18, we have 2, 4, 6, 7. We have 7 entries in this class. Starting with entry number 4204, Conley Sandy 4611, exhibited by Addison Riley Forrester of Pocahontas, Arkansas.
We have entry number 4205, SLA BSL Chloe 435, a daughter of KR Cattleman Branch, shown by Bailey Schuring at Thompson, Missouri.
And then we have entry number 4208, Sol Ellie 4769M, sired by KR Casino, exhibited by Michael Green of DeWitt, Michigan.
4209 is EXR Frontier Gal 4996, a daughter of Paisley, exhibited by Tori Hearn in Connellsville, Pennsylvania.
And exhibited 4215, SCC Phyllis 4110, sired by the Carrot, exhibited by Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York.
Entry 4216 is SWNY Envious Blackbird 2450, a daughter of Conley No Limit, shown by Maddox Montano in Sealy, Texas.
And rounding out the class is going to be entry number 4217, Conley Erica 4982, sired by Clear Cut, exhibited by Aubrey Elizabeth McCurry, Hutchinson, Kansas. And after the conclusion of this class, Tom, we will be then showing for contention for our Senior Heifer Calf Division Champion and Reserve, and also as well as the Bred and Owned Senior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve in Division.
Very good.
Tom, I'll go ahead.
In our last class, let me get this over. And the class we just completed was won by a bull called BRDG Mahogany Prime 904B. He was bred by Bowen Bridges in Oklahoma. He is by Severa style out of first class, and he was grand champion bull at the 2020 National Junior Show. So here he comes back. He was champion at the Junior Show and comes back and sires champions.
We have HRSK K3J Sandy 1124.
Tom, I tell you what, we've mentioned the KR prefix all morning long. Krebs Ranch in Nebraska, our good friend Mr. Eldon Krebs, he's got a few progeny, a couple of progeny in this lineup right here. He has an own daughter out there by the bull he bred and raised called Cadillac Ranch, KR Cadillac Ranch, and then he also has the heifer right behind him, entry number 4208, that Ellie daughter that is also an own daughter of KR Casino. So Eldon has been very well represented in the show ring as far as breeding a few show ring sires, hasn't
Well,
he?
you know, Casino, he really has had a pretty brilliant career with his progeny.
He sure has. He sure
You
has.
know, I was the announcer at the Kansas State Fair when he was made the grand champion at that show at the Kansas State Fair. And he's had a real good career.
Mm-hmm.
Now the radar judges will select their champion in reserve junior.
Well, it's okay, and ladies and gentlemen, here we are back. Tom's on a phone call conference right now momentarily. Okay, so anyway, here we are back again, and we're again showing in contention for class number 18. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 entries. 2, 4, 6. All 7 entries are in here, and we're in good shape. So again, this is going to be the final class in the November heifers. These are all November heifers that we've been showing, and at the conclusion of this division, we'll jump into the October heifers. Thank you. And again, folks, once again, we're still rolling right along here. Our judge, Miss Macy Scotton, she's evaluating these females that we have. And I tell you what, folks, it's again, it's a very, very trying job, not just for the judge to evaluate these cattle, but these exhibitors, especially the junior exhibitors, all the kids that are showing. When you get into this high a quality of what we're showing for out here, folks, it's very time consuming to make these decisions and do things that you hope are going to be the right answers. So anyway, it's that they're working very hard at it. The judge is working hard. The ring personnel is working very hard, and it definitely does take a village to put on this Cattleman's Congress right here in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, every year in January.
Okay, now, Al, we're on class number 18.
Class number 18.
Did we get them all introduced?
Yes, we introduced them all. Yes,
Yeah, we have. We got them all done. Mm-hmm. And now this is the November heifer calves. The November heifer calves.
Boy, this is a nice division, and if this doesn't get your heart rate slow a little bit, I don't think you love cattle enough. Boy, there's some quality females out here as we round out these heifer calf divisions, and from front to back, this lineup is outstanding. My hat's off to these exhibitors and these breeders, and this is always an exciting class or division, at Congress or
Tom, were you going to say something? You're looking something up there.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Okay. But as we were saying, the Krebs prefix, they've been known for breeding performance cattle, Tom, but they've also bred a few show ring sires that have actually been pretty predominant in the show ring era, haven't they, Tom?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
And they had the champion at the National Junior Show this past year.
Yes, and Eldon and his family welcomes you out to their place in February in Gordon, Nebraska. They welcome you to their place in February for their annual bull sale.
And they're
Ultra attractive when you analyze that front end. She's level out of her hips. She maybe not as powerful as a couple of these others, but boy, does she give you a look, and it's so nice to see that softness and that center body. Here's the one with some expression of muscle. You know, with that, she's a little rounder made in terms of her shoulder and her hip, but packed full of meaty muscle. This one is so powerful.
Also, we mentioned one of our junior exhibitors out here, Aubrey McCurry from Hutchinson, Kansas. Her dad, John McCurry from McCurry Angus Ranch in Hutchinson, Kansas. They have their annual bull sale the second Thursday of March, and they invite everyone to their production sale, their bull production sale.
You know, they've had Angus cattle a long time, the McCurry family out in Kansas, and of course their great uncle was Johnson Workman.
Mm-hmm.
And he was from Paradise, Kansas, and he basically turned Kansas black single-handedly. He was a real strong supporter of the Angus breed in the 20s and 30s and 40s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was a powerhouse.
Well, that's new to me.
Johnson Workman was his name, from Paradise, Kansas. You know, I was thinking today we've had a lot of good cattle sired by Good Times.
We have.
And I couldn't help but think about my friend Bob Beelart. Bob Beelart is the grandfather of the Stagmeyer boys, and he's a real Angus enthusiast. I've had an opportunity to work with him. He's a great guy, a good farmer, was a great Angus breeder. When he sold out, I did his dispersal sale. Bob Beelart from Page, Nebraska. He was the first president of the Nebraska Junior Angus Association in the early 1960s, and also on his team was Mrs. Vance Uden, Connie Sterner at that time. She was
The good class that we have here. I took a little more time to decide between 2 and 3. I felt pretty comfortable landing on the young ladies to win because honestly, she probably combined some things that I like about the two heifers that come behind her. Because whenever she first came in, your initial impression of her is pretty good, and I think it starts at the ground. Her foot size, her stoutness of bone work. I think she's one of the top 3 that I like in terms of stoutness of structure. I think whenever you get in behind her, she's bolder. She's got more natural dimension than the one that comes right behind her. And then whenever we get her in motion, I probably think she's still just as comfortable in motion as anything on the top end of this class. And so for me, she puts together the right kind of look, the right kind of quality and freshness with some extra stoutness of structure and substance. I took a little more time studying these two heifers, and I think you can go back and forth. I guess for me, I probably fell back on the fact that I thought the heifer in second was just a little more comfortable in motion. I don't know that either of them are perfect in terms of their, but I probably do think she's just a little more comfortable, and I think relative to the one that comes behind her, she ties her neck a little bit higher. She's a little stronger coming out of the backside of her shoulder, and so hits me just a little bit better in terms of her silhouette right there, in terms of her spine strength, the way she ties her neck, and then in motion. I like to see her a little bit bolder, a little more opened up, and probably just a shot more stoutness of structure. And that's where you can switch them and tie into the young man's, because if we only judge them standing still, you get a rear three-quarter view of her, you're probably thinking, man, it looks like she could be making a case to win the class. She's just a little bit too uncomfortable in motion. She's real tentative and just a little more restricted in the way she uses her hind leg. She wants to run downhill just a little bit more. She's got just a little more leather up front. So just those couple of things I think take away from her look, particularly whenever we study the cattle in motion. The young man's heifer that's going to come next, I thought at the standstill, I liked her balance just a little bit better than the one that came behind her. I thought her neck tied into her shoulder just a little higher, and she looked like she had just a little more slope to She's not perfect in motion either. We could change her just a little bit, and she's got just a shot more navel there. So just those couple of things take away from her a little bit. But you did a good job of getting her presented, kind of worked up there a little bit within that class. I like the heifer that comes next in terms of having some shape and dimension right behind her shoulder. She's just a little too straight up front. She wants to cut up into her flank a shot more. We need to change her in those couple of areas to move up within the class. If you study this one from the side, she is better in her heart depth and the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. A little neater in terms of her shoulder and her neck set. For me, whenever we get in behind her, she's just a little too flat and closed up. We could freshen her up just a little bit as well to move up within the class. And then we round out the class with another heifer. Awesome in terms of her top line balance and consistency there. Just a shot too frail in terms of her foot and work. Looks just a little plainer and a little more general in her overall balance out here. Good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Red Angus ring.
Here in the Angus show, our winner was entry 4215, SCC Phyllis 4114, shown by Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York, on a daughter of the Carrot, bred by Sturtbaugh Cattle Company in Louisville, Ohio.
Placing second is entry number 4217, Conley Erica, 4982, sired by Conley Clearcut, exhibited by Aubrey McCurry of Hutchinson, Kansas.
Third was entry 4208, Sauls Ellie, 4769M. Sired by KR Casino, shown by Michael Green at DeWitt, Michigan.
Fourth place was entry number 4216, Envious Blackbird 2450, exhibited by Maddox Montano of Sealy, Texas.
Fifth was entry 4209, EXAR Frontier Gal 4996, the daughter of Paisley, shown by Tori Hearn at Connellsville, Pennsylvania.
And placing sixth was entry number 4204, Conley Sandy 4611, sired by Conley A1, exhibited by Addison Riley Forrester of Pocahontas, Arkansas.
And seventh was entry 4205, SLA BSL Chloe 435, a daughter of KR Cadillac Ranch, shown by Bailey Schuringer at Thompson, Missouri. We're now ready for another champion, Al.
We are. We're working on them right now.
And they're out here, and let's... Our candidates are FCF, Proven Queen, 484, the daughter of Severa Harris Primal, 8525, shown by Bailey Roberts at Orion, Illinois.
Placing second.
Entry 4192. 4192.
All that was a Conley Sandy 4105, exhibited by Braxton Parker Frederick of Stephenville, Texas.
In our next class, entry 42 was the class winner, BC2BF, HRSC K3J Sandy 1124, a daughter of Mahogany Prime, shown by Angelina Lugo at Bakersfield, California.
Placing second in class 17 was MLA Proven Queen 2456, exhibited by Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas.
And in the last class, the class winner was 4215, SCC Phyllis 4110, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Adeline Blankenship, West Burlington, New York.
And placing second in class 18 was entry number 4217, Conley Erica 4982, exhibited by Aubrey McCurry of Hutchinson, Kansas. We are now showing for division champion and reserve and bred owned division champion and reserve in the November heifer calf division of the senior calf classification.
You know, Carrot has sired a lot of winners in the show today. You know, he was born in 2018. In 2019, he was a division winner at the National Junior Show. That's as far as he got. But his sire, SCC Tradition of 24, was grand champion at the National Junior Show. And, of course, he was sired by Bootlegger, who was sired by SAB Brilliance back to after Brilliance back to Bismarck, and then back to the Gardner Bull Gridmaker.
Tom, we want to give a shout out to our good friend from Alabama, Jason Upchurch, and his wife Brianna and their 2 sons. They're not here in Oklahoma City this week, but they are packed and they are headed to Denver for next week. They're going to be showing at the National Western. So Jason and Brianna and all of your 2 sons and everybody from Ingram Angus in Pulaski, Tennessee, from the American Angus Hall of Fame, we say hello and Happy New Year. And good luck in Denver next week.
Tell them hi to say hello to Heisman.
Yeah, well, we can't say hello to Heisman, Tom. He's already passed on.
He's passed on, but he sure has been a good contributor to the Angus breed.
Oh, what are you talking about? Yes, he was one of those that the good die young, don't they, Tom?
Yes, that's true.
But anyway, Jason and your lovely wife and your 2 sons, we say hello. And yes, to answer your question, we will be in Denver next week. Yes, sir. So safe travels on the road headed to Colorado.
We have got another championship in the making right here, Al. And our candidates are?
We already named them off, Tom.
Yeah, we got them all named off. But she's still making a severe, keen study of them. You know, it's a nail-biting decision now.
Well, a good lineup that we have out here. Again, 3 class winners, really nice, and a good group of seconds behind them. And again, I want to talk through them just real briefly here. You guys kind of know what's going through my mind and how these things hit me. And again, I probably think it does become the most competitive between our class winners. And I don't want to take away from our seconds. They're very nice as well, but I like the ones that are closest to me a good deal. We had one that won the first class and needed to do so pretty quickly, just in terms of balance and quality. I thought she came to the top pretty quickly within that set. When we bring her back out here and compare her to the ones that come behind her, I don't know if she still has quite the edge in terms of balance and the way everything pieces together. She's still really good looking. I like her stoutness of structure. I do think that probably comparative to the 2 that come behind her, I don't know if she's quite as good in the way her neck ties to the top side of her blade. She gets a little open in her shoulder whenever we get her in motion. I don't know if she hits me quite as fresh as a couple of these that come behind her, but some really good pieces in her. I really like the heifer out of the second class, especially whenever you talk about hip and hind leg, of flexibility, depth of body, sweep back through a rear rib and flank, and still having the right kind of look and presence up front. I think she puts together a lot of really, really nice things. We talked about her, and where we can pick on her a little bit is there just enough there? And whenever you get in front of her, she does want to close up quite a bit at the base of her chest and down to the ground. She's a little flatter right behind her shoulder. You do an awesome job of keeping her loin, but she does want to come up in her loin and roll out of her hip just a little bit there the longer she stands out here. So just a couple of things that we could change on her, but man, whenever the cattle circle, I love her hip and hind leg flexibility is really, really good, and arguably my favorite of the 6 that we have out here. The young ladies that won the third class, I think a lot of good, and whenever they're parked and set up, it doesn't matter what view or angle you have of her, you're probably going to like her quite a bit, because from this side, whenever we look down the lineup of them, she probably is as good as anything in our class winners in terms of the way she pieces her silhouette together. And then whenever you step around to a 3/4, I think she's as good as anything, and arguably probably the best of our class winners in terms of her body shape, her natural dimension, the way she comes out of her hip. And so I don't think it matters the angle that you get of her, whether you're from the side, rear quarter, straight behind, in front of her. She really pieces everything together very, very nicely, especially at the profile. I think she's plenty sound. I don't know if she gets out and just uses her hip and hind leg like the one in front of her, and so it's easier to get a little more critical of her when the heifer in front of her, they're walking together, and she's arguably got the best hip and hind leg that we've seen throughout the show. I still think she's plenty functional. She can dump her pins just a little bit every once in a while, but there's your look at her. Very, very high quality. I love that she blends the right kind of freshness and presence and balance with some substance and natural dimension. So a lot of good there. I probably tilted my cards on which ones I like just a little bit out here. The young ladies that won the third class is going to be our champion. We're going to follow up with the young lady out of the second class for reserve.
Well, congratulations, your champion senior heifer calf, exhibited by Adeline Grace Blankenship, West Burlington, New York, and bred by Sturzbach Cattle Company of Louisville, Ohio. That's SCC Phyllis 4110. And reserve champion in that division, coming out of Class 17, exhibited by Annalena Lugo of Bakersfield, California, and bred by HR Star Cattle Company, Elmore City, Oklahoma. That's BC2BFHRSC K3J Sandy 1124.
In this division, our champion was SCC Phyllis 4110. Of course, she was a Carrot daughter, going back to the Phyllis family of Sturzbach and Champion Hill fame. And then our reserve came to us from Annalena Lugo at Bakersfield, California, on a daughter of Mahogany Prime from the Sandy family, bred by the HR Star Cattle Company in Elmore City, Oklahoma.
Between these two, and you can sure argue where you want to put your emphasis because they're not the same. They're not the same kind of cattle, but they're both really, really good and really, really high.
Who else have we heard from, Al?
I'm just seeing. I don't think we've heard from anybody else right now.
But if you want to call in, let us know what's going on in your world. You can reach Al at
270-566-8822. Text message preferably, but a call is welcome.
Al. We're getting ready for Class 19. And these are the October 2024 born heifers. And we have 4218, KD Proven Queen 246, the daughter of Carrot, shown by Colt Dalby in Cameron, Texas.
And then we have entry number 4223, Oakley Phyllis 478.
Excuse me, I think I got ahead of myself. No, we're going to do the bred and owned. We had a bred and owned in this division.
This is bred and owned,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry about that. I'm taking total responsibility for the air.
I'm certainly glad to hear that.
And you know how responsible I am.
You are the most responsible human being I've ever met, Tom.
Thank you. And we got the bred and owns. We have 4196 out here in the bred and owned. And that would be Clara Marie Coopers from Leroy, Illinois, on her daughter of Marvel. And we also have, let's see,
entry number 4205. That is SLA BSL Chloe 435, sired by Cadillac Ranch, exhibited by Bailey Schwerling of Thompson, Missouri.
And then we have entry number. We got one more out here, and that's 4203, I believe. 4203 is MLA Proven Queen 2456, the daughter of BLC MLA Omega 2258, out of a Proven Queen cow from Dakota Allen and Ottawa, Kansas.
Yes.
Young lady coming in next. This is a deep center, moderate frame kind of a female. You know, not a lot of bells and whistles in that one, but still good cattle. And rounding out the class, young man, good one with some muscle.
She's really making a serious study here.
From heart to flank and just make her deeper body.
This is the bred and owned division that we're on right now. Thanks for telling me.
Well, we bring these three back out here for the bred and owned division. I like all three of them a good deal, and I want to commend each of the young ladies. I think several of the last divisions have been all young ladies to come out here. So you guys are all doing a good job and should all be very proud of each of your heifers. I do think for me, there's probably one that you need to land on, and then it gets just a little bit closer in terms of a reserve. So we'll take a look at them between which ones we want to use for reserve. The young ladies, though, out of the first class needs to be a champion. We'll take a look at the other two for reserve.
Congratulations in the Junior Angus ring. Your champion bred and owned in the Senior Heifer Calf Division 1 will go to Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas.
And her number is 4203. And she is an Omega daughter out of a Proven Queen from Dakota Allen.
And entry number 4196 will be your reserve bred and owned division, Tom.
4196. And that was shown by Clara Marie Coopers at Leroy, Illinois, on a daughter of Marble, dam bred in the Betzold herd in Illinois, and a famous Sarah's Dream.
Yes.
I might say that Clara's father was once on the National Junior Angus board.
Now this will be taking us into class number 19, Tom. This will be starting the October-born heifers. We start off with class 19 with entry number 4218, KD Proven Queen 246, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by Colt Tyler Dalby of Cameron, Texas.
We have entry 4223, Oakley Phyllis 478, a daughter of Paisley, shown by Cambria Cook in Clovis, California.
Entry number 4225, Gina PCC Miss Maxine 4220, and sired by Stag Good Times, exhibited by Jelani King of Waumakocas, Oklahoma.
Okay, entry 4226 is Seldom Rest Cassandra 4207, a daughter of KR Casino, shown by Balkley Maxine Stelzer in Oklahoma.
And entry number 4227, Three Aces, M-Day Georgina 9034, exhibited by Jackson Overbay of Whitesburg, Tennessee.
And we have entry 4229, T-Bar SW, BW Lucy 1352M, a daughter of Severa's Style, shown by Helen Orr in Davenport, Oklahoma.
And then rounding out the class, we have entry number 4230, Deer Valley Missy 4756, sired by PVF Marble, exhibited by Lana E. Sims of McEwen, Tennessee.
Okay, and this is now the October-born heifers are in the ring.
They weren't all the same. I do think these two class winners have some similarities, though. I mean, these are powerful cattle.
We're moving right along with the show.
We are, aren't we, Tom? We're moving right along, not wasting any time. Might have been a little slow this morning, but we've picked up the pace as we went along.
Good heifers there. We'll go pick you a champion, and we'll take another look for reserve, as it might get a little interesting there.
You know, Tom, we've been talking about the prices of beef cattle, and we're all enjoying the fruits of our labors right now. But with that being said, the last 2 years in a row, we'll see record prices being records broken with prices, and never seen them higher. Tom, I believe 2026 could outdo the last three, don't you think?
I really do believe it will.
I think it will, Tom.
I think, as I say, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come.
Tom, I got a text message here.
Oh, good.
This is from Miss Allie Howell from Indiana.
Oh, that's Dr.
Philip Howell's granddaughter.
Phil Howell's granddaughter.
Yes. She says she pulled in the driveway last night at midnight from the Cattleman's Congress helping the Gelby crew. So she'd been up here with the Gelby cattle earlier this week, but she just now got back home. But Allie, we certainly want to say hello to you. Say hello to your dad, Andy, and your grandpa, Phil. And we certainly wish we could see them here, but we're glad that their presence are made known. And Happy New Year with a prosperous prosperity and profit in the future.
You know, I was going to make mention that I had the pleasure of serving on the National Angus Board with their grandfather, Dr.
Yes.
Phil Howell, and he was an excellent board member.
Yes, he was.
He was really tuned in on the issues, and he knew what he was doing. You know, I was going to make a comment on Severa's Style. You know, he's bred in the Severa program out in California. He was born in 2009. In 2010, he was grand champion at the National Junior Show. And, you know, yet today, as basically he would be, let's figure this out. He would be 16 years old. He'd be 16 years old, and he's still a major factor.
Styles?
Yeah. You know, he is born in 2009.
Well, in July, a single entry, and not many of us count in July. Usually at our house, it's a donor that we find.
You know, he goes back. He was sired by the Gamble's Hot Rod, and then back to famous 7001, who was a grand champion at the North American and the National Western, and a bull that was used in the Brockmere herd. Brian Brockman discovered the bull in central Missouri, and he proved to be a really good sire, sired by SAF fame.
You know, Tom, I want to take just a moment. We're talking about wishing birthdays and anniversaries and things. One of my commercial cow-calf friends that I have back home, he's an older gentleman, a little bit older than you, Mr. Orvis Anderson, one of my next-door neighbors I grew up with all my life. He never did have registered cattle, but he was a commercial cow-calf breeder for about the last 25 years. Up until then, he ran a dairy way back in the day. So he was a true cattleman, dairy and beef in both segments, and he turned 88 years old on December the 28th.
Very good.
And he still, get this, he still is more than able physically to go out and hook onto a disc mower with a tractor and cut a field of hay, and he can also operate the hay baler as well. So he's in very good health to be 88 years old.
And
so
I bet you sold him a bull.
That never did.
You never did.
Now, he always kept his own.
Oh, we did.
Orvis always kept his own, yeah.
He had a very conservative attitude then.
Well, the herd was very well line bred. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Some might call it something else, but I'll call it line bred. But yes, Orvis is one of my dear friends, and he's watched me grow up. And happy birthday to him for 88 years old. Happy birthday, Orvis.
We're now working on class number 19. Class number 19. You know, the good news, that we're talking about the Carrot, who started a lot of winners. When the Lord calls him, he's going to come to the American Angus Hall of Fame as a head mount. So the work's already in the way for him to come to the hall. And won't we be glad to have him?
But we're in no hurry to get him just yet.
Oh,
we want him to flourish while he's still alive.
Continue to enjoy the good life. Continue to enjoy the good life. Of course, he was bred by Rick Blanchard out in Fireball, California. And, of course, he really did a good job for Rick. And he was out of a Twin Valley Precision E161 dam. And of all things, his second dam was by 6807. And he was one of what I call one of those Billy Martin Albas. He went back to Martin's Alba 116. Of course, Billy Martin was a New York Yankee player and manager, and had an Angus herd in Colorado, and bred the cow on the bottom side, the Martin's Alba 116, who was a Pathfinder cow. And he was a son-in-law of Mr. Winkler. Mr. Winkler was a commission man at the Denver Stockyard.
Yep. Tom, talking about some celebrities and people that had Angus cattle over the years, we don't need to fail to mention your friend and one of everyone's movie stars that we all enjoy watching. Mel Gibson was the owner and operator of Beartooth Ranch up in Montana for a few years back in the day.
I'd have done several sales for him, and Dan Ellis and his father were the managers of that herd. It was called Beartooth, and it was a very successful. They had a number of Denver champions
they did.
During his tenure.
Just like to set that head down into her spine a little bit and just pick her up and that loin on the move. But high quality, good looking kind of thing.
We got a pretty good class in the making here, Al.
Taking them a while to sort through them, isn't it?
You know, this Good Times has really popped up here in the show. You know, I was talking about the Good Times. You know, his dam is by Severa Style. He is sired by the dam is by Style, and his second dam is by the OSU Currency, and he's from the Champion Hill Sturt Spa Phyllis family. So he goes back to the Champion Hill Phyllis 33, and she was really a monumental cow. for Paul Hill at Champion Hill in Bidwell, Ohio.
You know, that Phyllis Cow family really was the key to the Sturzbach family becoming what they are today, wasn't it, Tom?
They really have been highly successful.
Yes.
Of course, they worked for Paul Hill at Champion Hill.
Yes.
And kind of knew where the bodies were buried. They knew the ones that really could hit the pay dirt.
Yeah.
They knew the ones that could really get the job done, and they had the knowledge and wisdom, and put their knowledge to work.
Yes. It never hurts to have some inside information like that.
That's
does it,
right.
Tom?
I was hoping maybe we had a few more birthdays or anniversaries, maybe some new calves that somebody's got.
Oh, I'd say there's being babies born right now
Or
today,
first
Tom.
calves by a new herd sire. We want to hear about them.
I will have to say, Tom, those first jumbo calves, Musgrave jumbo calves that we had born this fall, we had about a dozen bulls and heifers, and I'll have to say they led the rest of the fall calves out of 48, or I think it was 48 fall calving cows we had this time back home in Kentucky. They stood out amongst all the others, and we had some statesmans, we had some provosts, we had some craftsmen. The jumbo stood amongst all of them, head and shoulders how the calves have performed as they've developed and how they've shaped up on creek feed.
Well, I'd have to say at Scott Spickard, where I saw in Montana, where I saw Jumbo, he'd be one of the best mature bulls that I've ever had the pleasure of seeing.
I would highly recommend him to anybody to improve their cow herd, wouldn't you say, Tom,
Yeah,
or to add value?
Of course, the Styles out in South Dakota had the vision to buy him as a calf.
Yes.
And he turned into be what I call a giant among giants.
Yes. The prophecy was well fulfilled for the Styles family, wasn't it, Tom?
It sure was. And once again, we hate to make it redundant, but we know the only cure for Angus fever is, and I go to an Angus auction.
Well, it looks like let's see here. It looks like we're about, well, maybe not quite. We're about to get our results, I think, here.
Yes.
Macy's really having to work hard on this. A lot of thought and determination and processes going into this. And Tom, talking about the Styles family, let's also not forget that Sawyer was a junior board member.
And peel on around behind me, and I think a lot of quality all the way on through as this class came in. I kept thinking, hey, that's a pretty solid one. That's a pretty solid one. And so I think this class has a little more give and take, and you can probably shuffle these around just a shot depending on how they hit you. I think for me, it's a little hard to shake my initial impression sometimes. And so depending on how they hit you, I think can affect how you like to place this class. I probably thought these two hit me just a little harder initially in terms of look and presence and refinement and balance. I think not only in motion but also at the standstill. And so that's where those two kind of rose for me. And I think the longer that they stood out here, and I know the young lady's Heifer in second is really fighting her, and so it makes it just a little bit harder to get a good look at her. But I do think that she probably ties her neck a little more naturally higher onto the top side of her shoulder. She's just a little more consistent in the way she transitions out right behind her shoulder. And I probably thought right between the two, this one's probably just a little bit bolder right behind her shoulder as well. Now we could freshen her up especially whenever we step in behind her in terms of up around her tail head. She's getting just a little staler in terms of her condition, so she could be just a shot fresher there, but I do like her moderation. I like her body type, and I probably thought the longer that they stood out here and we studied them, the more she maintained her balance. Like I said, attitude makes it a little hard to get a good read on the young ladies in second, but when she cooperates, there's your look at her. Man, she gives you a really, really good look, and I still think in terms of balance and refinement, we picked on her a little bit, and she's starting to do it now where she's just a little bit and wants to roll just a shot from hooks to pins and get just a little off behind her spine, and that throws off her top line. I do think relative to the one that comes behind her, whenever you talk about cleanness at the base of her chest, refinement, look, and presence up front, she's a little bit better. Well, she could have just a shot more natural dimension. She hits me just a little bigger and a little flatter for how I personally like them, but I like her presence and her refinement, and probably that's what I landed with relative to the young man's that comes in 3. I like this heifer's dimension, her substance, her body type is good. She's got some stoutness of bone work. She just gets a little too plain from her shoulder forward, a little quicker and shorter there, a little more open in her shoulder, and just a little bit bolder there. If we could neaten her up from her shoulder, I like some things that she's got going on from there back. I like this heifer, and I think one that can float just a little bit at the standstill whenever she gets her stopped and put together. She's got some look up front. She's got some body shape. I don't know if she's awesome in terms of her heart depth, her depth back to her rear rib and flank. For me, whenever we got the cattle in motion, she looked just a little bit shallower, wants to cut up a little bit more. I think for this, where they're at, she just gives up a little bit of center body depth and substance and sweep relative some of the cattle on either side of her. The one that comes behind her is just a little deeper through the center portion of her body. I appreciate that about her. I like the way her neck set comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She sets it high, but she's got just a little bit of leather. She's a little flatter behind her shoulder. She's got some navel, wants to come up just a little bit in her tail head, and those things throw off her balance just a little bit more. A solid heifer that comes next, and when I was searching for the next one to pull, I felt really bad about who was going to be in that spot, because I think this is a really nice heifer to be this far down in the class, because she's smooth, she's got some body, she's got some extension. I thought she hit me just a little plainer, a little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work, a little more open in her shoulder, probably didn't get out and maintain her balance quite as well. And then this is a nice heifer to round out the class. Like I said, quality all the way through. Just has a little bit too much chest, a little flatter right behind her shoulder. Didn't hit me with as much freshness and quality as several of those up on the line. So good class there. I thought very, very competitive. A lot of good people. Congratulations to all of them.
Check 1, 2. I think. Tom, before we go any further in the show order, we got another reach out to us. I mentioned it's you never know who's listening. Sawyer Stiles just reached out to me on the phone, and she said that her and Chris and the family are listening to us. And
they are.
That they said all hail Jumbo. So
Okay.
yeah, and like I said, to give Sawyer some recognition, she was a very good junior board member during her 2 years on the National Junior
She was
Board.
excellent. I think her father is one of the very best judges in the Angus breed.
He is, without question.
Yeah,
without
he
question.
really is.
But we could say that Sawyer's going to be another blue hen one of these days, wouldn't you
She
think?
could be a blue hen. And we're getting ready now.
So anyway, yes, Happy New Year to Sawyer and Chris and all your family from the Stiles family from the American Angus Hall of Fame. Happy New Year and prosperous days ahead of you.
Like you say, you never know who's listening.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Okay, Tom, so we'll go ahead and start introducing class number 20. Class number 20, we're going to start with entry number 4231. This is SCC Phyllis 4105, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by Courtney Spicer of Woodbine, Maryland.
This is the October 24 heifers. We have GE Sarah's Dream 4611, a dollar Silvera Forbes shown by Cade L. Hendricks at Okatchee, Oklahoma.
And then entry number 4234 is Dameron Barbara 4137, sired by Executive Decision 2219, exhibited by Cambria Cook of Clovis, California.
We have 4235 Wallace Frontier Gal 486, the daughter of the Blacklist, shown by Sadie Plague in Guthrie, Oklahoma.
Then we go to entry number 4239, WB Princess 436, sired by Executive Decisions, exhibited by Selby Hools of Hannibal, Missouri.
We have entry 4240 BMWZ Sarah's Dream 47.96. A Daughter of the Carrot, shown by Josie Phillips at Mayslick, Kentucky.
And then we go to entry number 4241, Meyer LK Forever Lady, 4177, exhibited by Tyne Lucille Lugenbeyer of Palmyra, Missouri.
Now we're going back to Class 19, and the winner of that class was 42.23. Oakley Phyllis, 478, A Daughter of Paisley, shown by Cambria Cook at Clovis, California. Cambria has had a really good day. And second was entry.
Results out of Class 19. First place was exhibited by Cambria Cook, Clovis, California, with Oakley Phyllis, 478. Second place in that class was exhibited by Blakely Selzer of Oolaga, Oklahoma. Third place, go to Jackson Overbay of Whitesburg, Tennessee. Fourth place, exhibited by Jelani King of Wacomas, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Sixth in that class was exhibited by Lana Sims of McEwen, Tennessee. Seventh place went to Colt Dalby of Cameron, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 20. Back before the division, we brought in Class 36. First place is exhibited by Bryson Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place exhibited by Cameron Murray.
All right, and we're doing the places now in class number 19. First was Oakley Phyllis, 478, The Daughter of Paisley, shown by Cambria Cook at Clovis, California. She's by Paisley. Second went to Bailey Stelzer of Oklahoma. On Seldom Rests Cassandra. She's a casino daughter. Third went to Jackson Overbay at Whitesburg, Tennessee on a Conley No Limit out of a 3 aces Georgina Champion Hill Dam. Fourth went to GNA PCC Miss Maxine 4120 by the Good Times. And, of course, fifth was T-Bar SBW Lucy, sired by Silvera Style from the Lucy family from Helen Orr in Davenport. And sixth place was Deer Valley Missy 4756, The Daughter of Marble, shown by Lana Sims at McEwen, Tennessee. And rounding out the class is entry number 7, KD Proven Queen, 246, The Daughter of the Carrot, shown by Colt Dalby at Cameron, Texas. We are now working on class number 20. Class number 20 is in the ring. The show has really been good today. I mean, you talk about in-depth quality and Angus goodness. I tell you what, it's just amazing, the strength of this show from the standpoint of show heifers. And as I always say, one of the greatest things about the Angus breed is it has a very wide and rain-proof umbrella because there's room for everybody. Whatever you want to produce, whatever you enjoy, whatever you can sell for a profit, that's what you need to raise. That's what I call a waterproof wide umbrella. And I was going to talk a little bit about our judge today. She's really done a very good job. She is from El Reno, Oklahoma. And her name is Macy Scoten. And she is the coordinator of strategic partnership at Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma, And she studied animal science at Oklahoma State University. She studied at Redlands Community College, and she lives in El Reno, Oklahoma. Let's get some more information. And then we got a little bit more information. And we might say that Macy sure has done a very conscientious, powerful job in judging today's show. Somehow I got a feeling she probably was on the Oklahoma State judging team. Somehow you get that feeling. Oh, she's married to a guy named Spencer Scoten. Okay. We'll get more information as we go along. Our judge is now working in class number 20. Class number 20.
Second in there, we complimented this one in class and just being so fresh and so well managed, in that.
I was talking about the first National Junior Showmanship Contest. It was held in 1969 at the All-American Angus Breeders' Futurity in Lexington, Kentucky. At that time, it was held at the racetrack in Kentucky. And the first winner was Sam. Excuse me.
Well, congratulations, reserve champion intermediate heifer exhibited by Camry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon with FHC Baby 5-year-old fat. We're now welcoming class 37, April Spring yearling females.
I got unplugged there for a minute, but I'm back on now. I was talking about the American Angus Association, which is formed in 1883. And the initial meeting was held in Kansas City, Missouri, and Chicago, Illinois. They kind of went back and forth. And the first home was in Independence, Missouri, at the Charles Gudgel residence. He was the first secretary, and that was in 1883. And then in 1888, it moved to Iowa City, and Tom McFarland was the secretary.
Up out here again, really good class and a ton of quality all the way on down the line. But for me, I did feel comfortable working through these and landing on the young ladies to win this class. I do feel pretty good about that because I think things get closer after her. But I think for me, whenever you watch the cattle circle, I think she's one of the ones that becomes the best in terms of her lower joint work, her flexibility relative to the one that comes behind her. She hits me with just a shot more stoutness of structure. I probably like the angle and the lay of her knee and her shoulder a little bit better. And then she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib better. A little bit bolder in her forerib, a little deeper in her heart, and bolder back in through her rear rib and flank. I was taking a little more time between 2 and 3 and probably fell back on my initial impression of the young lady's heifer's quality and refinement and presence. And I think you can pick on her for being just a little more upright in terms of her front end structure. She pinches just a little more behind her shoulder. In terms of her forerib, gets a little tighter in the center portion of her heart there, so we could change those couple of things. But I do like her extension. I like the way her neck sets, and then I think she probably gets out and just goes and fills her stride just a little easier. This heifer kind of warmed up to it, but she was really dragging the first part of the class, and I was having a hard time getting a read on, hey, is she just a little restricted? Is she missing her stride a little bit, or is she just a little lazy and a little tired out here? And so those things were kind of up in the air. Standing still, really, her angles all read good. She's a little plainer up front relative how she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder. She's got just a little more. And then, like I said, in motion, gets just a little bit lazier, doesn't want to show herself off and get out and just use her hip and her hind leg quite like I'd like to see her. Some good pieces in the heifer that comes next. And really, from her shoulder back, I really like a lot of things about her because she's got some body shape. She's got some stoutness of structure. For me, she just gets a little too plain. From her shoulder forward in terms of her head, the bottom side of her throat and her chest there, we need to neaten her up a little bit. The heifer that comes next is good and consistent in her top line balance. Got some stoutness of structure, a little coarser in terms of her shoulder, not quite as fresh at the bottom side of her throat and her chest. She could use just a shot more lower flank. The young ladies that comes next, a little deeper in her chest, pushing just a shot more condition there, not quite as attractive in motion. And then we round out the class with a heifer that, again, we just need to change her a little bit structurally to be just a shot more comfortable and a little better balanced whenever the cattle circle. Good class there. Congratulations again to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in the Junior Angus ring. Results out of Class 20. First place went to back number 4240. That was BNWZ Sarah's Dream, 4796. Shown by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Second place in that class will go to Cambria Cook of Clovis, California with Dameron Barbara, 4173. Third place was exhibited by Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Selby Hulse of Hannibal, Missouri. Fifth place will go to Kate Hendricks of Okarche, Oklahoma. Sixth place exhibited by Courtney Spicer. Seventh in that class, and congratulations then went to Tyne Leinbauer. Now in the ring is Class 21.
We've got right now in class number 21, we have entry number 4244, Express Frontier Gal 4967, sired by Dignity, exhibited by Brooklyn Barnes of Desdemona, Texas.
We have entry 4245, Conley DT Sandy, 4674, a daughter of Conley Lead the Way, from Piper Rosenberger in Hayden, Idaho.
And then we have entry number 4258, PCC 244M, exhibited by sired by the Carrot, exhibited by Parker Bell Sproul of Isabella, Oklahoma.
We have entry 4259, BG Annie Lou, M201, the daughter of Riverstone Vegas, shown by J. Lee Huff in Menda, Arkansas.
Entry number 4260, Hill Valley Sandy 441, sired by Hill Valley Reckoning, exhibited by Claire Henderson of East Troy, Wisconsin.
Entry number 4263, FCF Phyllis 466, the daughter of KR Casino, from Marcy Bartlow in Macomb, Illinois.
Then we go to entry number 4264, TCC Blackbird 452, sired by Stag Good Times, is exhibited by Ava Thomason of Harrison, Arkansas.
And this is the September class, entry 4265, Conley DT Sandy 4235, a daughter of Conley Lead the Way, shown by Jessa Lynn Hudson at Belvedere, Nebraska. Al, another really powerful class.
We really like the way that she's made right there in her hip. She has a little more shoulder. She's got a little more chest, but a good female. Next one coming out here is, again, another nice heifer. This calf gets just a little bit off at her hip. She gets slung under herself a little bit on the move when you evaluate the
talking about the National Junior Showmanship Contest. The first one I think I made an error. It was held in 1967, and I've had an opportunity to attend every one since that one. And I was the announcer for the one in 1967, along with J.B. McCorkle. And the first winner in 1967 was Sam Wiley. He was a breeder from Pennsylvania, a junior from Pennsylvania. He now lives in Florida, Sam Wiley. And then in 69, Bill Sheridan won from Michigan. In 70, Mary Griswold from Oklahoma. 71 was Pete Sweeney from Michigan. 72 was Bill Conley from Massachusetts. Brad Greiman from Iowa. And Dave Zier from Illinois. Deborah Molson was the first and only Canadian ever to win in 76. John Smallsteg in 77, Karen Laughlin in 78, Mary Ferguson in 80, Cheryl Knopp in 81, Lisa Boland in 82, John Griswold in 83, Rodney Morris in 84, Tim Fitzgerald in 85, Mary Brandberger in 86, Jill Rischel in 87, Lori Cash in 88, Charmaine Villiatar in 89, Andrea Jensen in 90, Brian Finnestead in 91, Ty Krebs in 96, Brent Scarlett in 97, Julia Dameron in 98, Jessica Sawyer in 2000, Rachel Poston in 2001, Blake Bloomberg in 2004, Chad Hahn in 2005, Jennifer Smith in 2008, Lindsey Graham in 9, Brittany Kramer in 10, Jan Rolette in 11, Jessica Radcliffe in 12, Paige Wallace in 13, and the list goes Jace Stagmar in 2021, Paige Lemonager in 2022, Andrew Meyer in 23.
You're talking about the National Showmanship Contest? Yeah, that, and then don't forget last year, Andrew's sister, Alyssa Meyer, was the champion last year in the National Showmanship Contest. That's the only time that a brother-sister duo has ever won that National Showmanship Contest, isn't it? I think so, yep. But anyways, folks, once again, as we go through here, Macy's, I never can remember her last name, Macy Scotton is making her final decision here in class number 21. Altogether, we have 2, 4, 6, 7. We have 7 females here in class number 21, and I believe they're all here. No, actually, there's one. There's one scratch. We have one scratch. We'll figure that out just here momentarily. But anyway, as we keep going along, we're doing a real nice job. I think Macy's done a good job keeping the flow going, and I think she's finally down to the wire of which one she's going to pick for first and second place in Class 21. Again, she's given everyone equal opportunity, and we have to really appreciate that. You know, Tom, the Cattleman's Congress, we've been talking about the history of it for the last 6 years, ever since it got started, and the ones who helped it get going. This goes on for about almost 10 days to 2 weeks with as many breeds as there are. There's about 2 hitches of cattle that come through. So many breeds come the first go around, so many breeds come the second go around in the second week. And it really is a first-class act, and it takes a full-time crew year-round, full-time paying job to do this. To put this on, organize it, put it together.
I would agree. It sure is a nice event.
Excuse me.
Big barrel kind of a heifer, really neat up there through her shoulder, the way that she comes out high and tight. You know, she might want to run downhill just a little bit from that tailhead as she transitions into the center part of her top line and back up there to that shoulder. But there's just so much more power in this female. Making some other, you know, it's probably yet to be determined if that teat size, that teat is refined as much as we all want it to be. But we'll give her a break there. That's an awfully powerful kind of a female. Really good looking one here. Super smooth and made ultra nice. More refined than that other heifer, probably in every way. Finer bones, smaller foot size. But boy, is she good looking.
Tom, as we've already mentioned this morning, as we've talked all throughout the day, to be honest, I don't think there's been a bad heifer, a bad female that's walked through this ring this morning. Do you, Tom?
No, and they've really been very impressive.
Yes.
Very, very.
Very much so. And it's been fun to watch this, hasn't it?
It's been a delight. And there's been a lot of young people that have been showing. They're kind of their first time.
Yes. Uh-huh. And I still don't believe that Macy has exactly picked which one she's going to go with first and second. Man, these decisions are so hard. so hard to decipher. I think here we go. We're giving reasons now. All right.
Well, a good class here. I think the decision becomes between the top two, and you can go back and forth between those two females. I think our class winner probably doesn't naturally show herself off quite as much as the heifer in second does, but I do think there's a lot of good in. And whenever she does finally collect herself, I probably like her depth of heart, sweep back to her rear rib and flank just a little bit more between the two heifers. And then I probably like that she's got just a little more slope to her knee. Our second place heifer reads to me like she can get just a little more upright in her front end structure ever so slightly. Now our class winner wants to pull her hock in from behind and close up just a little bit. So we could fix her there just a shot, make her tie her neck a little higher to the top side of her shoulder. And I think those things, that's where this heifer really complements her, because she does tie her neck high to the top side of her shoulder. She probably hits you just a little bit harder initially between the pair whenever they first came in. And I think structurally really good, and she reads good on paper as well. I probably just got a shot more critical of her. I think she wants to toe out a little bit more up front, get just a shot more upright, and then between the pair, I thought she became a little more pinched and shallower in her heart and her forerib and back into her flank. So just a couple of little things there. I thought those were two really, really nice heifers that had some differences between the two of them. I like this heifer's moderation and substance and body type. For me, where she can't run ahead of those two that go out in front of her, she's just a little plainer from her shoulder forward, and then a shot too refined in terms of her foot and her bone work. For me personally, I'd like to stouten her up there just a little bit to move up any higher in the class. This heifer that comes does have the extra stoutness of feature and bone work. I love that about her. She is not wanting to cooperate out here, and so it's a little hard to get a good read on her. She reads sometimes like she's just a little plainer up front. There's probably the first time I got a good look at her, and I do think she's got good pieces. I thought whenever she got out around the ring, and some of it was probably her fighting the halter, a little plainer up front in terms of her neck, the top side of her neck, not quite as refined, not quite as feminine, and then I think from behind we could probably open her up just a shot more as well. The heifer that comes next, I thought where I liked her relative to the one that comes behind her, just a little more rib, a little more body. She's plenty big for me in terms of weight. I'd probably like them just a shot more moderate. And then she gets just a little more extra set to her hind leg. We could change her there a little bit. So if you like this one, because she probably is just a little more attractive in the usage of her hind leg, I'm good with it. For me, she just got a little too shallow in terms of her rib and her body type. Wants to cut up back into her flank. And then we round out the class with a moderate heifer that's got some substance. Just a little too coarse out here. Need to change her up structurally, freshen her up a little bit more to become just a shot more competitive in that setting. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over in the Angus ring before Division II here in your senior heifer calves. First place exhibited by Parker Sproul of Isabella, Oklahoma with DKBF PCC 2244M. Second place in that class will go to Brooklyn Barnes of Desdemona, Texas with EXAR Frontier Gal 4967. Third place was exhibited by Piper Rosenberg of Hayden, Idaho. Fourth place will go to Clara Henderson. Fifth place in that class was exhibited by Jessalyn Hudson. Sixth place, Ava Thompson. And seventh went to Jaylee Huff. We're now going to select a champion reserve senior heifer calf in Division II.
Well, in this class, the winner was a Carrot Daughter, shown by Parker Sproul. And in second place, Brooklyn Barnes was by Dignity. And the third place, the Rosenberger heifer was started by Conley Lead the Way.
Yep. Now, Tom, we're showing for champion and reserve in Division II senior heifer calf, and this will be this will be September and October babies combined.
Okay, first was entry number 4223 in class 19. She was Oakley Phyllis 478, a daughter of Paisley from Cambria Cook in Clovis, California.
And then we go to the second placing in that, which would have been entry number 4226, Seldom Rest Cassandra 4207, sired by Casino, exhibited by Blakely Maxine Stelzer of Oolagaga, Oklahoma.
In class number 20, the first prize winner was 4240, BNWC Sarah's Dream 4696, a daughter of the Carrot shown by Josie Brooke Phillips in Basilick, Kentucky.
Well, a good lineup as we keep plugging right along over on the Angus side. And 6 really nice heifers that come out of those classes. I'll visit through them here real briefly so you guys kind of know what's going through my mind. Again, there was a lot of good and a lot of quality in all those classes. And I thought some give and take between some of those, but felt really good about our first class winner in landing on her. And I thought she probably put together some of the things that I liked about some of the cattle that came after her. I think whenever you study her from the profile, she puts together a good look in terms of her silhouette, the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder, her depth of body and sweep back to her rear rib and flank, having some stoutness of structure. We talked about how we could maybe freshen her up just a little bit. She's probably pushing just a little more condition there up around her tail head, and so we could freshen her up there just a shot, and I don't know that maybe she's as good haired as some of the other cattle that we've seen, but I like a lot of things about her, and there's your look at her. Still very high quality, and a nice one that followed her in second that was giving the young lady quite a bit of fits and not wanting to show herself off, but I still thought a lot of good in her. Probably the most comfortable decision that I had as we worked throughout the division was landing on the young ladies in the second class, and I felt really good about that, and there was a lot of tough decisions to make, but she really surfaced in my mind because there's your look at her from the standstill. I think she pieces together as good as any of our class winners in terms of her silhouette. She's really attractive, just starting at her head, her ear set, her neck set is really good. I like how she transitions from her shoulder almost seamlessly into her forerib. She's great in terms of the boldness and sweep back to her rear rib and flank, and she's got some natural dimension from behind, and then she gets out in motion, and I think maintains it as good as anything. So for me, she puts together a lot of good things. There was a nice second that followed her up, maybe got just a little bit piecier there from time to time, just in terms of her top line and in her forward. So we could change those couple of things, but still a heifer that followed her. And then we just got done talking about that final class. I thought a pair of heifers that have some differences. I love the rib and the body type and just the broody look of the young ladies that won. The heifer that was second, it's got a good look up front and a good genetic script as well. And so there's some give and take back and forth between those two. And I think that there's some decisions that get just a little bit closer for me. But I do feel comfortable of which one I'm going to land on. Young ladies out of the second class is going to be champion. We'll take a closer look for reserve.
A winner. And we have one.
42-23. I think. Yeah.
Well, we turned up the heat in this class and some really good.
I think that was that it. 42.
Well,
I think she may have the wrong back number.
We think that these two
Maybe.
fit together the best. And
We'll figure it out.
when you come out here and you evaluate this heifer that wins,
did you get a number?
what do you not like about one that comes out with a cool neck and a clean chest, comes back and that wins?
She was 42-40. And the reserve?
Yeah, 42-23. That's okay. We're good. Yeah, 42-23.
42-40 was the winner.
Yes, but reserve was 42-23.
Yeah.
And that was champion was Josie Brooke Phillips from Kentucky, and a reserve was Cambria Cook with Oakley Phillips 44-78.
And that was entry 42-23.
Yep.
And the champion was sired by the Carrot out of a Sarah's Dream.
And there were no bred knowns.
And our reserve was sired by Paisley, was Oakley Phyllis 478, bred by Rob Oakley at Livingston, Tennessee. You know who's really been extremely competitive today is Cambria Cook.
Oh, yes.
She has really been showing some strength. Now we're in the bred and owned division.
Yes, we are. Yes,
we're in
we
the
are.
bred and owned division.
I guess no, wait a minute, Tom. Is this No. This isn't bred known, Tom. This is a class. Two entries. Class number 22.
There was no bred known.
Yeah, there was no bred
Okay,
knowns. Now we're in class number 22. We have 2 entries in this class. Entry number 4268, Conley Sandy 2461, sired by Black Label, exhibited by Case Conley of Sulphur, Oklahoma. And entry number 4269, Express Frontier Gal 4784, sired by Nowatzki Dignity, exhibited by Jolie Redding of Wacomas, Oklahoma.
And these are the August-born heifers.
Yes.
August-born heifers.
No mystery why there's only 2 of them. There's not very many heifers born in August.
Just like to soften that one up a bit. And the heifer that rounds out the class, not enough mill for us. It's just a little too rigid on the boot, but another stout, thick kind of a heifer to round out the class.
Pair over here as we move into our next division, and we're going to leave them the way that they came in and feel pretty comfortable doing so. I think the young man's heifer definitely could have stood a little more competition, because I think she's very, very nice, especially whenever he her parked and put together at the profile. She really pieces together well in terms of her look and her presence up front. I love her center body substance, the depth through her heart and sweep back to her rear rib and flank. She paints a really, really nice image. So I'll be excited to see her back here in a little bit as we work into the division drive. The young ladies, it's going to be second. She's got some extension up front. She's got some body type. Just doesn't hit me quite as fresh or with quite as much quality, a little bit plainer just in her overall makeup, a little frailer in her bone work, but a good pair there. Congratulations to both of them.
Class is entry 4268. Conley Sandy, 2461, the daughter of Fritz Black Label, shown by Case Conley of Sulphur, Oklahoma.
And placing second is 4269, EXAR Frontier Gal 4784, sired by Dignity, exhibited by Jolie Redding of Wacomas, Oklahoma.
And I might say that Case, who won the class, great-grandfather, was president of the American Angus Association. Bill Conley from the state of Massachusetts, the only time a Massachusetts resident has been president of American Angus.
Tom? Got to make a phone call right now.
Where?
Iowa State. Take that headset off. All right, and Tom stepped away from the microphone just for a minute to make a phone call. And now here we're going to be talking about class number 23. Class number 22 is complete, and now we're going to be doing class number 23. We have 3 entries in this class. Entry number 4271, this is Seldom Rest Pinup Gal, 4170, sired by Nowatzki Dignity, exhibited by Caden Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Entry number 4273, this is Sarah's Dream 490, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by Claire Marie Coopers of Leroy, Illinois. Entry number 4275, FCF Phyllis 4060, sired by Special Effects 044, and exhibited by Abby Bratcher of Elizabeth, Indiana. And we once again are wishing everyone the best of luck in this class. Abby Bratcher, your grandparents are listening back home. So we're certainly glad they tuned in to us and listening on the broadcast, and we welcome everyone who wants to listen, be a part of the broadcast. We reach out to anybody. If you want to reach out to us, we can make suggestions of anything that you have going on, birthdays, anniversaries, special milestones that go on in your family, anything that's noteworthy to be recognized and spoken of. Once again, you can reach out to myself and Tom Burke at my cell phone number, 270-566-8822, with a text message preferably, or a phone call, either one. So once again, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so much, and we're going to continue on with the show. This is class number 23.
And have we heard from anybody new, Al?
No, not yet. Not yet.
I have a feeling we're going to.
Sawyer Styles did tell me that next week they're picturing bulls for their bull sale, so they're really hammering down on the Styles Angus bull sale for this coming spring as well. So that we wish them the best of luck on taking pictures and videos.
Well, I think we're working now on Class 23. Isn't that right? Class 23. And,
will come out of class 39.
and
Kennington, Central Point, Oregon, with MHC Drama Queen 303 MET.
am I on now? Okay. In this class, Al, we have 42.71.
The way they came in and feel really good about our class winner. I like this heifer a really good deal because I think she's good looking and really. She first came in and your initial impression of her is in motion. Her build and flexibility from the ground up is really, really nice. She's good in her angle. She's good in her hip and hind leg. And from this angle, she's got a good look up front. She's refined about the top side of her neck. And I think transitions back with some turn and some boldness to her rib, some natural dimension from behind. So I think that's a really nice effort to win this class. I'll be excited to see her back here in a little bit. I thought the decision became between 2 and 3. I probably thought the young lady that ends up second was just a little bit better out of her front end structure whenever we had the cattle circle and come down the line here. Just a little bit better in the way she got out of her front end. I like her top line. She's got some body. We could clean up her navel, probably stouten her up just a little bit in terms of her bone work. And so there's some give and take because I probably do think that this one has the edge in terms of stoutness of bone work. She's a little longer in terms of her toe. Like I said, we could change her just a little bit in terms of her shoulder. She gets just a little more open there, wants a break behind it, and gets just a little rounder from hooks to pins. So those couple of things throw off her balance just a little bit at the standstill. And like I said, change her out of her front end in motion. That was a good set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And we want to, that was the conclusion of Class 23, and here's the results. They were placed just exactly as they come in the ring. Placing first was entry number 4271, Seldom Breast Pinup Gal 4170.
Over the junior Angus ring, result of class 23, first place in the back number 4271, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 4170, exhibited by Caden Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Second place in that class went to Claire Kuipers of Leroy, Illinois, and third place was exhibited by Abby Bratchter. Now in the ring will be class 24.
Al, in class number 23, the first place heifer shown by the Nowatskis was sired by Dignity out of a pinup gal. Second, it was shown by Clara Coopers, was a Carrot out of a Sarah's Dream. And third, shown by Abby Bratcher of Elizabeth, Indiana, was sired by Special Effects out of a Phyllis cow, sired by the DHAS Special Effects out of a Phyllis four-corner female.
Yes, and of course they just read the placings over top, so on the megaphone. So we're going to go into class number 24 now. Class number 24, this is, we have 3 entries in here. Well, first of all, we have entry number 4277, CBWB Princess 431, sired by Kingpin and exhibited by Seeley Bedwell of Holt, Missouri.
And then we have entries 4278, TSSC, Haynes Proven Queen 4139, a daughter of Rose Encore, shown by Caroline Sankey, Economy, Indiana.
And entry number 4281, FCF Phyllis 458, sired by Omega, exhibited by Lauren Walter of Aviston, Illinois.
So we have all June heifers in this class. We have a daughter of Kingpin. You know, Kingpin was born in Oregon. He is sired by Blacklist, who was sired by Insight back to SAV Brilliance. And, of course, Kingpin's grandmother was the famous Thomas Lucy 7360, the 004 daughter that was grand champion at the Missouri State Fair. And that's when I partnered with the Ward family and Al Miller, and we bought that female in the Thomas Angus sale in Oregon, and she went on to be the Missouri State Fair grand champion female and basically launched this line of Lucy cows.
Oh, yes.
That is the Kingpin. Another sire of one of the heifers in this class is Encore. Encore is a fairly new bull that has entered the show ranks. He was born in 2020. He was bred by the Rosebud Cattle Company in Abilene, Kansas.
First, all three of these are very, very nice and all have quality and pieces that I really like. But I do like these two the best, and they're probably just a little more alike than they are different here whenever you study them from the profile, but I do still feel pretty comfortable landing on the young ladies to win the class, especially at this angle whenever she gets her stopped and collected. I think that she does set the standard within the three heifers in terms of her look and her presence. She is the most attractive up front in terms of her head, her neck, her extension, the way she ties it to the top side of her shoulder, and as good looking, as refined she is up high, she transitions back awesome in terms of her forerib, the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. Really, really good there. So I like how she puts everything together at the standstill. We could clean her up a little bit at the base of her chest, and for me, in motion, she wants to open a little bit at the top of her blade and get just a little tighter there in the center portion of her spine. So we could change those couple of little things about her in motion, but I think a very high quality heifer to win that class. I like the one that comes second a good deal as well. Her rib and her body type is good, and I think if she was in here by herself, we didn't have our class winner, I'd feel really good about landing on her. She didn't hit me just quite as unique in terms of her look and her presence. She's not as extended up front. I don't know if she ties her neck just quite as neat to the top side of her shoulder. I don't think she's as overwhelming in her forerib back into her flank. Just a couple of little things, really. I thought both of those were really, really good and both needed to be towards the top end of that class. And the young ladies that rounds us out, moderate, bold-bodied. I love the substance in the center body in this heifer. She just comes to us a little rounder off either end. A shot rounder in her shoulder, a little plainer up front, a little rounder out of her hip, and probably pushing just a little more condition. We could freshen her up just a nickel bit there. But a good trio of heifers. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Good class.
Okay, and now here we're going to go into class number 25. Now we were going to have a ring full of cattle here, Tom. We've got 9 entries all together here. We're going to start with class number 25.
Let's do class 24, give the report on the winners.
Okay, well, just hang on just a second. She'll give them on the megaphone in just a second.
Okay.
I think that's what we're kind of letting her do for the most part.
Yeah, the winner was Seeley Bidwell. You always want to watch out for Seeley when she starts showing.
Oh, what are you talking about?
She's really been competitive. And she's got a granddaughter of Pebbles that she just won the class with. Seeley Bidwell from Holt, Missouri.
We're here in the Junior Angus ring. First place, bred and owned by Seeley Bedwell of Holt, Missouri. That's CBWB Princess 431. Second place was exhibited by Lauren Wolter of Aviston, Illinois. And third place went to Caroline Sankey of Economy, Indiana. Now in the ring is class 25 before the division.
And now there were your results of class number 24. Now, Tom, hang on. Tom, go ahead and introduce these while I'm answering the telephone.
Okay, class number 25. We had 4284 Prime SCO Annie Lou 498, a daughter of KR Casino from Kylie Wing in Cisco, Texas. Entry 4285 360 Diane 4208, a daughter of the Carrot from Gracie L. Stoneberger in Council Hill, Oklahoma.
Yes, it is.
Entry 4287 CLC Forever Lady 042, a daughter of the backlist from Alyssa Udy at Pattonsville, Texas. Entry 4288 CMFM Sandy M080, a daughter of Blacklist shown by Henry Renfro in Hamilton, Missouri. Entry 4290 FCF Phyllis 449, a daughter of Severa South, shown by Marcy Bartlaw at Macomb, Illinois. Entry 4293 is RUBL BRUL Black Cap 402M, a daughter of Colburn Primo from Cooper Hunt in Lane, Oklahoma. Entry 4294 is PVF Blackbird 4096, a daughter of PVF Marvel, shown by Ella Ellington at Avon, Illinois. Entry 4297 is Dameron Nelly 4101, a daughter of PVF Marvel 9185 from Cambria Cook at Clovis, California. Entry number 4299 is 360 Princess 4505, a daughter of Conley No Limit, shown by Carter Hogue in Seminole, Oklahoma.
Okay, and Tom has announced the entries, the 9 entries here, and we have a ring full of cattle, 3, 6, 9, all 9 entries are here, and they are doing very well. All the showmen are. They've got them all in. We have no scratches in this one. And then as soon as we get class number 25 finished, we will be showing for the Intermediate Heifer Calf Division Champion Reserve and the Bred and Own and Champion in Reserve also. So it'll take just a few minutes to sort through this ring full of cattle of these 9 entries in the May-born female division.
That's a big hip kind of heifer that maintains herself well on the move. She has more bone. She's bigger footed than the heifer that's in second. And so with all those things considered in a really, really tight pair, she wins the class. We like this heifer a great deal.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, on the behalf of the American Angus Hall of Fame, Tom Burke, Kurt Schaff, and myself, Alex Popplewell, we welcome you into the Waltons webcasting here for the Junior Angus Heifer Show at the Oklahoma City Cattleman's Congress right here in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And we're here for the next 2 days. Tomorrow is the Penn and Carlos show over in the other arena, the Performance Arena. And then, of course, Friday, today's Thursday. Saturday, of course, is the Open Female Show. But anyway, we've had a lot of fun here watching the Bull Show yesterday with the PGS show, and then today's the Junior Heifer show. And then we've had a lot going on. It's been a lot of fun. And you're welcome to call in with birthday and anniversary wishes and anything like that you want to be that you want to recognize, or have anything that's prominent information that you want to be spoken of on family and friends and that sort of thing. And so anyways, feel free to call me or text me, text message preferably. 270-566-8822 is the message, or is the phone number to call me or text me. So anyways, we'll recognize anything that you want to say within bounds of reason on anybody who's showing here today or anything to do in the Congress and everything else. So anyways, yes, it's been a lot of fun here. We still got 2 more days of Angus activities. Tonight we have the Angus at the Congress sale over in the Super Barn Sale Arena. And then tomorrow is the, at 8:30 in the morning, as we said, is the Penn and Carload show in the Performance Arena. And then we have Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock, we have the National Angus Bull Sale that's taking place, sponsored by the American Angus Association. And then, of course, Saturday we wrap up the Angus activities with the Oklahoma City Cattleman's Congress Open Female Angus Show. And, of course, Judge Gerald Buck will be judging that show Saturday. And then today, of course, our judge is Miss Macy Scotton. She's here evaluating our junior show cattle today, and she's done a very good job. I'll honestly have to say I'm glad I'm not in her shoes, because she has definitely had her hands full today.
And she is from El Reno, Oklahoma.
El Reno, Oklahoma. So she's a Oklahoma native right here, an Okie from Muskogee.
Attended Oklahoma State University. We're now in class number 25. Class number 25. As soon as we complete this class, we'll be ready for another champion.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be ready for another champion. You know, we were talking earlier about another bull that started a number of heifers today. There's Rose Mac Encore. He's a bull that was born in 2020. He was bred by the Rosebud Cattle Company in Abilene, Kansas. And he's come onto the scene. He is started by On Point, who was a primo son, and his dam is by Plainview Luton E102, who was a Luton son. His second dam is by Midland, and he is from the famous Elba family. That Elba family has always been really popular, and goes back to the Martin Elba 116, who was the dam of Rose Power Drive, a national champion bull.
Oh, yes. A lot of history to be recognized there.
We're now working on class number 25. Another bull that's kind of figured heavy today would be the Mahogany Prime. He was bred by Bowden Bridges in Oklahoma. He was grand champion at the 2020 National Junior Show. He's by Severa Style, who was also a champion. His dam by First Class, the second dam, is by B.R. Midland. That would have come from the Beaver Ridge herd out in Indiana. At Middletown, Indiana. We're now on class number 25. And these heifers were all born after the 1st of May, 2024. And basically, the first 21 days of May represent this class. And we have entries from Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, California.
Three good heifers on the red side. We'll leave them parked just the way they are. The young lady in the black shirt. This is a really complete one.
Is that heifer still here who's throwing such a fit?
We really love the way that this heifer her front end. It's so flat there in her shoulder. It's so good looking. Clean enough in her chest. It just gives you that awesome silhouette that we're all striving for. We think she's better out of her hip than the heifer behind her. We think she's a little better in her chest than the heifer behind her. But that's a really, really good place to start. If you want to give the advantage to keep refinement to the second place heifer, we'd sure agree with that. This is a burly one, big-footed, rugged, just a powerful kind of a female. She gets off in her hip just a little bit as she dips those pins, but that's a heifer that's got some stoutness and some ruggedness. Nice place to land there second, and then just logically, this heifer sort of falls to third. One that wants to break at her top a little bit there behind her shoulder, dropping her pins a little bit as well. She might push a little more chest status as we'd like to see, but a long
Well, congratulations over the Red Angus Range results out of Class 41. First place exhibited by Madison Powell, Forest, Mississippi, with Sandridge Mia, 45.05. Second place was Camry Murray, 11 in Oregon. Third place was exhibited by Abby Ingram of Ebola, Arkansas. We're now going to welcome Class 42. This will be your final class of females for the day.
Al, we're on class number 25 right now. As soon as we complete this class, we're going to be ready for another championship.
Once you've done it like this, I think it offers you selection.
And tomorrow, Al, you'll be doing the bull show, the pens.
Well, they don't have commentary for Waltons down there, do they?
I think they're going to be there.
Okay, that's be fine. And then I'll be doing it. I'll be doing it Saturday right here again for the open show.
Open show.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like she's got them kind of pulled apart here.
I think she's working on it. Macy's she's had her work cut out for her today.
She's going to flip them around. Is she going to flip them around?
She flipped them. Yep, she did. Yep, she sure did. That just goes to show that you never know what someone's thinking, Tom.
Amen.
Big class here. I like these two heifers on the top end. Really, there's several deep that I really, really like, but those were the two whenever they first came and got lined up. Those were the two that hit me the hardest that I thought would end up at the top end of the class. And I think it boils down to them. And there's some differences between the two of them. But for me, whenever you study them and break them down, our class winner could be a little neater at the base of her chest. She is not the most refined or the neatest thing from her shoulder forward. But from there back, I really like a lot of things about her because she's awesome and tremendous in terms of her rib, her body type, her boldness and sweep back to her rear rib and flank. Between the two, she comes just a shot stouter in terms of her bone work. I love her stoutness of structure, and still she gets out and stays really, really comfortable in the way she uses it. So for me, it's unique that she comes as heavy in her build and her structure and still stays as comfortable as she does. I think she's really, really good. And for as stout as she is, it really doesn't bother me that much that she's got just a little more chest. I think it all kind of balances out in her. The heifer that's second, she is good looking. And probably between the two, if you just look at their heads, you might like this one just a little bit more. I like her look. She's got a good look. I don't know if she ties her neck perfectly to the top side of her shoulder, and then she gets a little open at the top side of her blade. And then between the two, she becomes a little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work. So just a couple of little nitpicky things that separate those two for me. The heifer that comes in 3, whenever you get in behind her, she's got a great shape coming out of the back side of her shoulder. I like her look and her presence up front. She hits me just a little bit bigger, and you kind of had to get up on your tippy toes just a little bit to see around her. So she's bit bigger. For me, I'd probably like to see her just a shot more moderate. She wants to pull her hock in just a little bit from behind, and I know that's harder with a short. It's never fun to deal with. I've had those too, but I think a heifer that had some good pieces just hit me a little bit bigger, and I think because of that doesn't hit me just as deep and soft in her center body. She's plenty good there, just that she's a little bit bigger. She's got that short tail. All that's kind of an uphill battle for her. The young man that with the heifer that comes next, you're doing an awesome job of managing her, because that kind of attitude is not fun to deal with, and I don't know if she's like that all the time or just got out here and got to feeling good and wanted to play a little bit. That heifer is good whenever you just talk about fundamentals of flexibility, body type. I think she becomes just a little bit plainer. She opens a little in her shoulder. She doesn't maintain her balance quite as well. A little frailer in terms of her bone work. Not quite as fresh as some of the other ones that go out in front of her. Never next, moderate, good bodied, got some stoutness of structure, just a shot too plain up front. We need to refine her, make her just a little bit neater about her head and her neck, the way she blends it into her shoulder, and probably just a shot more attractive in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg. A good heifer that comes next, again, one that's got some rib and body, a little too much chest pushing out there, a little too frail in her bone work, all those things throw her off just a shot more in terms of her balance and freshness. And as we work on down the line, a couple of heifers that, again, I think are good in terms of covering the basics. They're flexible, just a little staler, not quite as fresh in terms of their condition. And then we round out the class, young man's heifer that's good in terms of her top line balance. She became the shallowest within the class, and just a shot too frail. She just gives up quite a bit of substance and power to move up within that set. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Number 25. Class number 25.
And now we'll be showing, while we're waiting to hear the results, we'll be getting ready to show for the division of the Intermediate May Heifer Calf Division, Tom.
And our winner of this division was 42.97, Dameron Nelly, 41.01, the daughter of Marvel. And I'll bet the dam was Kramer's Nelly. I bet Brother Kramer's marching the streets of Rihanna, Illinois, on this Nelly female, winning the class for Cambria Cook in Clovis, California. Second was 42.90, FCF Phyllis, 44.90, a daughter of Severa Style from Marcy Barlow at Macomb, Illinois. Third
goes to 42.94, PVF Blackbird, 40.96, exhibited by Ella Ethington of Avon, Illinois.
Fourth goes to entry 42.88, CMFM Sandy, M08, daughter of PVF Blacklist, shown by Henry Renfro in Hamilton, Missouri.
Fifth goes to entry number 42.93, Black Cap 402, exhibited by Cooper Hunt of Lane, Oklahoma.
Sixth goes to entry number 42.85, 360 Diana, 42.08, a daughter of the Carrot from Gracie L. Stonebarger in Council Hill, Oklahoma.
And seventh. Seventh goes to CLA Forever Lady 042, exhibited by Alyssa Udy of Pattonville, Texas.
8 goes to 42.84, Pence SCO Annie Lou, 498, a daughter of KR Casino from Kylie Wing in Cisco, Texas.
Ninth goes to entry number 42.99, 360 Princess 4505, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Seminole, Oklahoma.
We now have a powerful group of first prize winners out here, Al. Al, let's introduce these heifers, please.
Okay, showing for division champion. Now this is going to be entry number, make sure I get this right, entry number 4268, That is Conley Sandy 2461, exhibited by Case Conley of Sulphur, Oklahoma.
And second in that class is 4269, EXAR Frontier Gal 4784, a daughter of Dignity from Jolie Redding in McComas, Oklahoma.
Then we go to entry number 23. Or class number out of class number 23, entry number 4271, Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 4170, exhibited by Caden Nowatsky of Michigan City, Indiana.
And second was entry 4273, BRMLD Sarah's Dream 490, a daughter of the Carrot from Clara Marie Coopers in Leroy, Illinois.
Coming out of class number 24, entry number 4277, CBWB Princess 431, exhibited by Celie Bedwell of Holt, Missouri.
Second in class number 24 was 4281, FCF Phyllis 458, a daughter of Omega, shown by Lauren Wathers in Evanston, Illinois.
Then
that
coming
we
in.
have over here as we continue plugging through on the Angus side. And again, I want to visit through our class winners. In our seconds, we've got a good group of seconds over along the wall, but I do think that, again, it boils down to the ones that are on the front line and probably becomes a shot more competitive between those. We started off in the first class, and we just had those two that came out of there, and I said the young man that won could have stood some competition, because I like that heifer a lot, especially just whenever you talk about moderation and body type. She's beautiful in terms of the depth and sweep and substance there through her center body. Really good in the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib. Just really flat and neat there. I like her look and her presence up front. And so I think a lot of good in her. She gets where she'll roll just a little bit out of her hip, and then in motion, I think she's plenty flexible, but maybe just misses her stride a little bit off of her hind leg. So we could pick on her just for those couple of little things, but I love the moderation. I love the substance in that heifer there that comes out of the first class. The heifer that came out of the second class, I think really good, and really it doesn't matter whether they're standing still or in motion. That look of balance she maintains all the time, and probably does the best job of our class winners, putting together a high quality look and then maintaining that in motion. She's awesome and beautiful in her head, the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder. I think she transitions back good in terms of her rib or center body. Is she the best and the deepest back in her rear rib and flank? Probably not. That's probably where you can get to start comparing just a little bit. But is she out of bounds? Not at all. It's not something that concerns me, just when we talk the differences. What I really like about her is in motion. I do think she becomes the most comfortable and the best in terms of her lower joint work, her flexibility, the way she gets out and maintains her balance. So a lot of good in that heifer that wins the second class. If we only judge this one out of the third class standing still, man, I love her, because she is lights out, and you do an awesome job of getting her put together out here. She's beautiful in terms of her head and her neck, the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder. Really, really good. She transitions from her shoulder into her forerib and the sweep back to her rear rib and flank really well. And so a lot of things that I like about her at the standstill. In motion, she wants to get where she falls apart just a little bit more and pinches in her spine, and just wants to get a little bit piecier. So I wish she got out and just maintained her balance just perfectly, because, man, she hits me with a ton of quality and hits me really, really hard at the standstill. We just got done talking that final class, and I thought there was a good pair there on the top end, and there's things that I love about the heifer that won that class, especially whenever you talk about stoutness of structure, foot size, stoutness of bone work, and still staying as flexible as she does. She doesn't sacrifice soundness. You know, those are some things that for me can be harder to put together. I think on her, where you start to get critical, and we get her back out here with these other class winners, I don't know if she's just quite neat enough from her shoulder forward. She's a little plainer there. She's got quite a bit more chest than the ones in front of her. She wants to get just a little open in her shoulder and break just a little bit behind it. So whenever we bring her back out here and compare it to some of the ones that come in front of her, we can get just a shot more critical there because of those things. But, man, she's got some really unique pieces that I really, really like. So I think it's really good. I think there's 8 heifers out here that I like a really, really good deal, and you can go back and forth and probably talk yourself into a few different things. I'm going to put this down and take one more look at them, but if you would, congratulate our exhibitors here in this division. I'll show you the 2 that I like.
Well, it looks like we really got a tough class here.
Not a class. This is a division winner.
I mean, that's what I meant. It's a really tough division. Excuse me. And it looks like we have a winner.
Entry number 4271.
And that is Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 4170. The Dignity out of the Pinup Gal from Caden Nowatzki in Michigan City, Indiana. Moving into contention now is Clara Marie Coopers of Leroy, Illinois. With her heifer BRMLD Sarah's Dream 490, bred in the Herbster Angus Farm herd in Falls City, Nebraska.
Decision with this heifer because she was so elegant from her front and so smooth and laid in nicely there at her shoulder, and then she had that advantage of just having a bigger foot and a softer pastern and just handled that hip and hind leg with a little more authority. But that second place heifer really does a lot for us.
And then entry number 4277 is going to be reserve division.
4277 is the Kingpin daughter out of the
Sealy Bedwell.
Sealy Bidwell. What did I tell you? Sealy always brings danger with her when she comes to a show. That was reserve division from Sealy Bidwell in Holt, Missouri.
And let's see, that would probably be, Sealy would be your automatic, she would be your automatic bred and owned champion as well, showing for reserve. Because Sealy was reserve in that division, that would make her automatic bred and owned champion division. So that would be 4277, again, Sealy Bedwell. And now I think we're showing in contention for reserve, if there is another one.
It doesn't appear. Oh, wait a minute.
No, this is a class.
This is class 26, isn't it?
Yes. So there was no other bred and owns in that division.
Okay.
So now we're moving into class number 26.
In class number 26, these are the late April born heifers. We have 4301 Conley Hera Rose 4007. The daughter of Carrie R. Casino, shown by Madeline Norville in Tuttle, Oklahoma.
And then entry number 4303, Core Annie Lou, 469M, sired by KR Casino, again a half-sister, and exhibited by Carson Lee Toby of Charlotte, Iowa.
Then we have 4305, a daughter of the Carrot, EAXAR Princess, 4905, from Carly, from Claire Sinclair in Williamsburg, Iowa.
And then moving right along, we turn the page, going to entry number 4309. That is Conley Lady, 4561, sired by Conley Bristow and exhibited by Remy Gardner of Paris, Tennessee.
Entry number 4314 is SCC Phyllis 442, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Abigail Koenig at De Leon, Texas.
Entry number 4316, SSF Proven Queen 4084, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by Mercedes Faries of Sullivan, Indiana.
Entry number 4318 is CNC Princess 4204, the daughter of Colburn Primo, exhibited by Helen Orr at Davenport, Oklahoma.
And then we go to entry number 4320, BC2, Henning Sandy Roxy 2224, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by Catherine Koenig of De Leon, Texas.
Very good. And this is the early April heifers, the early born April 2024 heifers.
Kate Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana, with Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 4170, bred by Seldom Rest Farms, Niles, Michigan. Reserve champion, and congratulations goes to Sealy Bedwell of Holt, Missouri, with CBWB Princess 431. Sealy will also be your champion, bred and owned, and reserve champion, bred and owned in that division goes Case Connolly of Sulphur, Oklahoma, with Connolly Sandy 2461. Again, currently in the ring here in your Angus ring is class 26 in the next division.
There was, okay, so we do have a correction here. There are supposed to be 8 entries in this class. There is only 7, and we came to the conclusion that entry number 4316 by Mercedes Farie is a scratch. She is not out there, nor is her back number out there anywhere.
Okay, the candidates in this class, class number 26, is Conley, Hera Rose. Oh, we've already done those.
We've already done that.
Those. We've got those. Okay, these are the late born April Heifers.
Yeah. Take your headset off. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Okay, here we are. We're back now.
Okay, we're on class 26, Al. Class number 26. And we have entries from Oklahoma and Iowa and Tennessee, Texas, in this division class. Class number 26, the late-born April Heifers.
We're going to bring in all those division champion and reserves. We'll have a grand drive here in the OG&E Coliseum. Before we do, though, we have a few things to do here for the Red Angus Association. We have a Tag for Greatness fundraiser.
Tom, we also should give a little recognition to Wilkes Ranch in Texas. They are donating the foundation female that's going to be selling for all 100% proceeds to go into the foundation of what she sells for Friday afternoon in the National Angus Bull Sale that goes to the Angus Foundation.
I noticed she really had a strong performance pedigree.
She sure did, Tom. She sure
she
did.
was right at the top of the pack on her performance pedigree.
She's a 427 on Dollar C, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she was right up the ladder. And we want to thank our Junior Angus board members, Ava Wood of North Carolina, Kedley Schultz from Georgia, Bryce Hoofing from Indiana, Blake Pillars from Michigan, and Brianna Smith from Kentucky.
Tom, we had someone else that reached out to us here on text message. They're saying hello, and they are watching and listening from Kessler Angus in Oregon.
Oh, Brandy Kessler.
Yes.
Brandy Kessler. He's a pioneer Angus breeder in the state of Oregon and has always had a great herd of Angus cattle. Kessler Angus Farm in Oregon, right down there on the border.
Randy, if you're listening, Tom says that we need to be a part of your sale again here in a couple of years. He said they're getting ready for their sale on February 17th. We should be a part of that, shouldn't we, Tom?
Oh, it'll be a good one, too.
Yeah, it'll come around one of these days.
Brother Booker will be right there, guiding it along.
The herdsman of the year for the Red Angus Association. Mr. Tyler Hahn owns and operates Hahn Cattle Service along with his wife Jordan and their children Stetson and Brian. They raise high-quality Red Angus and Hereford seed stock. Tyler is no stranger to the seed stock business, spending 30 years raising multiple.
See the young girl out here in the turquoise blouse sweater?
Yes, Tom.
You know, that's what you call starting out young.
Yes.
And did you notice how she's bonded with her heifer?
Yes.
Her heifer seems to know her really well. She just responds so well. And can you see her number?
20. That would be Catherine Koenig of De Leon, Texas.
I tell you what now, she'll probably win the national showmanship contest. someday. She is really doing a good job.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
she's got a carrot daughter from Sandy. She bought her heifer from Calder Cunningham in Darlington, Indiana. And the heifer is sired by the carrot. And look at how well she's got her trained.
Oh, yeah.
You can tell they really are in sync together.
You know, Tom, the same could be said for Cody Sankey's daughter, Chris Sankey's granddaughter. She was out there earlier, and she looked almost just like a baby out there walking a great big heifer. It was just amazing.
Yeah,
She wouldn't have been no higher than my waist, and her out there showing a big junior yearling heifer. It was truly amazing to watch that.
Yeah, it is. And you can tell that it's Catherine Coney from De Leon, Texas. She's got this carrot daughter, and boy, they are totally in sync together.
Oh, yeah. A lot of time and a lot of hours spent working at home, Tom. You know that.
Oh, man, did you see? Look how she marches right along with her. Really another fabulous class, Al. Fabulous class.
And thank our evaluators today, Mr. Brad and Don Moore, joining us here from Matthews, Oregon. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and thank the Ford family for joining us here in Oklahoma City.
And I tell you what, really got, and when she stops, the heifer stops.
Talk about being in sync with each other, Tom. That's it's truly remarkable at the time and hours that these juniors put in with these animals.
Yeah, you can tell that she loves the heifer, and the heifer loves her.
Tom, I forgot to ask you earlier, down there standing next to Claire Mernon from Montana, our Miss America Angus Queen, who is the other one beside her, the princess or whoever that's walking beside her that's doing royalty responsibilities today?
You know, I'll have to find out because I cannot answer your question.
Now, I should know, but I don't. I'm drawing a blank who that other young lady is beside her. But anyway, she's doing a fine job with Claire today.
Folks, this has really been a fun day. And
I think Clara is also a real good FFA member.
Oh, she from Montana,
I'm
yes.
not sure
yeah.
she's not president of the Montana FFA organization.
Do you think she could be president of that?
I'm not sure, but I think she might be.
and with some convincing, I got her to say yes with, I guess, one caveat. And she said, as long as I don't have to talk. Well, here's the deal. I'm going to catch a flight pretty quick and go home and load the trailer so we can start heading to Denver. So I'm leaving alone tonight anyway. So I'm going to make her talk just for a moment. It won't be too painful for her, but I'm going to give her this microphone for just a moment.
Well, thank you for giving me that introduction.
The show is really moving along nicely.
Brad will finish up this conversation, but all I want to say is wow.
Tom, you talk about a set of females that one would hope would make a very dominant set of mama cows or donor cows as time went on. The potential in this particular class is here, isn't it?
Yeah, they really have got a nice maternal look, haven't they?
They sure do.
They really have.
Folks, we think about, showing cattle.
And we can only hope and pray that it'll come through.
We certainly hope so. The show heifers have a bad reputation of not being very maternal whenever they reach cowhood. But there's some that do, and just to recognize one that certainly did, Pebbles, EXAR Princess 6640 that belonged to the Wards in Missouri. She turned out to be a very, very productive donor cow.
Yeah, and she just had a granddaughter that won her division.
Absolutely, she sure did.
For Sister Bidwell. in Missouri.
15-year-old son. And so I don't, cattle have been fed, if they've been rinsed, but that they're all alive when we get home and load them on the trailer.
And then after the conclusion of once we go through class number 26, we then have class number 27,
And then
28, 29, and 30. Then at the conclusion of class 30, we'll have this junior yearling champion in reserve division and bred and owned champion in reserve division. And then after that, Tom, we're just about finished. We have one senior yearling class number 31, 2 entries in that, and then we choose our overall grand and reserve female in the junior show today.
And then we have the bred and owned champions, Al.
Yes. You know, Tom, that bred and owned championship, to me, that's more meaningful than winning the show, because that means if you get the bred and owned champion, that means you did the work, you bred the animal, you did every bit of it from the time of conception. That's very noteworthy, isn't
But
it, Tom?
before you can have a bred and owned, you got to buy a heifer.
You have to buy a heifer.
So I tell you what, we got to keep what did I talk about, that wide umbrella?
Yes.
There's room for everybody.
There's room for everyone.
Yeah, and it's a rain-proof umbrella.
Yes, no one is excluded. That's exactly right.
We recognize how important it has been for our family and those memories made, and we don't take that decision lightly. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a heck of a set.
Little girl from Texas right here in front of us, Tom. She's step for step with that
You know, I
heifer,
might have
isn't
had to
she?
put her up a little higher.
You think you would in this class?
Yeah,
you
I would have. Just on her behavior.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think of a Westerner by the name of Cattleman, and I think about our announcer at this event, Kirby Palmer, and I'll tell you what.
But you know, she still loves the heifer.
Oh yes,
That's
and I think the heifer loves her too, doesn't she?
You know, I think she does. In fact, I don't think I know she does.
The cattle. Wow. I mean, from end to end, aren't they good? I mean, they're so good. And there's some cattle that left the barn. And probably
You know, Tom, I don't think unless it's been a class where there's been some single entries today, there's really not been what anyone would call an easy decision in Judge Macy Scotton picking these class placings today, is there, Tom?
It's taken a lot of knowledge and analyzation to come up with a conclusion.
It sure has. It sure has.
But I think Macy has done a very fine job up till now.
Oh, she has.
Yeah.
Yes, she has.
Although I will have to say, I thought she was a little bit hard on my friend right down here in front.
Oh, you think you think she was? That's Catherine Koenig from De Leon, Texas.
Yeah. I'd have probably tried to find her a place in about number 2 place.
Well, I really can't say that I disagree with you. There again, as we've already said, this particular, all these classes today, there's not been a bad heifer in the show ring today, has there, Tom?
No, look at the volume and depth of rib in these heifers. You know, these heifers, for the most part, are all bred, and they'll be calving later this spring.
Yes.
And they're showing it pretty much, don't you think?
The ones that are bred, yes. There's some that won't be bred, but they might want you to think they are, but there's some that I'm certain probably aren't.
Now you're being negative. These are Angus.
Well,
you got to remember, these are Angus.
Before I would call all of them bred, I'd want a vet to palpate every one of them.
Okay, I won't disagree.
I would want the proof to be in the pudding. Because a veterinarian doesn't lie, Tom. All veterinarians are true in their work. You know that? They're certified.
I understand. I understand.
You know, it's truly amazing to me how the day and age we're living in, it requires more time and effort and work and years to become a licensed veterinarian than it does a physician, to be a doctor.
It does.
A human doctor. It really does.
And costs a lot of money for the education. But we've got a lot of exciting going on in this class. I mean, this is truly a nail biter.
Well, congratulations, grand champion Red Angus female here at the Cattleman's Congress. That makes her a two-time champion here in this arena. That's Shaylee Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska, with HEH Shelley 1MET.
You know, Tom, there's going to be a world of bull sales in America, Angus bull sales in America this coming spring. I believe there could be records topped this year compared to what everyone thought they couldn't top from last year.
Yeah, I mean, these Angus bulls are really in demand. And you know, with the way these black, solid black, verified Angus calves sell, it's understandable. When you have a reputation group of Angus, straight Angus calves come to the market for sale to the feedlot, I tell you what, there's serious competition to own them. And one of the reasons are because the demand for certified Angus beef and America beef in general, because it's tasty and most important, it's safe.
Yes.
Took quite a bit of time over here on this class, and honestly there was never a time where I didn't think I would start this heifer to win. It was a matter of what I was going to do after that with the rest of these, and honestly I think that you can shuffle things around a little bit and you can talk the differences in each of them, because I don't know. It's just absolutely cut and dry. The young ladies that won, I didn't get to talk about her, but that heifer's really nice, and I love her body type, her substance. She's really, really sound and good looking. She gets a little weaker in her spine and just a little open at the top side of her shoulder, but that heifer is really nice to go out and win this class. After that, I think things get just a little bit closer, and you can shuffle things just around a little bit. These two, once they got up into second and third, I thought the heifer that wound up second probably hit me with just a shot more natural dimension. I think whenever you get in behind her or in front of her, a little wider at the base of her chest, a little bolder in the turn to her forerib, a little more natural dimension from behind. Now, we could stouten her just a shot more in terms of her foot and her bone work for probably how I like them to just hit me perfectly, but I do like that heifer. This one kept growing on me and probably just kept working up the line, to be honest with you. I love her look and her presence. If we just take a picture of these from the side, her silhouette's really nice because she's got a lot of presence and quality up front. She ties her neck really high to the top side of her shoulder. Her lower body balance is good. For me, she gets just a little more upright in her front end structure, a little flatter in her forerib. I'd like to relax her back and open her up there in her forerib and open her up just a shot more from behind. The heifer that comes next probably does that and complements her, being just a little bit bolder right behind her shoulder, a little more natural dimension from behind. She's got just a little more chest, a little more navel, a little rounder and coarser there in her shoulder. So there's those couple of things take away from her refinement and female quality just a little bit more. I like the heifer that comes next. Tremendous in terms of rib and body type, deep-hearted, soft back into her rear rib and flank. I think sound structured. She's pushing just a shot more condition, a little crestier at the top side of her neck. The young ladies that comes next, I like that heifer a lot. Good bodied. She's got some stoutness of bone work. Wanted to just kind of come out here and be a little lazier, a little heavier headed for the young lady. I'd like to see her come just a little more unique in terms of her look and her presence up front. Naturally tie that neck a little higher to the top side of her shoulder. And then we round out the class. For awesome in terms of having some stoutness, structure. I like her body. I probably thought she was pushing a little more condition in her flank, up around her tail, had a little plainer up about her head, the top side of her neck and her shoulder. So a class with a lot of different types and kinds. You can shuffle those around. That's how they hit me, but a good class nonetheless. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Red Angus ring, your reserve grade.
Angus show, Al. The class winner is entry 4309, Conley Lady. 4561, the daughter of Conley Bristow, shown by Remy Gardner in Paris, Tennessee.
Entry number 4318, placed second. That is C&C Princess 4204, exhibited by Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma.
Third is entry 4314, SCC Phyllis 442, the daughter of the Carrot, shown by Abigail Koenig in De Leon, Texas.
Placing fourth, entry number 4301, Conley Hara Rose 4007, sired by Casino, exhibited by Madeline Norval Tuttle of Oklahoma.
Number 5 is 4505, EXAR Princess 4905, a daughter of the Carrot, shown by Clara Sinclair in Williamsburg, Iowa.
And then placing 6th is entry number 4320, Henning Sandy Roxy 2224, sired by the Carrot, exhibited by Catherine Koenig of De Leon, Texas.
And 7th is entry 4303, Core Annie Lou 469M, a daughter of KR Casino from Corsonell Toby in Charlotte, Iowa.
And that rounds out class number 26. We are now going into class number 27. Class number 27, we're going to start off with entry number 4322, SSF Envious Blackbird 3304, sired by Stag Good Times, and this is exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhees of Bowling Green, Ohio.
Entry 430, entry 4323 is Saul's Alley 4564M. A daughter of Colburn Primo, shown by Carter Koengig at Sperry, Oklahoma.
And then we have entry number 4324, that's sired by the Carrot, Nowatzki Sarah's Dream 4126, exhibited by Olivia Jones of Harrod, Ohio.
We have 4326, Tor Allen 451M, a daughter of SNR Stability J824, shown by Kelly Ann Gaffney in Barnowville, Wisconsin.
Then we have entry number 4329, Nowatzki Sarah's Dream 4212, sired by 24 Carrot, exhibited by Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee.
And then entry number 4330, Cover Girl 07M, the daughter of the Carrot, shown by Brantley M. Humpert in Windhorst, Texas. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heifers. That's right, they're all accounted for. We have Daughters of Good Times, Primo, Carrot, Stability, another Carrot, and another Carrot. You know, this Carrot, he just keeps going and going, doesn't he, Al?
He's just like the Energizer Bunny. He never stops. He keeps on going.
He just keeps going.
Tom, we have another person who's reached out to us on text message here.
Yes.
This says, hello, Alex and Tom, from Susan and Christine Taylor from Bell Point Ranch.
Ah, very good, from the Bell Point. And how are they?
Oh, they're doing good. They said they're listening as they drive in from Fort Worth.
And tell them you don't know if you don't go. That was a famous saying of their father, David. David McMahon was a real supporter of junior programs. He was a champion of it and really put his heart and soul. He was a wonderful Angus breeder. He owned the Budweiser beer distributorship in basically northwest Arkansas, and really was an enthusiastic Angus breeder. In fact, he was a graduate of Oklahoma State University. He was in the same class as the past president of the American Angus, Minnie Lou Bradley. They were classmates at Oklahoma State University, and David served on the board of directors of the American Angus Association. It's good that people have checked in with us. We know that they're all doing well, and we have about 2,500 people that are listening out in the countryside that are not here today, that are listening to the Walton webcasting.
Yes.
Right here at the Oklahoma State Fairgrounds in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Tom, we also want to give a shout out to Voss Angus in Dexter, Iowa. Brent Voss and his family, his wife Teresa and their boys and grandchildren, and their daughter. They're very predominant breeders in the state of Iowa, Angus breeders.
Very much so.
And they have a sale coming up the last day of February the 28th on Sunday. And we have that sale, and we can't wait to get in there and manage for them and to get some bulls sold to different customers that they have. And once again, that's a very, very predominant Angus operation in the state of Iowa. So,
Amen.
So hello to Voss Angus from the American Angus Hall of Fame.
We're now in class number 27. Class number 27. And remember, if you want to get a free, very special membership American Angus Hall of Fame calendar, you just dial 816-532-6955. 0811. Ask for Tina, and she'll send you one immediately.
She sure will.
They're free of charge, and they really are commemorative. This year, they're depicting the Grand Champion Juniors in Australia at the World Angus Forum that won that very serious competition.
Yep. Those cloth calendars we send out every year, Tom, are very commemorative, aren't they?
Yeah, a lot of people keep them as a collection item. And we're working on class number 27. You know, we've had a nice crowd in the seats all day, too.
We sure have.
And over here in the standing area, there's been a lot of people over here that have congregated in that area.
Oh, yes. You know, Tom, it's been a long day, but we're coming down to the wire because we just don't have a whole lot left to show after we get through these junior yearlings, and then we have one senior yearling division, and then we pick our overall.
Yeah, and that'll really be exciting. That'll be super, super exciting. You know, the National Junior Angus Show this year is going to be held in Louisville, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
And
over in horse racing country.
And of course, it's also the site of the All-American Angus Breeders' Futurity that will also be held at that same facility, as well as the Kentucky State Fair.
Yep.
And then the North American International. So there'll be 4 major Angus events in Louisville this fall.
Yes.
The National Junior Show, the All-American Futurity, the Kentucky State Fair, and the North American.
You left one out. In March, we have the Kentucky Angus Sweepstakes show and sale, first Saturday of March.
And the bull that was champion here yesterday was grand champion at the Sweepstakes last year.
Yes, he was, the 24-carat son of Circle M. Yes, he was.
He went on to fame and fortune. So that's 5 major events.
Yep.
At the Kentucky State Fairgrounds.
5 major Angus events, that is.
Yes, 5 major Angus events. And a wonderful facility.
And, you know, to a point, Tom, Louisville is kind of a, I guess you could call it somewhat of a central location for most everybody, usually.
Yeah, it's a you know, they have Interstate 65.
65,
that goes right through there, and that's very good.
Then you've got 64 also going from east to west.
So it's a very convenient place to get to. And who did we say were the Angus breeders that were the fathers of the American interstate system?
Well, President Dwight Eisenhower had a little bit to do with it.
Yes,
didn't
he was president, and Senator Albert Gore, Sr. Of Tennessee. And they were both Angus breeders.
Mm-hmm.
President Eisenhower had a very select herd at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. He would have owned Anconian 3551. He had 2 international first prize bulls at Chicago, and he had a lot of real good cows. And then Senator Albert Gore, the Tennessee senator who ran for vice president at one time when President Kennedy got the nomination. And he had his herd in Carthage, Tennessee.
He did, yes. Yeah.
And we had 25 sales at Gore Farms.
What year was the dispersal down there, Tom, when you had that?
It was in the mid-'70s.
Mid-'70s, all right.
You know, he started off, he was the superintendent of schools. And then he ran for Congress during the Franklin Roosevelt New Deal era.
Worked his way up, didn't he?
And he became a U.S. Senator. You know who was in politics about the same time in Tennessee was the king of country music, Roy Acuff.
I thought you were talking about George Strait,
no,
the king of country music.
Roy Acuff ran for governor of Tennessee one year on the Republican ticket. And that was before a Republican could win in Tennessee.
But he didn't get very far, though, in the election, did he?
No, the Democrats were in strong command in Tennessee at that time. but now the ball is kind of flipped over to the other court.
Well, Tom, I'll be honest, I've never seen a class take so long to pick through. I think I was always told as a kid, if you think long, you think wrong. I just hope this isn't the case here.
Say that again. If you what now?
If you think long, you think wrong. I was told that from the time I was a kid.
Have you ever thought you thought too long?
Oh, many a times.
Okay.
But I've always tried not to do it too often. Let me put it like that.
As you say, this is really turning out to be a shootout.
Yeah, it is. You think about it, it sure is.
I think our junior board members are starting to show a little fatigue.
I can tell they're getting wore down. They've been walking long enough.
They have worked hard all day.
I think we're going to have to take Blake Pillars and take him to a pedicurist and soak his feet in ice water. We're going to have to ice him down. He's probably just exhausted.
But he's been hanging right in there.
No, he's not gave up. I have to give him credit. He's hung right in there with him. He ain't giving up on it. But you know, I believe our judge, Macy Scotton, I don't believe she's getting wore down too much, because if she was, she might be moving a little further or a little faster than what she is. But I really think she's enjoyed her time today doing this.
Oh, I think she's had a ball.
And just remember, ladies and gentlemen, for a free estimate on what it's going to cost to have a production sale this spring or this fall, if you're thinking about having one, give us a call at the hall, and we'll definitely come out to give you a free estimate and no obligation. And we'd love to manage your sale for you this spring or this fall in 2026. I have a feeling more records are going to be broken this year, aren't they, Tom?
It's going to be the year of the selling of Angus.
Yes, it is. Yes, it sure is.
She is really analyzing this class.
Oh, of course she is. And if I was her, I'd probably be doing the same thing. And it appears, unless she changes again, it appears that Allie Perry has won this class.
Good class here, especially on the top end. I think these three are all very, very nice, and you can shuffle these around just a little bit. I probably think in my mind, once I work through them just a little bit, the young ladies that's going to lead off probably combines just a few of the things that I like about the two that come behind her. I think that of the top three, she's one of the heifers that hits me with just a little more stoutness of structure. I think she's one of the heifers that, in terms of her body shape and natural dimension, hits me just a little bit better. And I think relative to the heifer that comes behind her, whenever you get in behind her and just study her freshness, her true shape that comes out of the backside of her shoulder, her natural dimension suits me just a little bit better. She could be just a shot neater from her shoulder forward, but I like that heifer a lot. I like this one a good deal too, and I can't really figure out 100% where I'm at on her, because I love her stoutness of foot, her stoutness of bone, the stoutness of structure that she has, and still as flexible as she stays is truly impressive. And I like her body type. I love her neck set as well. For me, probably where I question her just a little bit is whenever I get in behind her, I don't know if that heifer is just quite as fresh and true coming out of the backside of her shoulder, coming out through her hip. She's just a little staler. She could be just a shot square out through her hip and her pin set. So for me, that's probably where we could change her. But this view right here, you really, really like her. I love her neck set. I love her body type. Stoutness of structure and flexibility is good. Just not sure if she was quite fresh enough, true enough in her shape and natural dimension. This heifer continues to grow on me, and I love her fresh of the top three, she's probably the best there just in terms of her freshness of condition, her look and refinement up front about her head, the top side of her neck. For me, she got just a little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone work and just a little more refined than probably how I like them. Whenever you get in behind her, she closes up just a little bit down low as well. So I thought those top three were all really good. You can shuffle them around just a little bit. That's kind of how they hit me. The young ladies that comes next, body type is good in her. She was wanting to fight her just a little bit more. And for me, that heifer's got just a little more chest. She's a little more open at the top side of her blade, a shot frailer in terms of her hind leg, and then misses her stride just by a little bit whenever we get the cattle out and get them into motion. The heifer that comes next is moderate, good bodied, soft centered, just a little too plain out here. She gets a little weaker in terms of her spine, got a little more chest. We could freshen her up just a shot more there. And then we round out the class with one that's got some extension. I like her stoutness of structure, just a little plainer in terms of the way she pieces together, a little more pinched in her forerib and her body shape, so we could open her up and make her hit us a little bit harder. That was a good class there, especially on the top end, very competitive. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We will let the main MC give the results of this class, and then we'll be moving on to class number 28.
Well, congratulations in class 27. First place will go to Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee with BNWZ Sarah's Dream 4212. Second place in that class, and congratulations goes Carter Cornegie, Sperry, Oklahoma with SULLLE 4564M. Third place in that class exhibited by Olivia Jones of Harrod, Ohio. Fourth place went to Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Fifth place went to Kelly Gaffney. And sixth place exhibited by Brantley Humpert. Now in the ring is class 28.
All right, and you heard the results of class number 27. Now here we're going to go through class number 28. Introducing first, entry number 4332. That is CLA Missy 40408M, sired by Stag Good Times, and that is exhibited by Logan Mickle of Paragould, Arkansas. Entry number 4333. That is B2 2118 Sandy 43MET, sired by Stag Good Times, exhibited by Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington. Then we go to entry number 4334, EXAR Frontier Gal 4695, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by McCamey Jean of Emerson, Arkansas. Entry number 4336, JCC Lola 411, sired by Mahogany Prime, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Entry number 4337, Seldom Rest Diva Bardot, 4048, sired by Nowaski Dignity, and that is exhibited by Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. Entry number 4339, A1 Princess 403, sired by Silvera's Style 9303, exhibited by Braxton Parker Frederick of Stephenville, Texas. Then we go to entry number 4340, rounding out the class, Brooking Beauty 4197, sired by Gateway Follow Me F163, and exhibited by Matthew Hemmel of Cashin, Oklahoma. After the conclusion of class number 28, we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have all 7 entries in class 28. There are no scratches. And then we will be going over to class 29 at the conclusion of class 28. And then that will bring us to class number 29, then class 30. Then we will be choosing the champion and reserve division selection of our junior yearling heifer division, and then we'll do bred and owned, champion and reserve, and that'll take us on over to class 31, which will round out the final class of the day, which will be our senior yearling automatic champion and reserve division. And then we will be showing for grand champion female and reserve of the overall show, and then grand champion and reserve overall bred and owned females of our 2026 junior Angus show at the 2026 Cattleman's Congress right here in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And again, as we go back over here, we have all 7 entries in this class for class 28. We also would like to recognize our judge today, Miss Macy Scotton. She is from, she's an Okie from Muskogee, an Oklahoma native right here. So she's on home turf, and we're certainly happy to have her here today, picking through the selection of Angus Jr. heifers today. I know she has certainly had her work cut out for her. It's not been easy for anybody, and her or anybody else that would have been sorting these. She's took her time, but I think that was very essential today for her to be doing that because, as we've already stated before, this is a powerful, powerful set of females that we have been sorting through today for the junior show, and there's not been a bad heifer come through at all today, folks. There's been all types and kinds of the show heifers come through here, multiple different sires, multiple different donor cows and mothers and dams that have gave birth to these females out here today, and the competition has been so fierce, and it's only gotten bigger and deeper and more difficult as the days went on. As Tom and I have spoken already before, anyone who's not that familiar with judging Angus cattle, you might say that they all just look alike when you put them out here beside each other. And to a point, that I couldn't argue with that. But uniformity would be the key word and the key terminology to use today in how all these heifers have looked today, because as we've said before, folks, all these heifers are good in their own respective type and kind. There has not been a bad female set foot on this show ring here today in Oklahoma City at the 2026 Cattlemen's Congress. And my hat's off to all these juniors and their parents who have done everything they can to get these cattle prepared and ready for this show, and not only this show, but every other show that they go to. All the work starts at home. You don't win the shows on show day, you win the shows at home doing your homework. And that's definitely something to be commended by all the kids and their parents. If it wasn't for the parents doing what they could to help, the juniors would not be able to do what they do, and that's true in every aspect of the livestock industry that for juniors and kids that are showing. We also want to pay a little tribute to all the staff at Cattlemen's Congress. They have really been had their work cut out for them putting on this world-class act of a show. It's a 24/7, 365-day-a-year project, a full-time staff all year long to make it come together, and it certainly does serve a good purpose right here in the state of Oklahoma. And it certainly generates a lot of revenue, a lot of currency that takes place in the state of here in Oklahoma City for this week. It's about a 10-day to 2-week-long event from start to finish, and it's a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication from a lot of dedicated people to put this on. We also want to pay recognition to all of our junior board members who have been here today, who have been working. I have the list of those right here in front of me. We have Miss Ava Wood from North Carolina, Caden Schultz from Georgia, Bryce Hoffing from Indiana, Blake Pillars from Michigan, and Miss Brianna Smith from Kentucky. We appreciate all the hard work that our junior board members do throughout the year, not only at these national shows, but all the work they do behind the scenes that make everything complete. And now here's the results of class number 28 from Judge Macy Scotton.
Good class here. Feel really good about the young ladies that we're going to land on, and I think it becomes pretty clear that one needs to win when the cattle circle the ring, just in terms of flexibility, in terms of build from the ground up. She is the most comfortable out here, and then I think after that, she's also probably the most refined and the most attractive in terms of her look and presence from her forward, and I think she transitions back really good in terms of the depth of her heart, sweep to her rear rib and flank. We could stouten her up just a little bit in terms of foot and bone, but a lot of good in that heifer. I'll be excited to see her back here in just a little bit. I probably thought the decision became between 2 and 3, and I think the heifer that winds up second for me, just in terms of the base of her chest, the way she transitions into her heart, back into her rear rib and flank, just a little more seamlessly there, and then probably gets out in motion and maintains that just a little bit better. She can get just a little extra set to her hind leg and get just a little awkward there. But I thought at the standstill, probably pieced everything together a shot better. This heifer's got unique pieces because her neck set is really, really good. She's got some stoutness of bone work, and her body type is tremendous. She begins to become just a little bit piecier out here. She's got just a little more chest working in her. could clean her up just a little bit there at the base of it, and then she pinches just a shot more right in behind her shoulder, in her heart, at the base of her chest. So just those couple of little things kind of throw her off a little bit. I thought that heifer was nice, though. This one at the standstill, again, a good one that hits you with the right kind of rib, the right kind of body type, some stoutness of structure. Just a little too plain in terms of her front end. She wants to get just a little more open in her shoulder. We could probably freshen her up just a shot in terms of condition, but I love her rib and her body type. You've done a really good job of getting her presented. I just want to neaten her up just a little bit, maybe make her move out of her front end just a shot better. The heifer that comes next is good in terms of her top line. Her neck set's good. She gives up quite a bit of extra center substance relative to the ones that go out in front of her. She just can't work up the line because she gives up so much depth and overwhelming substance. The young that comes next has probably just a little bit more of an advantage relative to the heifer that goes out in front of her in terms of turn and natural dimension. Her balance from the side gets just a little more off. She her neck a little too low onto her shoulder, got just a little more front end. All those things throw her off in terms of her balance. And then we round out the class with a heifer that's got some look, a quality up front, gets just a shot tighten her spine, wants to dish in her loin and pop her tail head up, get a little more extra set in her hind leg, throws her off just a little bit in motion there. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 28 over here in the Angus ring. First place will go to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with JCC Lola 411. Second place in that class exhibited by Brax Frederick of Stephenville, Texas. Third place went to Allison Friesen of Arnett, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. Fifth place exhibited by Logan Michael. Sixth will go to McCamey Jean. Seventh place exhibited by Matthew Hamill. Now in the ring will be Class 29.
Now in Class 29, Tom, that finishes up our Class 28. Now entering in is Class number 29. We will start with entry number 4343, Horstman Impress 425M, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee.
And 4345 is Hendrickson Forever Lady 418. The Daughter of Dignity, shown by Braley Foes at Merrimack, Oklahoma.
And then entry number 4346, CLF Pinup Gal 40M, sired by 24 Carat, exhibited by Tucker Scott Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin.
4351 is Damon Frontier Gal 424. The Daughter of Mahogany Prime, shown by Josie Phillips in Maysville, Kentucky.
Entry number 4353, Connolly Princess 4781, sired by Mahogany Prime, exhibited by Cambria Cook of Clovis, California.
And entry number 4358 is EXAR Princess 4663, the Daughter of Good Times, shown by Eleanor Sinclair in Williamsburg, Iowa.
Absolutely.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heifers in this class.
And the ring is full. We have no scratches this go around. Everything is good as can be.
You know, in the American Angus records, you know, we used to register red cattle. The reds were part of the herd book.
You told me that.
And then in 1917, which would be over 100 years ago on that same day, the board of directors voted to get rid of reds. They called them a genetic defect, is what they were called at that time. They got rid of the skirts and horns. They got rid of excessive white. That all went out with one sweep in the fall of 2019.
Good thing we did that, though, Tom.
Yeah, it's all worked out fine. And did we give the placings in the last class?
Yeah, we already done that, Tom. Already did that.
The winner was Josie Phillips on her Daughter of Mahogany Prime. And then second was the Daughter of Severa Style. He just keeps fighting back, doesn't he?
Still does. The Carrot is the ringleader, though, isn't it?
The Carrot kind of still takes the cake. And then, of course, third was the Daughter of Dignity, and then fourth was the Good Times again, Stag Good Times. Another real good class, and this class would be the February heifers. The February heifers would be competing in this class. Of course, these heifers, for the most part, will all have calves this spring, and then they'll be eligible to come back for the cow-calf class as the exhibitor decides, or if the calf inside could come back as a bred and owned. So there's just all kinds of options and excitement when you have an Angus heifer. And boy, you talk about heifers with depth of rib and capacity and just genuine doability. They're marching around the ring right now. The Angus breed continues to prosper with quality. Of course, the Certified Angus Beef program last year, think about it. We were able to sell over 1 billion pounds of Certified Angus beef in 10,000 restaurants across the United States of America and in 40 countries. So you can see that Certified Angus beef is certainly the taste of choice. It's tasty, it's safe, and I tell you what, it's enjoyed by people around the world. And one of the exciting things right now is the logos on barns around the country. There's about 100 Certified Angus beef logos that have been painted on buildings around the United States of America. We're honored to have one at the American Angus Hall of Fame in Smithville, and it really, really causes a lot of attention, and it's exciting to have. So if you haven't seen one of them, they're a really nice Certified Angus beef logo that's painted on a building, courtesy of Certified Angus beef. But I think the big thing is that you can get it in 10,000 restaurants across the United States and into 40 countries. Ava, did Miss America say she would come over? Did Miss America say you asked her? She didn't think she could come? She didn't want to come. Okay, our judge is looking intensely at this really good class. And I hate to say it, but our show is gradually coming to a halt. This gradually, though. How many people are listening?
380.
We still have a real good listeners out in the country around that 2,000 mark that are listening, and we're happy about that. We're happy about that, and want to say thank you for tuning us in. And of course, don't forget Saturday once again will be the show. Will be broadcast again by Walton Webcasting of Walton, Indiana. Al, we just took another inventory. We got about 2,000 people watching and listening. 2,000? That is, and really a nice crowd here as well.
Thank you. 2,000 people is a lot of people to be listening, Tom. You know it.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it?
Just imagine if we had that many people showed up to an auction.
Oh, man. We'd be in happy days would be here again. But you know that we have had good crowds, though.
We have.
I haven't been disappointed in them. They've been really, really good turnouts for Angus sales. Remember, if you miss an Angus sale, there's a rule. It's out of your life forever.
You can never relive it.
No, you can't. I just mark it off. It's out of your life.
You know, Tom, talking about Josie Brooke Phillips in second place here. Well, never mind. The judge is going to give reasons.
Class again, quality is really good all the way on down, and I thought especially on the top end here, really there's 4 heifers in here that I really like. I probably did think these 2 hit me just a little bit harder whenever the cattle came in, and I think they're both very good, but as much as I like both of them, I probably do still feel comfortable landing on man's to win. And for me, where the differences start, if you walk around to a front 3/4 between the 2 of those, this heifer really for this stage of the game, I think it's really impressive that the condition and the freshness that she comes to us in, because between the 2, she's neater at the base of her chest. From their back, she opens up bolder right behind her shoulder, and then I think continues back with just a shot more natural dimension. She's fresher up around the top side of her tailhead, and then you step off to the side, and I probably think that she pairs that extra boldness and natural dimension with just a shot more stoutness of bone work. I really like that female. I think she puts together a lot of good things. I'll be very excited to see her back here in just a little bit. And the heifer that's second, I think whenever you study these cattle from the side, she is beautiful in terms of her silhouette and the way she pieces things together. Her neck set is awesome right on the top side of her shoulder. Her body type is good, and her flexibility whenever the cattle get out and get into motion is really nice. I didn't read her quite as fresh in terms of her condition relative to our class. She probably didn't hit me quite as overwhelming in the turn to her forerib and her body shape and natural dimension from behind. The heifer that comes in 3, I like a good deal as well, and I think in terms of substance, she can rival that one that goes out in front of her. She's awesome in terms of her rib, her body type, a little more stoutness of bone work, pushing just a shot more condition up front relative to the ones that go out in front of her. Just at the base of her chest, we could clean her up just a little bit there, and then she gets just a little extra set to her hind leg whenever we get her in motion. Those are just a couple of little nitpicky things. I like that heifer a lot. The heifer that comes in 4, another one, very high quality, especially at the standstill. I like her a good deal. Because she's good looking, she's awesome in terms of the way she collects herself out of the backside of her shoulder, levelness from hooks to pins. For me, of those top 4, she was the one that became just a little shallower in the way she came back into her rear rib and flank, and I think that becomes just a shot more evident in motion. I probably thought that's where she looked just a shot shallower. We actually switched these 2. The young lady here in the blue is going to come next, and I thought between those 2, for me, whenever you get in behind them, just a little more natural dimension and substance. She needs to be a little neater out of her shoulder, tie her neck a little higher. The other one does those things just a little too flat, a little too closed up for me from behind. That was a good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 29. First place, bred and owned by Tucker Scott, Buyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. That's CLF Pinup Gal, 40M. Second place in that class will go to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Third place was exhibited by Tristan Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place, exhibited by Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. Fifth place, go to Eleanor Sinclair. And sixth place went to Briley Fuss.
We're in class number 30, and these are the January-born heifers. In class number 30, we have entry 4363, SSF, DS Lady, 1314, the daughter of Carrot, shown by Weston Haig in Plymouth, Indiana.
Yep. Then we have entry number 4351, Dameron Frontier Gal 424, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky.
And 4368, EXAR Princess 4630, the daughter of Blacklist, shown by Jake Allison in Yukon, Oklahoma.
And then we have entry number, placing fourth, entry number.
No, that's it. There's only 3 in that class.
Oh, okay.
Now, in the last class we had, the winner, of course, was Tucker Byer on a Daughter of the Carrot out of the pinup gal. Second was the Frontier Gal, starred by Mahogany Prime, shown by Josie Phillips. And then third would have gone to Tristan Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee, on a Daughter of the Carrot, an Empress female. Fourth would have been Conley Princess, 4781, a daughter of Mahogany Prime for Cambria Cook at Clovis, California. Fifth would have been 4358, a Stag Good Times from Eleanor Sinclair. And sixth would have been Hendricks Forever Lady 418, a daughter of Dignity from Braley Fuss in Maramie, Oklahoma. We're now ready for class number 30. Class number 30. And these are the January born heifers. Another really nice class, all born during the month of January from Indiana and Oklahoma. As soon as we complete this class, we'll have our last class of the single class of the day, and that'll be the fall-born October heifers.
Yes, we will.
Fall-born October heifers.
Well, a good class here. I like all 3 of these heifers and some differences between them. I do like the young man to go ahead and lead us off, though, and I think she puts together some really nice things just in terms of the right kind of substance, the right kind of turn right out of the backside of her shoulder. And then I probably think of the 3, she gets out and uses her lower joint work as good as anything. She could maybe be just a little more attractive in terms of the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder, just a little more proud, just a little more attractive there, but from her shoulder back, I like a lot of things about her. The heifer in second, I think, as well, really good in terms of her rib, her body type, having some substance, and that's probably where I thought there was a little bit more of a gap between 2 and 3. Not that I think that that's a big difference and everything is absolutely clear cut, because all 3 of these are really, really nice, but I did think she had an advantage there in terms of center body boldness, probably depth through her heart, stoutness of structure, and stoutness from behind. She wants to push out just a little bit in her hock from behind, and I didn't think that's why she couldn't move around our class winner there, but a good heifer. And then we round out the class, really one that's really nice. She's just not cooperating the best out here, and you're doing a good job working with her. I do think if she cooperated, she might be as attractive up front as anything in terms of her refinement, the way she ties her neck, her depth of body is good. She pinches just a little bit more in her forerib and in her heart, a little flatter there, a little flatter when we get in behind her, and then just a shot frailer in terms of her foot and her bar as well. So a good trio of heifers there. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 30. First place to go to Cato Craft of Anadarko, Oklahoma, with Oakley Pinup Gal 407. Second place in that class exhibited by Jake Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Weston Hag of Plymouth, Indiana. We're now going to welcome in all the first and seconds. We'll select the champion reserve junior yearling.
We're getting ready now to bring in that champion lineup. Our last class winner was starred by BNWZ Dignity. He was our last class winner for Can-Do Craft at Anadarko, Oklahoma. Was starred by Dignity.
And then, of course, we already went through the placings. Now we're going to show for junior yearling champion and reserve division, as well as bred and owned junior yearling champion and reserve champion division.
I was going to mention that Dignity is sired by Insight. His dam is by First Class. His second dam is by Style. So he's bred for speed and show.
He sure is.
And he comes from the Sarah Dream family.
Okay, now, Tom, let's recognize our class winners here going into this division.
Sure enough.
Coming out of class number 26, we have a class winner in entry number 4309. That is Conley Lady 4561, exhibited by Remy Gardner of Paris, Tennessee.
And second was entry 4318, CNC Princess 4204, the daughter of Colburn Primo, shown by Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma.
And then placing first in class number 27, that went to Nowatzki Sarah's Dream 4212, exhibited by Allie Perry of Fayetteville, Tennessee.
And second was entry number 4323, Saul Ellie 456M, the daughter of Colburn Primo, shown by Carter Kernge at Sperry, Oklahoma.
Placing first in class number 28, entry number 4336. That is Lola 411, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky.
And second was entry 4339, A1 Princess 404, the daughter of Severa Style from Brax Parker, Frederick, and Stephenville, Texas.
Placing first in class number 29, that goes to entry number 4346, CLF Pinup Gal 40M, exhibited by Tucker Scott Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin.
And second was entry 4351, Dameron Frontier Gal 424, the daughter of Mahogany Prime, shown by Josie Phillips at Maysville, Kentucky.
And then placing first in class number 30 that we just picked, that is entry number 4367, Oakley Pinup Gal 407, sired by Nowatzki Dignity, exhibited by Caddo Craft of Oklahoma.
And second was entry number 4368, EXAR Princess 4630, the daughter of PVF Blacklist, shown by Jake Allison in Yukon, Oklahoma.
And that completes your first place winners and second place winners for this junior yearling heifer division.
Al, how do you like that lineup?
I see a lot of cow power out there, don't you,
It's
Tom?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10 beautiful Angus females. Really special.
Very, very deep-bodied, very deep-bodied. I would certainly hope they're all carrying a calf, but something tells me they're probably not all carrying one.
Now you're being negative, Al. Look at them. They look like they're full of calf.
Well, either full of calf or full of water. I'm not sure which
Al,
one's which.
straighten up. Straighten up.
Well, you told me earlier the only way to do it was to tell the truth and the facts.
Well, I'm not sure that's a fact.
I've witnessed way too much of it in my junior career. Anyways.
You know, when I was a kid, it was when the frame thing, or before that, in the baby beef and coming into the frame, we wouldn't even feed them hay, thinking they were going to get too much middle on them. We want them to be really tucked
Nowadays
out.
in the show ring, you can't get enough middle
No,
on,
and you wouldn't water them either because you wanted them to have that stomach really tucked right up to that backbone.
Really look straight gutted is what you wanted back
What
in the
world
day.
were we thinking about? We should have been committed.
And the thing about it nowadays, Tom, whenever I was a junior, you always allowed your show heifer to drink water before you went in the ring. Let her fill up a little bit.
But at that time, I was just a squidge older than you, and it was a different time then. And a squidge is usually about 30 years.
Well, awesome lineup, and all the way through has been very, very deep and extremely competitive. And again, I want to walk through and kind of talk through these just a little bit so everybody kind of knows what's going through my mind. But we've got an awesome set of heifers out here that I think are all tremendously good. And there were some tough decisions that had to be made. And in a lot of classes, though, I felt pretty comfortable on the class winners that we landed on. We'll start off here in this first class, and I think that heifer really set the bar, especially for me in terms of the kind of cattle that I like, something with just a little more stoutness and substance. I love this heifer's foot size and stoutness of bone work, and still she is as comfortable in terms of the way she uses her hip and hind leg as anything in here. And so for me, she does a lot of things and really represents a kind that I typically gravitate towards and I typically really like. We could neaten her up just a little bit at the base of her chest. She's getting just a little more chest there, and every once in a while she gets just a little weaker in her spine. I think some of that's because she is so comfortable and flexible in her build, so somewhere it's got to give just a little bit. But for me, she does lot of things that really suits the kind of cattle that I really, really like. There were 3 heifers there in the second class that I thought were all really good, and we talked about how I thought the one that we landed on maybe combined some of the things that I liked about 2 and 3 in terms of a shot more substance and body shape and stoutness of bone work and still some freshness and look and presence from the side. She could be just a little neater from her shoulder forward. She's not the longest necked heifer, but she does a lot of good really from her shoulder back. And then we talked about the one that was second in there, foot and bone and structure was all really good in her. My question mark is she quite fresh enough? To me, she hit me just a shot staler. The young ladies that comes out of the third class, and I think whenever you study the cattle in motion, her build and flexibility at the ground is really, really good. She's very comfortable in terms of her lower joint work. I really like her rib and her body type. Her refinement up front is very, very good. For me, she's probably on the edge of being just a shot too refined in terms of her bone work. I probably like them just a little bit stouter in terms of their lower joint work and their structure. But man, she's high quality. She's great bodied, and she's very, very sound. So I don't think that you can skip over her. She is extremely high quality and absolutely still in contention in my mind. We moved to the next class, and I thought there was several in that class that were really, really good. And these 2 probably kept coming to the top of my mind, but even between the 2, I still felt pretty comfortable landing on the young man's because we talked through all the different angles of her. For me, I think it's impressive that at this stage of the game, she comes as fresh as she is in terms of her condition. She's got virtually no chest at the base of her chest there, and then transitions back beautifully from her shoulder into her forerib, great in the sweep back to her rear rib and flank, got some natural dimension from behind, and I think she complements her substance and body shape with the right kind of stoutness of foot and bone, just enough. Everything balances out in her really, really nicely. I think an extremely high quality one that comes out of that class there. And I like the second place heifer as well. Good looking, awesome in terms of her silhouette, probably just a shot flatter, had just a little more condition. And then we just got done talking that final class, just 3 there in that class, but still quality good all the way through the very last class. And I like this one especially whenever she gets stopped and set up. Beautiful in terms of her body shape, her substance, having some natural dimension. I like her stoutness of foot and bone work. She can be just a little heavier headed and a little plainer, and then in motion I think she's plenty sound enough. She does miss her stride just a little bit, and some of that she might be a little bit lazy for the young man and getting a little tired, but I think a really, really nice heifer that comes out of that final class as well. So I think a lot of good cattle out here, and there's some differences in type and kind, and probably depending on what kind you like and where you gravitate towards might make a few decisions, but for me, I do think there's one that hit me really, really hard. I think the decision for reserve becomes just a little bit closer. So I'll take a closer look for reserve. Young man right in front of me in the white shirt's going to be champion.
Have a winner.
Exhibited by Tucker Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. That's CLF Pinup Gal 40M.
Champion in the division is the daughter of the Carrot. Out of a pinup gal shown by Tucker Scott Bear in Ringgold, Wisconsin, has been declared the winner of this division. Moving into competition now we have Dameron Frontier Gal to 424, a daughter of Mahogany Prime, shown by Josie Brooke Phillips in Mayslick, Kentucky. Al, plenty of excitement in this division.
A lot of hard decisions were made, I think, by our judge, Macy Scotton.
Boy, look at these heifers. You can see, they're going to be thinking about becoming mothers here this spring now. And they can come back next year with a nice calf at side, or you can be shown the calf as a bred and owned.
Yes.
So there's just so many good options that come with having an Angus Junior heifer. And by being in the Angus Junior program, you're eligible for untold dollars in scholarships. At the junior show this past year, the foundation gave out nearly $400,000 in scholarships to actual junior members. Actual junior members received nearly $400,000 in Angus scholarships. And remember, the Angus breed is very solvent. It has a net value of $100 million. I think $99,980. $99 million.
And that's public. That's public knowledge.
Yes, it is. It was on the report at the national meeting in Kansas City in November. The judge is really on patrol, isn't she?
Yes, she is. I would call Macy acting about like a hound dog today. She knows it's out there, and she's making sure she gets it right before she makes her final decision.
And I bet she's really a talker.
Well, I don't think I know. Haven't you heard her give reasons all day today? She's been very influential in giving her reasons.
Yeah, and she's done an excellent job of doing that.
Some might say she would even try to run for a congressman one day, or a congresswoman someday. Could have a career in politics.
She could be another, let's see.
Don't call her another Nancy Pelosi.
What about Taylor Greene?
I don't know who Taylor Greene was.
Taylor Greene is a gal that just decided she didn't want to be a congresswoman any longer from Georgia.
Really?
Yeah. Her and President Trump kind of got a little bit crossways.
What about a Sarah Palin?
Oh, man, she's probably up in Alaska.
Oh, got to have a little fun, Tom.
Yes.
Got to have a little fun.
She's on patrol. And we've already had a winner in this division. She's a pinup gal. The pinup gals are really Lucy's, Al.
Yeah, but we're selecting for reserve division now.
Yeah, reserve division. The pinup, the last heifer that won this division from Tyler, from Bears, Tucker Bear, was, they call them pinup gals, but they're really legitimately Lucy's.
But Tom, the thing about it, Tucker Bear was also an automatic bred and owned division winner, because that heifer was bred and owned by him that he won with.
So he's going to be a dual winner. I don't think anybody could complain today that their heifer didn't get looked at. Do you?
I don't know. Oh, no. I think she's looked very thoroughly at everything, Tom. I really do.
This is a nail biter. This is a genuine nail biter.
Josie Brooke Phillips.
We have a winner. We have a winner.
That was Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with JCC Lola 411.
Lola was bred in the Jordan Johnson herd in Fort Dodge, Iowa. over there in kind of western Iowa. Started by Mahogany Prime. The dam is Lola 0181. Would you pull her pedigree up just a minute?
I don't have enough battery, Tom.
Again, your battery's out. You're better than mine because I don't have any.
Well, these irresponsible people need to know how to, or these responsible people need to be sure to charge their phones at night in the hotels, don't they?
They do, don't they?
Well, congratulations, reserve bred and owned in that division. Comes to you from back number 4339, exhibited by Brax Frederick of Stephenville, Texas. We have one final class and division to see before we go into the grand drive of your Junior Angus Female Show. We would like to remind everyone that sale at 4 o'clock, Angus at the Congress, is starting at 5 o'clock. So if you're planning to head over to that sale, please be sure to do so as soon as we are done here with our grand drive of our Junior Angus females.
Okay, we're ready for class number 31. Al, we have entry 4377, EXAR Princess 3528, the Good Times daughter from Emma Lejeune in Alton, Louisiana.
Yes, and we also have entry number 4378, PVF Missy 3184, exhibited by Chloe Benoit of Carlock, Illinois.
Now, did we get our bred and owned in the last champion division?
Yes, the reserve bred and owned, the reserve bred and owned went to entry number 4339.
4339.
That was Parker Frederick's son out of Texas.
4339, a Severa Style daughter out of a princess family going back to the legendary Larry Green in Montana. So that's, and then the bred and owned was the same as the champion, and that was entry number
Tom, we want to give a shout out to our good friend from over around Telford, Tennessee, which is East Tennessee, Jeremy Dockery and his wife, Christina Dockery.
Are they tuned in?
They are tuned in. They are Angus breeders. Their daughter, Michaela Dockery, she was very successful in the Angus show ring as a junior. They never quite made it to Oklahoma City, but they've been to Denver, Louisville, Dixie National, Tennessee State Fair, all those junior nationals. And they're also, Michaela and her husband are expecting a baby in July, so Jeremy and Christina are going to be grandparents this summer.
I hope if it's a boy, they name it Angus.
Oh, now, Tom, don't go into that. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but I tell you what, but Jeremy, if you're listening, and I think you still are, you and Christina need to understand what the next thing is going to happen after the baby's here. Tom is going to show up somewhere, and he's going to baptize that baby in Angus water, aren't you, Tom?
I am, and I'm going to hope his name is Angus. You know, I have a program at the hall.
Yeah.
If you name your boy Angus, or you name your girl after an Angus family, like Forever. I have a niece named Forever Lady.
Yes.
And another one named Forever
Well,
Al.
our final class is going to be our final division here, and I went ahead and switched. I'm going to use the pair up front to go ahead and lead us off. And I think in terms of the cow, quite a bit more comfortable just in terms of her build and flexibility from the ground up. She's got a nice calf at her side. And for me, just in terms of flexibility and covering the basics, those two suit me just a little bit better. The young ladies, it's going to be second, strong and good in terms of her top line. Just need to reconstruct her in terms of her build, her angles up front, her hip and hind leg, and probably give her a shot more rib and body for where these are at right now. But a good way to end out our final division there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Our division champion is PPF Missy, 3184.
Well, congratulations, your champion senior yearling, exhibited by Chloe Boynott of Carlock, Illinois, with PVF Missy 3184. Second place and reserve in that division will go to Emma Lejeune of Elton, Louisiana. At this time, we are going to bring in all of those division champion and reserves.
Our champion, 4378, is by Marvel and has a really nice heifer calf at her side. A nice heifer calf at her side for Chloe Boitnott in Carlock, Illinois. There used to be another famous Angus breeder that lived in Carlock. His name was Harvey Harder, and he exhibited a couple of international grand champion steers at Chicago in years ago. So that would be in central Illinois. Now we're getting ready. Here comes our winners. Al, let's review them. I mean, it is a big review. Our first division is division.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, coming
In and out of the ring, these are the reserve division champions. Let's put our hands together for these individuals here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
The reserves. And now we're going to get ready for all the champions. And in this division, the first division would be Seldom Rest heifer, shown by Cato Kraft at Anadroko, Oklahoma. Entry number 408 was a division winner. Another division winner. I'm just going through this. Was entry number 4070 from Keaton Slover in Coleman, Oklahoma, on a daughter of Colburn Primo, is out here competing. Another division champion.
at this time, we're going to welcome into the ring
All of your division champions here for our Junior Angus show at the Cattlemen's Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, as they enter the ring, let's put our hands together. These are your champions today here in the OG&E Coliseum.
Dillo at Villa Ridge, Illinois, on her daughter of PVF Marvel. Another division winner is Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, on her daughter of the Carrot. Another division champion is Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York, on SCC Phyllis 41.
Community College and Oklahoma State University. Her team was named the 2021 National Champions while there in Oklahoma. After completion of her bachelor's degree, Macy pursued a master's degree in meat science and served as the assistant coach for the OSU livestock judging team. Macy now serves as the coordinator of strategic partnerships and assistant livestock judging team coach at Redlands Community College with her husband and continues to raise show cattle with her family. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to watch Macy sort today. Let's put our hands together and thank her for joining us here in Oklahoma City.
Third division champion comes from Caden Nowatzki at Michigan City, Indiana, on his daughter of BNWC Dignity. And as we continue on, another division champion would be entry number 4346, would be from Tucker Scott Bear at Ringgold, Wisconsin, on a daughter of the Carrot. Another division champion would be 4378, PVF Missy 3184, a daughter of PVF Marvel, shown by Chloe Boitnott at Carlock, Illinois. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 9. We have 10 division champions, Al.
10.
10 division champions out here. And boy, talk about firepower. And don't they have a tremendous similarity in their look? Really a beautiful, beautiful set of Angus females. They move out with great ease, really look the part.
Was the cow-calf pair not here to start off with?
Yes, they were. They were grand champion cow.
Okay, but they don't show in this
No, they do
overall
not show.
female.
No,
Okay, that's
they just show in their cow division. So we start basically with the with the May heifer calf. That was a division champion.
You mean whoa? Now wait a minute. You mean the August heifer calf? Never mind. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the division. Okay,
Yeah,
my bad.
Well, I guess you were right. You said the August heifer calf, and she was an August.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, she was an August heifer calf. Sometimes we get what I call an information overload.
we do, Tom.
We get an information overload. Look, we got a really nice crowd. We want to thank the 2,000 plus people that tuned in today. And Al, you'll be over at the Penn Show tomorrow.
In the morning.
And then Saturday, are you going to broadcast the Penn Show tomorrow? Yeah, they're going to do the
I'll be there in the morning.
The Penn Show tomorrow. And then Saturday will be the Open Class Heifer Show.
Will we be on this same side? Will the Open Show be this same side Saturday? I was just curious if it was on this side or I'm going to be on that side. Okay, we'll figure it out. Whichever side of the ring it's on, we'll figure that out soon enough.
Boy, this is really a heart-beating experience to see these great Angus females. Great Angus females. Look at the people jammed up to the ring trying to get a glimpse of this championship. And a lot of hopes in the wind that their heifer is going to be the winner.
Well, this is a tremendous lineup that we have out here from our first division all the way through our final. There's a lot of quality out here. If you would, ringside, everybody watching, give these exhibitors a big round of applause for making it back out here. These were really, really good today, and I really enjoyed getting to work through all these divisions and work with the young people. I've been looking forward to this show for almost a year. I remember when I got the call, I was at home with my husband. It was a snow day. He was on the phone. I wrote it down on a notepad, and I showed it to him. And I promise you, I've thought about this show every single day since then, and I've really been looking forward to it and absolutely met and exceeded my expectations. These have been really, really good, and I've always enjoyed getting to come and watch all the shows, and so it's awesome to be a part of it in such a venue like this. This is incredible in here, and I've reflected on how Cattleman's Congress has grown and gotten bigger and bigger, and man, this is just awesome. So I just want to say thank you to the Angus Association and Cattleman's Congress and everybody behind the scenes for allowing me the opportunity to come out here and share this experience with these exhibitors. I don't want to make a big speech because this isn't about me, and I'm not going to act like I've got a lot of knowledge and wisdom because truthfully, I'm really not that much older than some of you exhibitors. My mom tells me I'm getting a little bit older, but I'm not that much older than you guys. So I don't want to act like I know it all because I don't. I just want to say thank you, and I just want to encourage you guys to continue working. I know you've got the open show coming up, and then later on this spring, I want to wish you guys the very best of luck, and I want to encourage you guys to thank everybody that you have behind you helping you. One thing that I've thought about, I've got a partner that we work with at Redlands, a coworker, and he always asks students, if they have done everything by themselves to get to where they are, and typically that answer should be no. And I would say it would be the same for you guys out here showing. We don't do anything by ourselves. You guys have a tremendous support team behind you. I've got a tremendous support team behind me, and I'm absolutely thankful for them, for my family, for the livestock industry, for the breeders, and everybody that has helped me learn and get to the point where I am today. So I want to encourage you guys to say thank you to the support team that you have behind you. So I won't say much more. I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to come out here, sort through the cattle. I thought they were absolutely tremendous, and as we worked from division to division, I was getting more and more excited to get our champions back out here, get them amongst each other, and see how things kind of shook out. And man, there's a lot of good cattle, and things might get changed on down the road, and I'd be excited for you guys because the level of quality was so good. It's just one person's opinion today, but man, they were awesome. So thanks again for the opportunity. I'm going to put this down and show you the couple that I like, but if you would, please congratulate all of our exhibitors one more time on a tremendous Junior Angus show.
Okay, Macy's on patrol to pick the grand champion female. You've heard her remarks. Now she's going to put it into motion as she picks the grand champion female. Al, where do you think she is? Nobody knows.
I can't answer that, Tom. I don't think anybody can answer it.
Yeah, it's as I said, it's a nail biter. She'll like that.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to find out who's going to reign as the junior champ. And then when we get done this, we have the bred and owned grand champion. Okay.
Congratulations, grand champion Angus female here in a junior show at the Cattleman's Congress, bred and owned by Tucker Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. That's CLF Pinup Gal 40M.
Al, she's going to be a double champion.
Yep.
She's a bred and owned. She is sired by, as you'd expect, the Carrot out of a pinup gal. And as I said, they are Lucy's. And what a beautiful female from Tucker Scott Bear in Ringgold, Wisconsin, is your grand champion. Moving in now was that reserve of that division. The reserve of that division was JCC Lola, 41-1, the daughter of Mahogany Prime, shown by Josie Phillips in Maysville, Kentucky. That's some pretty wild music, isn't it?
Modern day and age, Tom. Modern day and age.
I think it's wide open here as our judge continues to patrol, searching for the reserve grand champion here at the Cattleman's Congress. I think she's got one in mind. And we have a winner. She's 42-40. Your winner is
Reserve Grand Champion exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Bred by Kate Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. That's BNWZ Sarah Stream, 47.96. Congratulations to all of our Junior Angus exhibitors. A special thank you to Mrs. Macy Scotton for joining us today here in the OG&E Coliseum. A reminder to everyone that Angus sale did get started at 5 o'clock, not 4 o'clock. We encourage you to head on down and check out the Angus at the Congress.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to we appreciate everyone who tuned in and listening to us today. We appreciate that so much. Appreciate everything that you guys have communicated with us today on special announcements. And we'll be back at the Penn show, the Penn and Carload show at 8:30 in the morning at the arena. The other arena, we'll be calling the show there, and then I'll be back here again Saturday morning at 8 a.m. calling play-by-play action on the Open Angus Female Show here at the 2026 Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Al, we haven't got our bred and owned Grand Reserve champion yet.
I thought we already had that.
I don't think we have, but we got our.
I don't.
What? No, we haven't got. We had the champion. The same thing. Heifer won both shows, but we haven't had our reserved yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that to you.
Okay.
And I also want to say thanks to all our listeners today. My name is Tom Burke from the American Angus Hall of Fame, where I work. And it's been a fabulous show, and it's really been a privilege and pleasure to be able to be with you today.
It sure has been, and like I said, Tom, you'll be on the road, but I'll be back here Saturday morning at 8 a.m. to call the open show right here in the new arena that we have. And after we pick this reserve bred and owned champion, then we'll be going off the air. But God bless everybody. And also, Tom, why don't you mention the junior show book and the history book that we have that for sale at the Hall if anybody would like one of those.
We got a book here we're going to present to the judge, the 56th anniversary edition of the National Junior Show. It's the most popular book that we've done.
Yes.
It is. People have really loved it. And we also have another book called The History of the Angus Breed that I wrote with a gentleman from Scotland and a gentleman from Colorado. Both books have been really popular during the holiday season. We sent out hundreds of them.
Yes, we did.
And so if you'd like to get an Angus book, just let us know. You want a calendar, you want to visit the hall, I tell you what, we're at your disposal.
And the 56th anniversary of the National Junior Angus Show are $50 a piece.
Yeah.
And the book of the history of the Aberdeen Angus history book is $125 a piece.
That is correct.
And we mail those out directly from the American Angus Hall of Fame in Smithville, Missouri.
And look at here, we're getting our...
We've got a good lineup to select our reserve in the bred and owned division. And first of all, I want to say congratulations to all of our bred and owned exhibitors. That's something to be very proud of. It doesn't matter what stage of the game that you're in. If you raise them and sell them to people, if you're a trader, if you buy them from families or breeders and then manage them yourselves. But for you guys to do every single part of that, man, that's a huge accomplishment in itself, regardless of how things shake out in the bred and owned division. So I want to congratulate all of our exhibitors that showed and brought their animals out here. Man, we've got an awesome lineup of extremely high quality heifers. So I do think the decision for reserve becomes somewhat close. There's a lot of good cattle, and I like several of these quite a bit out here. So I'm going to set this down and take one more look at them before I select them. But again, I just want to say thank you, congratulations to our exhibitors. I'll go out here and pick your reserve.
Macy is going to go on patrol to select our grand champion, bred and owned female. Or, excuse me, reserve grand champion, bred and owned female. And I'm going to be sad not being with you tomorrow and the next day because I'm going to be out doing hall missionary work.
There you go.
I'm going to be out knocking on doors, stirring up Angus activity.
This is a case where we'll be dividing and conquering, won't you say, Tom?
That's right. You'll be here. I'll be out doing missionary work, and Kurt will be doing missionary work as well.
Absolutely. 42-77 is our reserve.
42.
And Congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, bred and owned here in your Junior Angus show. Bred and owned by Sealy Bedwell of Holt, Missouri. That was CBWB Princess 431. Again, thank you to all of the Junior Angus exhibitors that made this show possible today. Thank you to our ring staff and our judge. And we'll see you tomorrow morning here in the OG&E Coliseum.
Again, we appreciate everyone tuning in today. Thank you for everything you've done for us and tuning in with us today and being a part of the show. And we bid everybody a good evening, and God bless you all, and see you back in the morning at 8:30 in the Pin Show. Good night.
When you want to put the headset on?
What's that? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Should we go take pictures and then come back?
Okay, I just want to tell you what a good job you did, and just want to give you this commemorative junior show book.
Well, thank
to
you very
take
much.
home and tell you what a fabulous job you did, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. It's been an exciting event, and happy days to you. And thank
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcasting production.